that peeking in my window. Nobody, cause I live in a penthouse. Baby, I'm sorry, but I'm sexy. And all I want you to do is just bless me. Let's see this kid that I'm waiting on. He said he loved when my jeans look painted on. With a tight white tee, you ain't quite like me. Probably while I'm always getting hated on. I sure they tryna push up on me like a wonder bra. Listen, when I speak, I wouldn't want you to take it wrong. Now, number one, I don't need you. Getting you, I only see you when I see you. Listen, two, you can never play me. Cause I'm such a lady, be it's all about me. I don't wanna talk about it. If you like to hear it go. I wrote a song about it. See, I look too good to be crushing you, and I look too good to be loving you. You know I look way too good to be stuck with you. I'm conceited, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be getting with, and I look too good to be having it. You know I look way too good to be in the crib. I'm conceited, I got a reason. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't stop my body from moving. I'm popping and popping to the music. He's watching me and he's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it. He's about to lose it. Lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it, lose it. Dropping it hotter than the door for the snoozing. Face down, hands up, pull some. I'm out of control with it. Dip it low, pick it up slow, poke it out narrow with it. My thong showing, but it's cool, my shoes roll with it. Now all I need is a room with a pole in it. See, I look good and I'm knowing it, but I was never too proud to be showing it. See, I look too good for the necklace, and I look too good to be wearing it. You know I look way too good to be innocent. I'm conceited, I got a reason. See, I look too good to be dropping that, and I look too good to be buying that. You know I look way too good to be trying that. I'm conceited, I got a reason. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Says Carl's call.
I checked my email.
Carl's bogey, Carl's
Well, we got to get
giggles.
this going. There we go. I checked my email and I was like, holy shit, so many people got cells with my code, which is really sweet. I didn't expect that. So thank you, Honor, and thank you for 54. Yippee! I appreciate that. Thank you. Hi, Nelly. I'm so excited. I was up at like 7:45 because it's 9 for me. I usually start around 10:30, 11 a.m. And it's 9 a.m. And I woke up and I was like, okay, I want to get this, and this done. And then I got sidetracked. I wanted to start half an hour ago, but honestly, like when I was counting when I'm getting off, I was like, oh, okay, it's still going to be 7 or 8 hours. Like it's still a long stream, still starting early. You're good. I'm really excited. The lobby looks amazing. I'm very excited to see everything. Thank you so much for the support, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for the resub. It means a lot. How are we all? Hello. What's the hot goss? Tell me everything. Evans, go relax, so. Thank you. Hi, Bar. Hi, Riley. Stale, Brandy. Hi, Gel, Nelly, Abby. Abby. It goes so quick. I got it cut. I feel like, oh, I guess it's been a couple months, but oh my God, Jesus. Oh, wait, they got rid of Steve Scream. No. No. I'm really excited, though. I'm really excited. I kind of want to start with the Rift, but maybe I should get everything first. And look at the music, guys. Oh, has it stopped playing? Hold. I think it was cycling through. It was really good before. Free gift. Okay, Stranger Things. Oh my God, so many Hellfire shirts. Oh, that looks so good. That wasn't even intentional to have it on my main, but oh, that looks sick. That looks really cool. Hi, Buns. I'm gonna buy that just right now. I'll buy the whole collection. What am I doing? Carla, buy the collection. It'll be easier. Oh, there's no button. Okay, that's okay. All right, let me quickly get everything I need. Hold. Bundles? Stranger Things bundle. Here we go. Yep. I'm excited. Hi, Mickey. I'm very excited. We're going through everything. I'm very, very excited. Hi, Faithy. How are you? Hello. How is everyone? Hello, hello, hello. Aloha. The plan today is DBD into a little bit of the ARC update. Not much because we have friend slop today. But I'm really excited for this. I mean, if I end up having too much fun and we go into friend slop, we go into friend slop. That's fine. But I wanted to do this. Premium Rift bundle. Let's check out the Rift. I can't wait. I didn't even know the Rift was coming out today. Oh, wow. What's this? Oh, a logo. Uh-oh. Wow. We get a Rift as well? They said, you know what? You know what? Let's give them everything. That's crazy. What the hell? Oh, wait. Do you have any cream or anything, Faithy? Or do you just have to let it itch? Oh my God, Brandy. Using code Carla. Okay, Rift Pass. Let's see. Oh, okay. I'm scared. I'm scared. Ah. Well, let's unlock the pass. Actually, let's do this one. Who cares? Let's do it. Give it to me. Oh my God, there's a Thalita recolor. Oh no. Oh no. Burrito, I hope you're okay after the heat wave. Mamma mia. Don't show me, don't show me. I don't want to be spoiled. I've already been spoiled a little bit. All right, what's this? So this is the Henry. Another? Wait, is this different to the other one? Any Stranger Things fan? Is this a different Henry? This is Vecna? Wait, no. It's not. Who is this? Who is this meant to be? Is this meant to be Vecna? The first. This is a Vecna skin? That's terrifying. That's scarier than Vecna because it's human. That's scarier than the Vecna chasing me. What? It's just a white man? That's terrifying. Oh my God, I love it. What the fuck? Oh my God, Snail. Guys, you don't... Listen, if you're not buying cells, that is so cool. But if you are, just code Carla. If you want. We needed this. That's really cool, though. That is really cool, though. Damn, that's kind of creepy. We have... Oh, we have the Ahoy hat charm. Okay, all right. All right. All right. We're an hour and a half early, Puffin. Hour and a half. I usually start around 10:30, even later sometimes. Hi, Jay. Hi, everyone. If I've missed you, hello. The waffles, 11's first obsession. Okay. Dill, how are you? Sorry. 65. Yeah. Flower, hello. Have I missed you? Hello. Welcome in. We're going through the Rift. Is this a recolor? I'm pretty sure it's a recolor, but I love these colors, so I'm not mad about this. What does Jeffy feel about? Jeffy would love this, so I think. The colors? That's a recolor. Okay. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Blue. What's
Cordin
true?
Blur just subscribed. Holy yes, Carla.
Yeah, look, I
I'm
like
cackling
that.
at that's even scarier. That's just a white man.
No.
Girl, I'm dying.
Am I wrong? Thank you for 42. I appreciate that. And Honor for 54. You're the best. Thank you. And Dill and everyone for the watch streaks. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Okay, I'm getting all... I think they're all reskins. But again, I'm not mad. Because Gran's gonna love that. Jeffy is a colorful guy. Gran's gonna be wearing the shit out of this. Calling it. Now, again... I'm coming from the angle of I'm not a huge Stranger Things fan. I haven't watched a lot of it, but I can appreciate like it because I played it in DVD. Not the same, I know. But if I'm asking a weird question, that's because I'm like, so what does that mean? Will's drawing looks like an Ark Raiders. I wonder how V looks if they adjust her at all. We can have a little look-see. What the hell is this? Hillbilly. Is this a recolor or is this new? Didn't know he was packing. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright. Don't know if I could see what they were trying to do with the hair. New? Okay, alright. That's the shadow thing in the lobby. The shadow. Oh, this? Oh, I wish that was animated. My Shayla. No. Okay. Hopper's bracelet. Okay. Thought. And we have some blood points as per usual. Missing Jane. Oh, wait. Okay. Interesting. God, they really went, let's do a whole themed Rift. Oh, they cashed in. Oh, wait, here's my gal. This is a recolor. Holy... How would they know I'm in this bush? How would the white man know I'm in this bush? How would he know? Okay. I know, like, these pants were okay. I think the brightness is hilariously fun. I love bright shit. The pants say, chase me, and the ass says... Oh my god, it's moving. Jesus. Got distracted there. Okay. Oh, Jeff has a mullet. Oh, that's cool. That's fun. Oh, I like that. That's fun. Damn. I just feel like I'm in Penrith. Any Australians will get that. Alright, that's me when I come out of the shower. Perfect. 11, nice. Get it, girl. 11's back at it again. Interesting. What does she look like to me? She looks like not Millie. She looks like someone else. No, because if you look like Jeff, DM me. Yeah, they really get... I mean, Stranger Things fans will literally be so excited. I'm very happy for Stranger Things fans. Getting a whole Rift as well is crazy. What? Oh, she's rising. She's Chris Angel in it. You rule, you suck. Oh, putting that on the hook's crazy. Hi, kitten. How are you? Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Ah, John. Yes. Ha, 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 ha. Also, hello to everyone that I haven't welcomed in. We're going through the rift. Oh. What the hell? Hello? Zayla, maybe you'll be able to earn some cells for free. Wonder if you can. To get it. But I totally understand. I have a little peanut butter sandwich. This is the hockey recolor, I think. Yeah. God, getting hit with that would be awful. We have Demogorgon. Wait, is that another charm? There's a Demodog? Oh my god. What the hell? What the hell? Thank you for the watch streaks, guys. Welcome in. I'm gonna streak. Vecna's portrait. That's hot. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, Bo. God, he's good. Wow. God, look at those muscles. Slurping. Okay, King. Nancy's aim. Oh, Nancy has a portrait now. And Eddie. Oh, Dustin. Or Donald, like I called him. Was there hear me out? What? Oh. Oh. Sorry, Dustin. Watch streak on watch streak. Eddie solo. Oh my god. Nia? I thought that was Kate. Wow. That's kind of fun. I like the 80s vibe of it. What the hell? That's a vibe. Okay, nice. Nice. Aw, friends. That's cute. Damn. Kitten, huge. Especially with how loud I am. Scoops Ahoy. That's cute. We're on page 7? What's coming? What? I just realized that. Hi, Joe. I was like, alright, well, that's coming to an end. We're only halfway through. What's coming? I'm confused. A little peanut butter sandwich. There's Vecna. Vecnosi. Alright, what is Fung's recolor? Is this a recolor? Fashion flashback. Maybe not, actually. Oh? Flashback. So maybe they're just recoloring old. Yeah, it is. Recoloring old stuff. For the flashback. May 57.
Put your ass away, child.
I can't comprehend how people sub for that long either.
I just subscribed.
Thank you so
I'm
much.
I'm too sick to comprehend that I've
sorry
been
you're
subbed this
sick.
long.
What's going on? Flu? Give me the charm and rotate. Why is it out? Why is it out? Hex Vignossi. May, thank you. I'm sorry you're sick. Bestie, guys, what? I'm trying to show you everything. Cheeks out on a Wednesday for me. I think it's follow age. Can you zoom in? I don't think I can. Otherwise, Tori, you know I'd zoom in. You know I'd zoom. That's the first thing I'd do. All right, who's this? The Dredge. Whoa! Oh, whoa. That's cool. I don't play a lot of Dredge, but now I maybe should. That's really cool. Oh my god. Yeah, I hate him, but oh my goodness. Happy 7. Oh my god, that's crazy. Bro ate a glow stick, right? That's funny. Wow, that's amazing. Wow, wow, wow. Demo? Oh my god, Arc Raiders collab. I'm joking. Wonder how much that house costs. Too much in Sydney, Australia. Yay! Oh, I love it. I love animated stuff.
Naughty boy.
You naughty boy.
Brandaru_ has gifted a sub to Ray Elements.
Thank you for gifting Ray a sub. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, May. I hope you feel better as well. I appreciate it. All good, Bobby. I'll see you soon. You're my goat. We've seen that. Okay. Oh, that's so funny. I wondered if this was going to get a skin. That's cool. That's cool. I wondered. That's hilarious. Fucking the wetsuit. The bloody wetsuit. 60 Pudge. Oh my god. Not the damn suit. Yeah, I was like, oh, they didn't do the suit. Millie. Spider monster. Everything reminds me of her. Grandfather clock. Oh, that's fun. Oh, I love an animated thing. Oh, Fung, Jeff, Hillbilly, Nia, all new skins. Yes, okay. I didn't know about the Fung, but that makes sense. Nia was so looking so nice. Okay, these are the recolors of everything we've seen. Oh, the yellow? Oh, okay. Okay. Wait, I want to see the other ones. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I love. Why, so many options. Okay, cool. Well, here's... Oh, that's fun. That's really fun. All right, here's the thing. If you are a Stranger Things fan, this Rift will feed you, and you should purchase it with code Carla. If it's something that you're, like, on the fence about, it's worth it for the cosmetics. If you're not a Stranger Things fan, still pretty good. Like, I'm not a huge fan, and, granted, I am given cells to purchase it. Straight up #ad. But, I was thinking, like, yeah, if this was just a random skin in the lobby, like, I would buy this, for example. Like, there's a lot of fun stuff in here. Yeah, lots of color for Pride Month. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and the best part is this skin is the first one, and you better believe I'll be using that today. I'm so excited. That's really cool. That's terrifying. That is terrifying. Oh my god. #DBD partner. All right, let's go into... All right, let's do a quick little 1, 2, 3. How do I make sure I have the Twitch drops campaign selected? You don't have to select anything. You just have to make sure you... I mean, you will still be able to get it. But in order to get it, you'll have to connect your drops with your account. But you will get it no matter what, and then you can connect it after. It will always adjust. Do you see it up the top? White men wearing all white is terrifying. Yes. Hi, Connie. It should take you here. Has anything changed? Amanda, hello. I don't think anything has changed. Oh, the visual terror radius. Update the 2D version of the visual terror radius heart to be animated. Matches 3D heart behavior. Has its own lullaby version. Oh, cool. Quest set in the Rift Pass quest that doubles the Rift fragment. Available new solo Rift. Quest set in the Rift Pass quests that offers double the Rift fragment. Halloween DLC changes. Soul Survivor is now down to the last. Object of Obsession is now bound by obsession. Decisive Strike is now will to live. Save the best for last is keep them waiting. Play the food is now see how they run. Dying Lies, cold the weak. Interesting.
Put your ass away, child.
Stacy!
Stacy underscore just subscribe.
Lychee, thank you.
4 years of lurking Carl's sup.
Yeah, I won't remember them, but I will one day. Stacy, thank you for 4 years. Guys, Code Carla has actually been going off this morning, which is really cute. I was just checking my emails just to check. And there was so many people like using my code, which is really cool. Thank you, Stacy, for the resub. Oh, it's not counting subbies today. Oh, that's weird. I just realized it says 0, but we've had resubs. Interesting. Might be bugged. I just feel a vibration. I heard they added. Yeah. So there's the first chapter of Stranger Things stuff. Oh, guys, wait. We have to do this. And then now we have more. So you have so many Hellfire Club shirts to purchase for non-licensed characters if you're interested. Really cool. And then we have... Oh, wait. Unlock. Unlock bundle. I already have everything. Oh. Okay. It's making me pretend I don't have it. I was going to be like, what? There's more? Okay. Stranger Things. Does it give me the skins that I want? Okay, perfect. So we saw this skin in the PTB. We will be purchasing. We saw this as well. We will be purchasing. Still call plaything. True. We have Eddie, which is a Dustin skin. So if you have Dustin or, like, for example, Nancy, you have another skin that's a different character, but you just need to pay for the skin instead of a whole new character, which is cool. Wait! Thank you, Seth. That's really sweet. I appreciate that. Your laundry will fold and put itself away. Wait, how did you know that? What does he sound like, Lychee? And why did they do it? I wonder. Hi, E-boy. How are you? All right, we have to queue up as Vecna to practice because I am too excited. So I'm going to... What the hell? That's crazy. That's so funny. Look at that artwork. That's cute. All right, let's... I'm guessing that people aren't... It's hard to get a gamer's killer, but I'm going to try. But no, that's not scary. This is scary. What happens?
Where have we ended up now?
Ew. Oh, it's so scary. What the hell? It's too calm, but that's perfect. Can I mix and match? Oh, imagine. Okay. Let's, He can stand on me. Oh, he's so creepy. He's so creepy. Yeah, tempered is. Ew. Yeah, this guy's creepy as hell. All right, let's play while we build this just in case it takes a while. What's the Q thing? What's the Q thing called? DBD player Q? Hi, Ghoul. I think you've been hot. Look, I'm more so in the killer setting, Sabrina. More so him chasing me is scarier than Vecna, in my opinion. Do you remember the Q for the thing we made? DBD Q. DBD play. No, DBD Q time? We made I forget what it was. We made a command that told us Q times. I gotta try and find it. Remember that command we made, Dole, when we were trying to for queue times? I'll find. I'll go on the web. I'll go to Stream Elements. I forget what we made it. I'm so nervous. Okay, chat commands, custom commands, search, queue. Oh, it's just queue time? What the hell? Didn't we do that? 5 minutes. All right. Queue for that hot DVD ass. Well, we're gonna make my thing anyway, and I really want to play Vecna. Hi, Nat. How are you, Pookie? Are you a Stranger Things girly? I don't think you are, right? Or am I a bad friend? Do you reckon he'll choke me midair? Yes. All right, let's make a queue. A queue? A build. I'm not up to date. I think I've watched 2 episodes 10 years ago, or whenever it came out. But this is cool. Really creepy white man, though. Wait, is there a new Mori with this one? I want to see.
You are a liar.
Oh. Alright, so him calling me a liar and it's a white man triggers me. I'm joking, but am I? No, that's perfect. Okay. Wow. That's intense. See, that's scarier than Vecna. You can't tell me. Oh, he's back. Calling the kettle white is crazy. Crack me like a glow stick, doll.
How did I get here?
We got a game. What? I didn't expect that. It said 5 minutes. Okay, shit, I need to build. Come on, 11. Show me 11. Show me 11. All right, she's there. I'm going to get her.
I feel powerful.
Yeah, the walk with the hands behind the back. Don't look at me. Turn your ass. Oh. Never mind. Didn't mind that. All right, let me quickly do something. I like that. We'll put that on. We'll do... I'm horrified. Let's do thrilling. Why is he looking at me like that? I'm taken. Sorry. Call of Brine. What do I want here? What do I want? Let's bring Noah. All right, let's do it. And let's do... What's this? The Vine Tags 2 charges. I don't know. I don't know. All right, let's go. We're still waiting
Put
for
your
someone.
ass away, child.
Tanya.
Tanya Chu just subscribed.
Uh-oh, we have Dustin. Do not look at me like that. Hi, Tanya. How are you? 40. Yippee! Thank you. And thank you for the lurks, guys. I appreciate it. I've been good. How are you? Oh my god. We're really doing it. I kind of forget how to play this white man, but we're going to try. Alright. Guys, by the way, more friend slop later. I'm very excited. If we can start earlier, we'll start earlier. It just depends on a few things. But, I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. Pudge, thank you. I rushed the hell out of it this morning. Not my best work. That's very sweet you think so. Thank you. My aim is to get 1 kill because I really forget how to play him, but he's so fun. Very Vava Verm? Oh my god. Thank you. What the fuck? Thank you so much. That's really sweet though. Oh, inside out. Boy, turn me upside down and round. Oh my god, White Man's here. Hi guys. White Man's here. What are we doing? How are we feeling? All right, let's see if we can get something. Ah! This game's never been scarier. Hey guys, it's me. Never mind, I'm going up here. Hey babe. Hi Dustin. Oh, it's loud. Oh, I want to get him so bad. I want to feel the glorp. Upside down and round around, inside out. Nice. White man on white man crime. Didn't get him. Missed again. I was gonna say I'm washed, but I'm not. I'm so back. Not the tentacles. I know. He got a little bit of a whack. Oh, that's hot. That was hot. That was hot. I'm losing a gen for this, but it's worth it. Oh, that's hot. Oh, yeah, Dustin. Oh, come here. Come here, Pookie.
Draws near.
Oh. Guys, this was so back. I lost 2 gens for it, but I don't care. I needed that. Oh, yes. Chaos. No, honestly, he is well designed. I will say that. Hi, Daniel.
You are stronger than I expected.
Oh my god, don't say that. It's true. I am. Hey. Okay, Papa. Oh, what? That's crazy. Shaq's gonna be interesting to loop now. I didn't even think of that. I didn't think it would even hit. We're so back. Yeah, the map changing color is really nice. It's real nice. Dang, I know. What the hell? Oh, 11, I'm coming. I'm coming, babe. Where are you? Oh, nice. Oh, I like this one. Love this. Oh, God. Sorry. I'm sorry, Snail. My noises right now are fucked. Nice try. Ooh, this is fun. Oh my god, nice. I'm telling you guys, even if you're not a Stranger Things fan, this killer is actually incredibly fun to play. Oh, wow. He's fun! And everyone can literally attest to every time a new killer comes out, what do I say? Oh, I just don't understand him. Oh, I just feel like, it seems like he's well designed, but I'm really bad at playing him. I've said this for like 4 years. And I'm not ashamed of it. But Vecna, he's so much fun to play. I love playing him. 3 too many. Daniel, why did you, why did I do, I don't know why I did. I don't know why I did. Daniel, that's so funny. I don't know why I did. And my sister had a baby, and the baby lost all his arms and legs. That's so funny. I don't think he needs a nerf, but I could be a fuck. Like, look at me actually enjoying a killer going, I don't think it needs a nerf. I don't think he does. Because I'll probably still lose this game. You know what I mean? Like, he's just fun to play. I hope they don't anyway. I can see why in the wrong hands this killer would be super strong. But because I'm not like... Let's just go. Let's just do this. Hey, guys. Hey.
You cannot run.
How y'all doing? Hey, 11. Hey, baby. Hey, girl. Hey, girl. I'm here. Yeah, I think he's great, doggo. Also, hello. I didn't think I'd actually get her there, but got you there. Got you again. That's the shit that I wonder if they'll nerf, but in saying that, you can avoid that. It's just lucky. It's just luck and looking behind you. It's true, and the other thing is my sister had a baby, and I took over because she passed away, and the baby lost its legs and its arms, and so now she's just dumb. Okay. Hi, Drone. Yeah, he's a downer for real. Real. And it's growing and it's fine. It's fairly happy. Hello. It's me, Glorpy McGee. Where are you, Queen? Oh, Gran's gonna love this. Any money, Gran will raid me and be like, I hate it. But no, I think Gran will actually love this killer. Where's Dustin? I could kill him. Guys, are you talking it right now? What?
You will not escape.
Ha! What the hell? Big white guy coming out of the ground. Sounds like my Friday night. I need to find another white man because he's ready to die. Okay, awkward thing is I have no ed. But I'm not proud of it. I just thought it would be funny. Okay. Well, good news is so I can still get Little Miss Fun. That's fine. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Didn't mean to do that, but I'm gonna get you still.
Little time left.
No, Pudge, I love it. Oh, she running. That's actually diabolical how far you can take that. Wow. Marn. Hi, Axel. How are you, Pookie? Imagine I traverse.
easy.
11. That's crazy. 11, stop it. I want to be in the sequel. Kiriko, hello. I don't know Ghoul. I don't know. Oh, he's so fun to play. He's genuinely fun to play. Ooh. Float at me, King. I like he a lot. That's super fun. Let's see if we can verse one. Let's have a little look-see. I want to play him again fear not. I actually just want to play killer. But just for a laugh, I want to see if we can get a Vecna. Because I'm curious. I'm very curious. Oh, I can do 2? Oh, that's fun. Okay. I can do a different head? Hey, girl. No, put it up. All right. Let's just, I'm just real curious. I'm just curious. Do I have botany? I'm just going to put botany on. Let's go. Hair up, glasses off, lights on. Cool. I'm going to see if even I can verse him. But of course, you're not a dope though. During the PTB, he really feels like Pyramid Head in terms of how you can dodge. You can dodge him quite well, but again, it's a bit of luck in there as well and what you're looping. Flick my bean. Is this Nell? No. Wow. Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child!
What the hell?
Molly Temp just subscribed.
It's their name. Molly, thank you for 45. Oh my god. Thank you guys. I zoned out and heard flick my bean and I will stay saying it. We had someone in our group chat named Rose Queef. Oh, I love that. Hi Haunt, how are you? Molly, thank you so much. Thank you for all the resubs today, guys. I don't know why my sub counter isn't working. Whoopsies. But that's alright. I appreciate it. Thank you. Diabolical. Welcome back in. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate you. You are the best. I am not worthy. How are we feeling about the chapter? I'm loving it as a non-fan. And I love it. Sorry. I read something and I got distracted. Ooh. It's really good. I love playing as Vecna. I'll be playing more as Vecna. I just want to see if I can oh. If this is Vecna, perfect. Please tell me it's Vecna.
To safety.
We're in Hawkins. Please. Oh, it is. It is. Okay, perfect. We're versing Vecna on Hawkins. Let's see how we can loop. I don't know. Let's see if it works out for us. On Hawkins with... Guys, we're on Hawkins with all Stranger Things characters right now. Uh-oh. Also, we are getting some codes for this. Not as much as we usually get, which is so fine. But we're getting it Thursday, so I can give away some codes then. Because I'm assuming we'll play this with Bran. I'll have 5 codes to give away. Oh my god, oh my god.
Very clever.
Is he playing as the white man? That's okay, Ghoul. Spooky. Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. Oh my god. From the block. He got me. Oh my god, guys!
Brandon_Core contributed $82.28 towards DJI Osmo Pocket 3 4K.
Was that Brandy?
Oops, my finger slipped. Happy early B-Day and enjoy your trip. Sent via throne.com.
Don't be fooled by the rocks that I got. Oh my god! From the block. Used to have a little, now I have a little. Oh my god, what the hell? A white man got me down
DJI Osmo Pocket 3 4K is now fully funded. The goal amount for your crowd-funded gift has been reached. Tilda sent via throne.com.
What the hell? Brandy? And everyone, but Brandy most recently, just then. Thank you so much. Oh, guys. That's really, 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 really kind. I really appreciate that. Thank you. An early B-Day prez. That's very, very kind. Thank you. Oh my god. Hello? That man scared me. You deserve a good B-Day after this last year. Listen, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That's so kind. And jump scared me. So perfect. Thank you.
Your time
Thank you.
draws near.
And thank you to everyone that that man scared me. Thank you to everyone that contributed towards that. That's very, very kind. I really, really appreciate it. Oh my god. God, he scared me as well. Thank you, guys.
Very clever.
Can I just be fully transparent with you and cringe, but it's the truth? I wouldn't be going to Japan without you. Like, straight up. Japan would not be happening without you guys. And I think it's truly because all of you are like, please go. We want this. Like, we want the content. Please. Please go. Like, you're all so supportive. I wouldn't be going without you. And that's just straight up. That's straight up the truth. I'm not looping this, man, I fear. I'm going Feb 17th. Oh, nice. Feb 17th. God, you have to be on it to loop this, man. Guys, this guy's a god. Oh my god. It's for my 30th, May. It's for my 30th. We made the idea last year. The pals. Hi, Emily. That's really sweet. Thank you. Yeah, so the idea came about and we're like, okay, that'll be cool. Like, I never really do anything for my birthday. This is the year I should do it. It's my 30th, you know? I know. I promise. It's gonna be best of both worlds. Content with my besties in anywhere we go just happens naturally. Like, I'm never like trying hard to make content. It just naturally comes about. So I promise. Me and Bark, but no, obviously I'm still a little nervy for reasons, but like, I wouldn't be going without you guys, truly. I appreciate it so much, how motivated you all were, you know? It's very cute to see like how excited people are and wanting me to go. It's very sweet. So seriously, big thank you. I wouldn't be going without you. I would not be going without you. That's the truth, and it's the honest truth. So I think we're spending 3 nights in Osaka and doing a day trip in Kyoto, and then mostly Tokyo. Yeah. This man. Let's see if I can loop this. Oh.
Superior.
Nice. That's fun. Me and Bark. Okay, I'm dead, but that was worth it. That was worth. But anyway, yes. Yes. I'm very grateful. Very grateful. But anyway, Brandy, thank you, and everyone, thank you. I can't believe that happened. What the fuck? Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. What the hell? What the hell? Flick my bean left. I'm sure they did. Okay, let me load up as Bok. Because I want to, and we'll do it again. We'll just do like 1 for 1. Okay, Noed. What should I do here? Maybe, oh, Huntress could be fun, but that can be cleanse. Maybe, ooh, Blood Favor's fun. All right, nice. Buy most of your stuff that I def overpacked. Had to buy two. Oh my god, yeah. I want to underpack for sure.
Last night I got drunk, waiting at the boxcar like you wanted. Oh waiting, you called it, you never made it. I'm just sad alone.
Okay.
Trying to pick it up and move along.
Boom, 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 boom.
You said you're ready for a long time, but you're on a road of making fine. Let me
Okay.
know other.
Don't pack as much as I did. Yeah. Yeah. I gotta be good because he is amazing. I'm very excited. I definitely overpack when I go, like, for example, I'll be going somewhere next weekend. I don't know where I'm going. It's a surprise. But, like, I'm gonna try and not overpack then as well. I'll use that for practice. But it's good, though, because I feel like, because it's gonna be cold, I just wear the same shit. Like, I'll just mix and match the same the same, like, basic pieces will be easy for me just to mix and match. So I'm just gonna do that. I'm not gonna, I don't care. Like, I'll bring a couple of things and just rewear stuff because we have a laundry as well. So, but I would like to, like, of course, I don't know how shopping is fully. I heard it's really good AUD, obviously. But if there's, like, a couple of things I can buy over there clothes-wise because I love the fashion over there, then I will. And I can just wear that as well. May, real. Is that Crispy? That looks like Crispy from here. I took 3 pairs of jeans and 4 hoodies. Oh my god. Daniel, hoodies? Yeah, no, Blue. I love a good hex build as well. Yeah, I'm gonna pack some good shoes. Honestly, I think I'll wear, like, slides on the plane. Or maybe even, actually, maybe I just wear my shoes and then just take off and just have my sockies. But I don't think I'll pack a lot of shoes. I think I'll pack maybe 2 pairs of shoes. I'm so excited. Grace, I think you'd like playing him as Killer. He's really fun. How cheap, Daniel? How cheap? I honestly am so curious to see how much Pokemon cards are over there because I obviously haven't bought packs in months. Properly anyway. And I would love to buy some to rip for my vlog / for my stream. Japanese exclusive Skull Panda? What the hell? £6? Is that similar to me? Oh, that's... Wait, no, isn't that less? $11. Wow, that's pretty good. You are, Grace. You are. Laurie, hello. How are you, doll? Interesting. From Spain. Hello. Welcome in. Hello. I'm doing trivia tonight, guys. I want to get one question. One question right. Please. That's all I want. The intro is 42. Great. Fuck. I bought a Mega Evolution Flames and, like, a pack? Wait, is that? What is that? Huh? One pack is $1.70? No. You're joking. What? Really? That cheap? I was worried, guys. I was like, oh, like, I want to get a lot of packs to rip on stream. I don't know if I can afford it. Oh. You'll hate me for how much my plane ticket costs. Because I booked so late because I had to. I didn't really have a choice. But that makes it worth it. I think accommodation and it's still pretty good. Still cheaper than America, to be honest. I think flights and accommodation worked out to will be around 3,000 total AUD for flights and 2 Airbnbs. But flights to America alone usually was that. Like last time I went, the prices were so high. But then existing over there, like buying Pokemon cards in America was bad. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have. It was so expensive. Oh my god. A box of Japanese packs. No, Frozen, exactly. And it's so much better. Like, I would rather fly to Japan than the States for many reasons, but also, like, it's cheaper to buy stuff over there. Wait, so how... 20 packs. So how much... Like, Emily, do you know how much a Japanese booster box is in Japan? Oh my god, Georgie. Yeah. Europe alone, as an Australian, as well... You know, sorry. But, like, anyone else, like, flights to Europe are so expensive. I think my flight to Japan were 1,900 AUD. That was the cheapest I could get without doing, like, 40 hours and 3 layovers. 9.5 hours, Brandy. That's nothing. 9.5 hours is a treat for me. It's so funny how I'm kicking my feet at the flight time. That's nothing. I'm so used to 13 hours to LA, 4-hour layover, 6 hours to New Jersey. Like, I'm used to that. And then, you know, like, I'm used to way longer. 25 USD, so like around $50 for me for a booster box. What? Okay, here's the thing. When people were going, oh, it's super cheap, I was like, okay, sure. You're saying it's super cheap. You're not joking. What? Because I was thinking of selling some of my cards that I have to make room for some more cards. Oh my god, Swervin. Wait, how are they? How's your doggo? Girl. Oh my god.
I am superior.
I found everything to be super cheap. 500 bottle of... What? 100 yen is 1 Aussie dollar. Oh my god. It's gonna be even cheap, guys. If you think it's cheap for me, it's gonna be even cheaper for Chris and the gang. Oh my god, they're gonna go insane. Like, it's cheap for me, but Chris is gonna be having a field day over there. What? I was low-key curious to see, like, how much some of my cards are worth. And, like, use money from Pokemon cards that, like, maybe I'm not attached to. Like, certain cards I'm not really attached to anymore. And that can literally pay for more Pokemon cards. Just made 2 different desserts, kind of like sweets. Oh my god, please, can I have a blueberry pineapple cake? Please? Yeah, no, Frozen. Real. I say it I say it ironically and unironically. But I got to. Yeah, speedy recovery, Swervin. I'm sorry to hear that, poor thing. But I'm glad it went well. It sounds like it did. Yeah, you sell the cards to reinvest. Exactly. I was looking how much my Zekrom is worth, but I think that one with the print error, it's really up to what a collector sees value in it, right? I think by itself it's like 400, 500. Or I've even seen up to 700. Oh my god, hey. I'm so excited. Wait, how much would a single be? The single cards would be dirt cheap. I love buying a good single.
It begins.
Whoa. Come here. I think I accidentally tunneled that now that I think of it. Because I'm like, why was he chasing her? Maybe was she hooked last maybe?
You cannot run.
I'm sorry, I just found you. Does that work? Oh, it does. Where is she? You can hear her. Hi, Ink. Oh my god. What? Yols, that's funny. It is very farmhousey. Ink, I agree. I agree. And I'm not even a big Stranger Things fan. But it's so good. But it's genuinely so fun.
You have little time left.
Oh my lord. God, thank you for the info, guys. I genuinely can't believe what you're telling me right now. It makes me feel a little bit less stressed because I was like, how much spending money do I need / will I have? Will I be able to like get stuff over there? Oh my god. Guys, we're pulling SARs for sure. We're doing that. Yeah, is that?
No.
Is it? Is it Jamie, guys? Oh, it's not, but it sounds like him. Oh, beautiful. Nice. Is someone in here? I was gonna wear one over me so I didn't have to pack it. But I shouldn't at all? I only have one coat, to be honest. I'm not a coat gal. Oh, he did confirm it? Max, that's sick. What? Whoa. That's cool. Yeah, everyone was like, wow, it's identical. It's him for the Henry cosmetic. Ah, got you. Okay. That's fun. I got Billy.
Your time draws near.
That was really bad. Hey, girl. I want to get Billy so bad. Billy, come here. Nice. Ace is gonna be here. No, surprising. Oh, I can hear his pitter patters. Also, Axel, yes. Kicking my feet and giggling. She just needs listening to DVD VA. That's redonk. Oh my god. That's wild. Wow. Oh my god. No, John, don't settle down, babe. Ari, hello. Yeah, he's very anti-loot. A lot of people won't like that. But I think once you learn... Once you learn how to counter him, I think you'll be okay. But it's very particular though. But I think you can. I mean, there was a couple games where I was doing it well, and then, you know, last game I did it bad, so. I just saw a puff of smoke there. What does that mean? What the hell? Oh.
You naughty boy.
You had little.
John Pul's Call
Oh, how
of
does
Kids
this
Mission
work?
has gifted a sub to Riley 1987.
Yes! Nice!
This is it.
Cool. That's sick. That's sick. I love that. Yes.
No.
That's really cool. Just gotta drop. Yup. Didn't mean to do that. Oh my god. Holy crap. Thank you, John, for gifting a sub to Rye. That's really cool. Thank you. Bobby, I know. Very brutal. I love how it stops you in your tracks too. Oh, they're all over here. I knew he was here. Fuck, he got me. He's ready. He's ready for me. Where are you? Nice. They're about to finish that gen. Oh my god. Ashley, wait, happy birthday?
Okay.
Yesterday? Today? Is it still today? Happy birthday. How was your birthday? And how was Dark Souls as well? Hi, guys. If you are a Stranger Things fan, we are checking out the new Stranger Things chapter in Dead by Daylight. I'm playing as Vecna right now, or Henry. It is amazing. You know, time zones. It's always your birthday in Australia. How was your day? Thank you, Ash. I appreciate that. Welcome in, guys. We are Stranger Thingin'. I'm very excited. It's really cool. Vecna is definitely super fun to play if you're a DBD fan. If you're not a DBD fan, I totally get it. I'm playing a lot of games at the moment. I was playing some Mega Bonk last night. I really want to get this guy. Oh, he's ready. I want to Mori him. But I'm gonna get him down.
Time left.
Wow. No, that's okay, Ash. Sounds like you had a bloody great day, and I'm glad you had a good birthday. Have a beautiful night. Thank you again for the raid. That's super nice. Thank you. Birthday girl, gonna raid. Never need an excuse to raid and run. Put yourself first. He is so over there. No, he's not. Surprising. The boys are putting in work right now. Yes!
Come to me.
That's amazing. That is so cool. Obviously very grim, but cool to stop someone in their tracks. That's so cool!
Come to me.
Oh my god! Holy hell. Alright, so people are already saying they're broken, which is fair. Hi Charlie. How are you, doll? Whoa. Mama Mia. Hi Tammy. How are you? Holy guacamole. That's a
You are
lot.
unique pest.
Holy shoot. Do I play him again? Oh, he's so addicted to... We gotta try and verse him. We gotta try and verse him. I definitely feel... Let's get the music back. The music's my vibe. There's a wings place I love, but it's way too far to pick up food this time. I looked around, but it looks like a new spot closer. Yippee! Why not play daddy? I do want to. I just feel like giving you guys a bit of, you know, a bit of one too. Let me see. Oh. Okay. I don't know. Let's go for it. I've had a peanut butter sandwich, and then I don't know what I'm having for lunch, but for dinner I'll probably maybe have a burger or something. Yeah, Millie looks good, hey. Very good. Very good.
Something is coming for us.
Something's coming.
I think we'll be fine, Robin.
Okay. Let's lock in. Maybe I'll get a little, Is it too early for a toasty? Yeah, probably. Or is it? Maybe I make a little something after this game. Already an hour and a half. Wow. Because I was thinking maybe before Friend Slop, maybe in an hour, we do some arc before friend slot because I don't know if I'll be able to get some in after. In that fuck ass season 5 outfit, that's so funny. Fair. It's never too early. True. True. But anyway, Vecna's so fun to play. I hope they don't nerf him too much. I reckon they'll nerf the distance in which you can do the thingy-mabob. Because I'm downing people. Maybe make a cooldown on it. Because I guess you don't have a big cooldown. But then saying that Pyramid Head doesn't. But that's a line. This is a circle. So I guess it's... I don't know. I have dodged Vecna's thing before. The first game I played, I had only got a 1k. So I don't think he's consistently broken. I don't think he's broken at all, actually. I just think if you're in the right place with the right loop, it's easier to down.
How do I get out?
11 beats me, babe. Beats me. Alright, it's Clown. We don't have Vecna. That's alright. With the right lube? Wait, what type? How do you feel with his Vine attacks? I'm on PS5 and struggling. Yes, so Max, the Vine attacks for me, when I play the killer, super easy. Because I'm just like moving it, I'm just looking at it going, I want to attack there. I can see why it would be hard on PS5. Most killers are tricky on PS5. I have a lot of respect for console players. I used to be one myself. Even a different game, but as an example, Mortuary Assistant on PS5 is a completely different game. Completely different. So yeah, it would definitely be a struggle, but I believe. We'll see. We'll see his aura if you crouch, including when you're healed. Oh, that's nice. Is he coming back? Uh-oh. Oh no. My bad. Oh no. I'm dead. I'm dead. Nice. A movie coming out? Yeah. I don't know when though. I don't know when. I wonder how it's gonna be. I'm screwed. But it's so hard to navigate on PS5. Obviously. Let me check something. Alright. Feb 13? Like it's actually coming out? Oh my god. Erica, what the hell? Thank you for the sub!
Put your ass away, child!
Slanky Jank just subscribed.
63. That's so cool. Thank you. How are you? What a surprise. What's the hot goss? What is the hottest of all goss? It's been 84 years. How are you? Mamma mia. Oh no. Are you a Stranger Things fan? Are you excited for this? Oh, mama. Please let me get this gen done. Oh, he's coming. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't do this. I did it. I did it. I need a good... Oh no. I need a pallet. Oh no. Oh no. Nice. Did you wake up seeing that Chris's house flooded this morning? I knew last night when I was playing Ark Freedom, poor thing. But I know he had the plumber in this morning, so hopefully none of that. Will you be playing as John Balatro in DBD Feb 20th? Yes. Wait, didn't I see something? What did I see with Balatro though? I saw something. What was it? Or did I dream it? I had weird dreams. Skins? Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes. Where did I see that? Oh, I think I saw it in my the Discord before it was announced. That's where I saw it. Oh my god. That's so cool. What the hell? Not me thinking I dreamt it. Haven't played DVD in 2 years. What have you been playing? Sea of Thieves? What's been your game, babe? Update me. Tell me everything. I think we 3-gen'd. Ooh, that was good. Nope. I tried. I'm so sorry. I wouldn't have made it with that background player. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah, that's right. Fortnite. And Phasmo. Oh, you're a different breed. Anyone that plays Phasmo is a gamer, in my opinion. I'm so bad at it. A Baron high card build. Do it. That's so fun. I love. Alright, I'll jump back on the gen. Heard Faz? Yeah, Tammy's ears perked up. Faz? Faz? I'm a big old chicken. That's so cute. That's how I play it, to be fair. To be fair, that's me too. Sometimes you gotta. Almost Prestige 7. Holy shit. Also, can we talk about how it's already 10:30? I mean, it's only 10:30 a.m. I usually start around this time. Okay, I'm gonna run around. This is good pressure though, because that gen's gonna be... He'll get distracted. And then I'll be able to finish this gen. Can we stop it from regressing? And then I'll get the save. Celine Dion. That's how you play. That's exactly how you play. Okay, he has a really good thing going here. 65. My goat. Thank you. How was work, by the way? Cheeky 8-hour stream yesterday. This is great because Lussie hasn't been hooked. And he's distracted. Perfect. He can't leave me for too long because they'll do... The pressure on both sides is crazy right now. Oh my god. Hi, Pesto. How are you? Good morning. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Hi, Squishy. Oh, stroganoff. More like stroganoff. Give me a bowl. Okay, I'm gonna die for this. I don't know where they were. I was hoping they would get the save while I was looping. But it's too close, I think. Hi, Scotel as well. Need someone to strog me off. Yeah, exactly right. Fast Lulu, nice. Yep. We did it. All right. I will go. I'll quickly go to the bathroom. I got 2 free hands. And then we're going to play some more Vecna. I think we'll do maybe some Ark in an hour. I'm having fun personally. I love Vecna's so much fun. Oh, the friend list is full. Look at it. Get in. No, enough of that, please. That's really sweet. Thank you. I'm terrifying as Killer. Why? I'm just a guy. That's very sweet. Thank you. Very, very, very sweet. Look at me. Look at him. No, that's kind to say. Thank you. Glad you're hanging. Can't believe it's been 7 years. I'm just a little guy. Hi, Michael. How are you? Okay, let me quickly have a stretch and pee break, and then we're going to play some more Vecna. I'm just a little guy.
What's the hurry? Don't love in rushes. I
fucking, we said that earlier, to be fair. Hi, Lukey. How are you? Okay. Let's try Vecna again. I kind of like the vibe I've been running. Let's see. Ooh. Any cooldowns? Vecna's so fun. Yeah, it's so fun. Hi, Snappy. Hi, everyone that's just coming in. We will be giving away codes for this on Thursday. I don't have them now, but we're giving them Thursday. How are we? Check in. Are you going good? Are you having fun? Are you playing this? What's up? I'm excited. So excited! If we're having so much fun, we don't have to switch to Arc. We won't have that much Arc in us anyway because we're doing Friend Slop today. We're either spinning the wheel or we're doing content warning, liar's bar, and finish with some peak. Or we're spinning the wheel. I don't know. I want more of that liar's bar poker though. I know the bloody this music with it's so silly. Okay. I'm low-key into just deeping it. Yeah, honestly, I don't think we wouldn't be able to relax with it anyway. So I know. Isn't it cool, John? Me too. Me too. Kind of refreshing. Yeah, the lies bar slots was actually fun once you know how you do it. Know how to do it? No, when you know how to play it, it's so much fun. I really want to play that. So I have to get off by a certain point today, but I still have like 6 hours. So like I need to get off in 6 hours, right? Which is funny because it's like that's still going to be close to 8 hours today.
WheezyBum25 just subscribed. 33 months. You're joking. Have a wonderful day, Clunts and Carla. Crazy. It's been so long.
I know. I'm very grateful. I honestly still can't believe people sub to me in general. Like, it's crazy to me. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How are you? What the hell? How are people getting shot? So people were getting shot if it's kind of like the OG lies bar, you know, I have 2 kings. If I say it's hearts, right? It's always a hearts table. So if I say I have 2 hearts, but I don't, and someone calls me out, I'm toast. But people don't want to call you out as easy on poker because you don't really have that many lives. Because with the normal round, you have 1 in 6 chance of being killed, right? Which, I mean, that could last all round or you could die early. So with the slot, say if someone calls me a liar and they're right, I have a 25% chance of rolling a heart and surviving. Otherwise, the machine shoots me and I'm dead. So that's why people weren't calling out as much when we were playing liar's slots, because I didn't want to die. So it's sometimes good to play safe. But, you know, we also played a bit wild too. Wheezy, thank you so much again. Truly. I appreciate that. Everyone is the best. The best. I wonder why my sub thing isn't working either. Well, first of all, sorry someone said that. Like, that's not nice, you know? Proud of you, though. Like, you're allowed to be upset, but you know, sometimes someone will try to get a rise out of you, and it's nice when you're like, nope, I'm not letting that, like, you know, get to me. So that's great, that side of it, but also you're so valid in being like, that's not nice. And I'm still sorry that, I hope people stood up for you. I'm still sorry though, you know? Let me try to fix something. I don't think I will be able to fix it, but we will try. Hopefully, John, that helps you understand it a little bit. Hi, Ask. How are you? Guys, we're doing it. Overlays. Let's see if I can fix it. Oh, it's showing on here that it's right. That's so weird. It's saying 11 on my screen. Huh. That's weird. I love this song so much. Oh my god. Kitten, that's huge. Honestly, I'm proud of you. That's a great mindset. Very proud of you. Cause yeah, it's like I can be honest, like sometimes something will get to me and I know it shouldn't. And other times I'm like, okay. Let me see if I can fix this. Refresh. Oh, there we go. Yay! I didn't like that it wasn't working. I love the growth, but I would still like to find him being a dick waffle. Dick waffle. Boys, that's a nice song. I like this song. A dick waffle. All right, let's see if I can still play as I don't know. When I was playing as him before, I felt very strong. Baby, I'm like lightning in a bottle. Go now, I got it. To be struck by. Lil, hello! I'm so excited. Ask real. Guys, let's. I really want waffles now. I'm joking. Alright, let's see how he is again. The first game I played as him, we got 1k. The second game was 4k. Let's see if he holds up on this map. This map's stinky. I don't mind it as... Oh, no, I don't like this map at all. I was going to be like, no, I don't mind it as Survivor, but no. Pagey. Hello? Is Hot Carl playing? Hot Carl? That is diabolical. I love it. Guys, if you don't call me Hot Carl, it's Hot Carl or nothing. Where do they go to? It's my nick. Hot Carl, yeah! Hot Carl. So ridiculous. Where are they? I don't have a lot of waffles, but I'm always a chocolate gal. Were they sneaky survivors? Hi, Lex. How did that not get anyone? There we go. Nice. Holding W maybe? Honestly, kind of smart to hold dubs. She's locked in. Have you played Vector as Vector, Jeffy? Fuck, it's good. I think holding W is the way. She got me away from that gen, which is fully my fault there. Yeah. That gen's gonna pop too. There's gonna be 2 gens. Although it is 2 gens on that side of the map, so that kind of works. Yeah, I guess holding W is the key here. Jeffy? Oh, Jeffy's excited. I shouldn't be chasing this at all. This is such a waste of my time. But yes, it is, kitten, but just for Henry we learned. Alright, that was such a waste of my time, but we ball. We ball. Alright. Do I have time to kick this? Laurie's here? The whole gang's here. Oh my god. His carrying animation is? Wow, I haven't even noticed his carrying animation. I'm too focused on his glorp. I don't know what that means, but oh, that's so nice.
Time draws near.
Oh yeah. That is what people hate. Oh my god. The glorp. Wait, what type of ice cream? Oh, give me some. Enjoy, kitten. Have a bloody good day, Joe.
You cannot run.
I wonder if anyone's here. I doubt it. Jamie voiced Henry. I know, it goes. Getting someone down from that far away is kind of like... Whoopsies. Chocolate brownie ice cream is my favorite. Is that Bill from Left 4 Dead? Honestly, I think the way around him is just holding dubs. That was way too far. Oh my god. 2 survivors have just hold W on me and it's countering me really well. Oh my god. Yeah, the map is dark, isn't it, Disco? Very dark.
Your days are numbered.
I don't want them to nerf him, but for when I'm killer. That's crazy. Oh my god. Like when I'm playing killer, don't nerf him. That's crazy. Oh yeah, you can be juked. Like we definitely did some Dukes of Hazzard on the PTB. We definitely juked. So I know it's... Yeah. Yeah, honestly, this game will probably... Oh my, all the gens are done. So this game will probably be a 1K if that. I've noticed it's either a 1K or a 4K. It's all or nothing. Like my last 4K was just beautiful. It was stunning. Yeah, I definitely think he's very map dependent. Obviously. But I don't think he's like... Look, he gets some really good shots, but I don't think he's a perfect S tier. I think he's very dependent on stuff. Like this map isn't tickling me. Like it's... I don't like this map for most killers anyway. You're playing behind walls? Yeah, true. It's like when you're Pyramid Head, right? You're very dependent on line of sight. I love playing Pyramid Head. I think it's really nice getting that hit and be like, oh, yeah, I got one, you know? But
I am inevitable.
oh, my gens are done. Where are they? Lay around. Yep. Gotcha. Gotcha again. This game is done, but we're thriving. Oh, actually, that's a decent 3-gen. Kind of. Yeah, honey, exactly. Once the Glorpies are done, we're so back. How far is this one? Nope. Have I used his spider add-on? Nice, this Sable put in work. She is holding W, which is quite hot. I'm not chasing that. I don't mean to be a weirdo right now, but I don't mean to be proxying right now. Sorry. Sorry, sir. But the gens are just right here. I have a good thing. Using my creator code, my go. Thank you. Holding W is just like if you're on PC, you hold W just to run straight. And that's basically just running straight, not going to pallets, not just holding W, just going straight. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to use, you know, my skills and do this and do that. And by them just holding W, they're throwing me off. Because they're not trying to do anything fancy pants. You know what I mean? They're just holding W. Yeah, and it just gives you distance. Yeah. I think this killer thrives with distance. Hi, Andy. Yeah, running in a straight line, yeah. And a lot of killers thrive with that, to be honest. I just see Sable? Yes. Oh my god, you're so pale. It's like seeing me in the sunlight.
You have little time left.
Okay, I'm not gonna... They have a med kit, but... Any money... Someone's been on this. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Go over here. So I can look at these gens. Thrilling is putting in work for me.
Very clever.
No one's here. The pressure is definitely on with this 3-gen now. I don't mean to be that guy. I'm just checking the gen. I'm so sorry. It's kind of hard when you have a 3-gen because it just looks like you're proxy camping, but I'm not. I feel like I hear Sable somewhere. I hate, like, because it's just like, oh, she's coming back to hook. But it's like, well, what do you want me to do, babe? I don't know. You know? I don't want to be this guy, but... We have a 3-gen. Nice. See, you can dodge. Kind of like predicting, kind of like Pyramid Head. And then predicting what they're doing is fun too. I'm gonna leave her and go back to the gens. It's getting done in here. This Sable's really good. I kind of don't want to chase her. Got her injured though, which is nice. Ooh, this gen I feel like is going to be close. Shit, did I fuck up? Uh-oh.
You will not escape.
Yeah, I let this go for too long. Nice. I respect it. They're all injured though, which is nice. I think I'll get the 1k I was dreaming of here. I can hear her. Where is she? Oh no. I heard her somewhere. I think P-Head? Oh, that's so unlucky. Nice. Nice. It was just a crumb short of her. Nice. Thank you, Pookie.
Numbered.
I think Pyramid Head. But there's some times where he feels really nice too. He does feel like there are some shots I take where I'm like, oh, that's nice, you know? Holding W really works if the kill has a small area. Yeah, you have to be precise. Yeah, exactly. You know what? GG's. We got the 1k, but we brought the pressure back towards the end. I totally forgot about the 3rd gen. I feel like that happens with when you have a gen, like a 3 gen. I feel like it's so easy to be like, oh yes, I have pressure again. Yes, I have pressure. And then, fuck, I've lost the pressure. Whoopsies. But I really like playing him. When you get a good, like, when you get a good down with it, it feels so nice. I like it a lot. I need this. Nelly, have a good sleep, doll. Oh wait, we gotta play as the other guys. I'm bloody so obsessed with this man. These are the 3 skins you can use. Wow. Kaylee, hello, doll. How are you? Okay. Yeah, no, isn't it amazing? I didn't even know that there would be... I didn't know that there was another one in general. Like, I mean, of course I didn't know, but it's very cool. Oh, nice. I would love some chicken noodle soup. What the hell? What the hell? Let me try... Actually, let's get some more blood points in. Nia, isn't it cool? I'm obsessed. I think Graham will like playing him too. What was that? That was nice. Oh, exhausted. I don't know. I think I'm getting value out of Blood Favor. Thrilling is giving me power. What's this? Random unblock generator. Undetectable. Maybe I change this one for asking for a friend. I haven't. I can already hear Grant screaming. I think she's really going to enjoy it. Truthfully. Maybe I should do Scourge. Do I have it? I don't. Maybe Jolt? I'm really enjoying him though. I think this is the most killer I've played during a launch. I like it a lot. Okay. Get me in, mummy needs this. The virus with at least one walker can have the aura reveal when... Two charges? As in... What does that mean? Disco, I'm shocked. Why... Did we find out why they changed it? I feel like I haven't heard anything in the Discord. Why did it change?
I still think about you all the time. When I step out of the shower, I'm reminded of the night when we slept in the back of your car. And you left me with a pretty cool scar.
Why did they change it? I'm reading. I don't think I've seen anything. Why do they change it? Steve didn't need to be changed. I wonder if it was the IP wanting them to change it. What does it mean? Tell me. I don't know. Why is it taking so long? I feel like it was quicker last time. Oh, is this like Henry at the start, Henry in the middle, and then final form? Look at him. Same fit. He lost the belt. Where's his belt gone? Oh, that's undercooked. That's charred. Gotcha. We have 2 Dustins? Oh, shit. Guys, I'm going to be looped to filth. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Look at him. I wish we could pick what campfire we want to use. Yeah, I think they could honestly do the same thing that Fortnite does. Obviously, DBD style. So they could let us choose our loading thing. Maybe apart from launch day or something, just keep hype. But a loading screen or the lobby, campfire, bags, and shoes. And I know that will never happen, but imagine if we got different shoes. I don't know. I want everything. I just like customizing. Just let me customize everything, please. I need this. Thank you. I've been so spoilt with Fortnite and everything that I'm like, just give me everything in DVD. All right, let's see if this is a 4K. Because I'm noticing I either get 1K and I get like 10 or 11 hooks out of the 12, or I get a 4K flat. So let's see. All right. Drops, cat, there's drops. Mister. We have a... No mither? We have Dustin teabagging? What a world this is. Never thought I'd see the day.
I am inevitable.
Dustin, I'm inevitable. Get your drops here. Get your drops here. Oh my god, look at me carrying Dustin. That's crazy.
A brave one.
Alright, my blood favor's gone. Not another Dustin. What the hell? They're all around. I guess I could go. I could traverse. Hello? Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. What the hell? I wonder if this killer will help people play
have
nurse.
Little time left.
Because you kind of have to... Oh, there's no sound. Where is this man? Oh. You kind of have to get used to how far... Like, sometimes you can't see where your thing's going. So you have to assume the distance. And that could be kind of cool to help people practice nurse if they struggle with it. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, no.
You cannot run.
Yeah, the add-on. That's why I'm like, maybe this will be like... Maybe this will help people. Or maybe not, but you know. But maybe. Who got you off the hook? I don't want to go for you. Who sent you? Stace, thank you for using my code. Oh. Oh my god. Where is this person? What? Oh, there's someone in the locker?
I am inevitable.
Oh, you want me to use this? Nice. I didn't even see the trap, Peachy.
Stronger than I expected.
I didn't see it. I was like, what do you want me to do? And I was like, oh, okay, my bad. Sorry. My bad. That's so funny that I was so confused. Hey, girly. Oh, someone DC'd. Oh. When did they DC? Hi, Elfie. Oh my god. Welcome to live viewing. How are you? Dustin is sweet. Oops. Did it work? Nice. I wonder did the 11 DC when I used my traversal? Okay, I know he's over here. What the hell? Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing.
Puffin has gifted 5 subs. Naughty
Thank
boy.
you. What the hell? That's really kind. I appreciate that. Thank you. It means it's the clock thing. What do they call it? I keep forgetting the lingo.
Your time draws near.
This thingy. Kind of like, think of it when you're Freddy and everyone's in a dream state. It's kind of the same. It's the what was it called? World Breaker. Yes, thank you. Sorry. There's so many new things for me to learn. That's my bad. Puffin, thank you. And Zayla, hello. Henry's VA is Henry's, like the voice, right? But just not Vecna, from what I've learned. The upside down. Thank you, Puffin. I can't tell you how much that means. Thank you so much. Genuinely. That means a ton. Thank you. Please thank Puffin if you got a subby. Please. Please. I like Henry to crack me like that. Real. Not to be vulnerable is hilarious. No, that's okay, Boo. We're all still learning. I totally get it. Like, even I'm still learning to play as him. I'm learning to play him so I can verse him better. Because it is very confusing. There's a lot in his kit. It was him doing Human Vecna, didn't he? Yes. So he's someone said earlier that behavior confirmed, and like I said, we all could be wrong here. But behavior confirmed that he's doing the human, but not Vecna, like the Vecna form. But we all could be wrong. I really don't know. Because it sounds really good. It sounds like identical. So if we're all wrong, chuck me in a stew and eat me for dinner. Hi, Jules. How are you? Chuck me in a bloody stew. Where's Dusty? Oh. Hello. Meg, it's so good. I love playing as him. I've noticed I either get a win or I fumble the bag. There's no in between. Guys, thank you for using my code. I can't believe how many people are using my code today. I'm getting so many emails this morning. What the hell? Can you hear me? So guys, if you don't know, if you are newer to the community, I have been, it'll be my, oh my god, my 5th year as a DBD creator / Fog Whisperer. And end of last year, they brought out creator codes like Fortnite. So now you can, when you go by Auric Cells, you can click this and you can put my name in it. It works for 2 weeks. And then you can put it back in or put someone else's in, whatever you want. Press continue, and then every purchase you make with cells, I get a little from it, which is really cool. Yeah, it's just another way to support, which is really, 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 really cool, and I love it. I really appreciate it. So, yeah. If you don't know, now you know. And I'm excited. Hell yeah. Did I change the... I think that build was good. Was it? Was the jolt good? I want Scourge Hook. Been Loki Turkey for a bit playing some Fort. Hell yeah. How's Fort? It's so good. It's so good. I love playing as Henry. I should probably play more Survivor, but screw it. Having a great old time. Let me get the group chat up quickly. Where are they? Where are my goats? Okay. No, it's really good. I love playing as him. I'm trying to, like, get consistently good with him. You know? But I think he's very map dependent. Which map did he not do well at? He did weirdly well in Cold Wind. Knight's map he didn't do that well in. We came back towards the end. What map did he destroy in? There's another one. I would like an indoor map because I've heard it's really bad, so I want to see that for myself. Maybe we put one in even though I know we won't get it. Like, imagine Leary's. That would be awful, wouldn't it? It'd be good for... So what I've noticed you can do is you can look up, and if you, like, see a gen on the 2nd floor, you can do your Galorpy, which is nice. You can get someone off a gen. Isn't it fun, Disco? I love it. I love it. Maybe Dead Man's? Just do a full blocking build. I'm scared to put lyrics. Why am I doing that? I wish the song was longer though. You know those songs you find so vibey and it's only 2 minutes? Like, no, give me this in 4-minute form, please. I need this. Give me 4-minute form. Hand it over. Honey, honey, honey pie. Hi, Jessie. Hello, Joel. Hi, Never. How are you? No way. Isn't it cool? Look at him. Look at his rock. We're doing it. I just want a new map. Looking like a Ken doll in the pants to keep it PG. I still can't get over when I first saw this. I was like, what? I didn't expect the rift to be themed. I think that's pretty cool. Oh, that's fun. Oh, the candle's fun. Doing kind of weird, like good shit's happening, bad shit's happening. Yeah, I feel that. I'm sorry, doll. I want the good shit to override the bad shit. I'm glad there's some good stuff for you, but I'm sorry you have both. It's very confusing for your brain, isn't it? Hi, Eddie. How are you? Hello. All right, let's see. Don't look at me like that. Look at those eyes. Look at those eyeballs. Mine is very transitional, sorry, period for some reason. Yeah, no, I feel that. I bloody feel that. I saw Stranger Things, so I had to come to see. Oh, it's so good. I love playing as Vecna. I'm still learning him, so I'm a bit dusty. But overall, super, super fun to play. Super, super fun. It's gonna be those fucking planets. Oh, can it stop, please? I'm over it. Wait. You got yourself some good company now. What's the OF? You've been down. Wait, huh? Some good company now. Hey, kid. What the hell? You've been down. Yeah, disco real. No, Freedom, I don't need that. What the hell? Surely my birthday overrides it for myself, right? Oh, I got the map I wanted. Fuck. Okay. Well, we got destroyed with a Vecna on this map. Oh, no, this is Hawkins. Sorry. Well, we got an indoor map. So, let's see how this plays out. We did get absolutely destroyed on this map before. So, let's see if we can do the same thing. Oh. Hey, girly. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Holding W, smart. The survivors are catching on. I gotta try that in a survivor game. I think it's just best to run. Look at this. Smart. Yeah, I can't do anything. I gotta drop chase. Nice. Oh, I should have trusted my gut. Uh oh. Come here, Pookie.
Your time draws
Uh-oh.
near.
Oh, I'm missing all my shots. Nice. I needed that. How's Aquarius during the retrograde? Please save me.
A brave one.
Eleven, come here. I need this. I wonder if people know about holding W with this killer yet, or this is just convenient. Nice. Come here, Dustin. Oh, that's a crazy hook. What the hell? Where is everyone? Nice. Why did that go slower than usual? Jesus Christ. That was like... plenty of time to run away, guys. Dustin's skin's oh, I haven't noticed it. Crawley? Freedom. Oh. God, people are genuinely holding W. Nice.
You
Nice.
have little time left.
They're definitely holding dubs. This is smart. I gotta try this.
So easy.
I feel like I wouldn't do this good. I'm not good at holding W. Sorry. That's unfortunate. I saw your shadow. What the hell? Thank you for the blesses. That's disgusting. That's crazy. That's okay, Cat. No, by holding W, I just mean they're just going straight. They're not trying to loop. They're just holding W key because that's your move emote, your move button on keyboard. They're like they're just running. They're not trying to loop. They're not trying to, you know, dodge your shots. They're literally just like, I'm just gonna create distance because here I am slowing down a little bit every time I try to use my vine attack. They're just running. They're not caring about anything. That's smart, honestly.
Your time draws near.
No, that's okay. You're like, what the hell are you talking about? my god. I think a lot of people say holding W key, which is probably an easier way for me to say what I'm trying to say. That's nice. That felt good. That felt very sexual. Not actually. I just mean that felt good. I'm not a creep.
You will not escape.
Okay, they did run away. Where are they? Nice. Ho ho boy, mama. Mamma mia. What a snipe. Little tentacle got me. Got her. Not me. Alright. That's not what I wanted. Get out. Okay. We're back. Oh, someone's here? Where are they? Or maybe they're not here. Oh, no they are. 11's favorite spot. Alright, now she's running. Oh, maybe an aura reading build. You're right. You're right. We could try it. Oops. Ooh. That was way far. Way too close than I thought I was. This is so unsafe. That's such an unsafe palette. Holy shit.
Not be so easy.
Dustin's here. It's not letting me do anything just then. What the fuck? I was just frozen.
Your time draws near.
Hey guys, sorry. Okay, well that was unexpected. I thought that was a 1K and I would have been fine with that. I would have been fine. But alas, something happened. They played really well. I really gotta play. I gotta test this out. I might do one Survivor game and then do another killer game to test out this, because I'm bad for it. I usually don't hold W. I'm that person that will just try to juice everything out of a loop just cause. But I don't think I should do that. Orgasm. Now, I told you, no one knows it's my real name. Who told you that? Be honest. 10 out of 10 name, I know. But what's the weather today? Oh shoot, it's gonna be 34? Ooh. Oh, Sunday's gonna be rainy. Oh, is it raining next week? 37 on Saturday. Oh god. What the hell? Oh wow. It's raining a lot. Mamma mia. 0 degrees. Guys, what the hell? What's going on? It's raining in everywhere next month. Well, I don't mind some rain. I think for the first time ever, I would prefer no rain on my birthday. That would be nice. Alright, let's see if it's Vecna. I hope it is. I don't think it is.
I miss home.
I don't think it's Vecna. Should I like... Oh, I don't want a DC. I feel bad. It's a Huntress? Okay, that's okay. Quick little Huntress game. I don't mind a Huntress game. Oh, there she is. Hi Jim. How are you? Mamma mia, paparia. Oh, I said paparia. Pizzeria, sorry. Oopsies. Should be in bed. What time is it? Oh, it would be early, right? 40 degrees in Florida. Oh my god. Yeah, it was 40 the other day for me. Well, Celsius, that is. I'm guessing you mean Celsius too? Or is it Fahrenheit? That's chilly. Yeah, true disco. Ooh. Does he see that other guy right there? Yeah. I still think, and I will die on this hill, I still think Huntress is one of the best killer designs. Obviously when hatchets validate. Like if you really think about how cool that is that you can fling an axe. That's cool. That's so cool. I love that. As 11 is always talking about her. Papa. Papa. Yeah, interesting. Oh, can we get this saved? Do I have to go? I'll start running just in case. Maybe Horgasm's going. Nope. Oh, okay. I think they're doing a classic trade situation. It's 7 Celsius. I was about to say. Isn't that really cold for Florida? Or is Florida the type of place where it's like... Is it like Sydney? Because I've heard it's very hot too. Is it like the hottest hot? But then when it's cold, you feel it. Because like 7 Celsius for you would be freezing, right? Because you're used to crazy heat. Because that's kind of like for me when people from the States go, oh, how cold is it? When I'm like, oh, I'm freezing. And it's like 3 Celsius. They're like, okay. But because I'm used to like 104 to 117 F, when it drops cold for me, even when it's like 15 degrees, it's freezing, you know, with no sun. Minus 18. I can't even fathom. Lauren, yeah, peak summer on a bad day, it gets disgusting. Yeah. That's why when I stream, oh my god, this is disgusting. That's why when I've looked for apartments recently, like when I was looking for this apartment, I was like, I want ducted air this time because all my other ones didn't, and it would just get too hot in here. My PC would have more problems. This is actually a this is an accidental gen rush. Like obviously it's not like we're just doing our objective, but oh my god, I kind of feel bad. I don't want to finish this gen. Yeah, true. Actually, it's not Vecna. That's right. I wanted Vecna. That's disgusting, though. We have to admit. That was, what, a 3-minute game? He got off? What? What's going on? Is there something fishy here, or is it just a flashlight save? What's going on? That's so weird. Is this where we snowball? Should I just leave? I was going to, but I was thinking, what if we try to get them out for some points? Oh my god. Okay, I'm guessing she's down here? No? Okay. Go, 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 go. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. -1. Jesus Christ. See, I love winter purely because I don't use my AC. Because where my apartment faces, I never get, like, my apartment never heats up. Like, I'm not facing the sun at all. Which is pretty good for summer. Like, my apartment doesn't get too hot at all. I just have to keep it on for Mimi on certain days or, like, when I stream. Darling! Hello, my love. How are you? Isn't this chapter so good? We might start friend swap early. I might do one more Vecna game. Darling, we are having... Well, actually, maybe we want to try and verse Vecna. I'm obsessed with Vecna. How are you finding it? Oh my god.
Can I help?
I will be fully transparent, guys. If I don't get Vecna, I will DC. Purely because I'll try to get another, like, killer game in or something. Not to be toxic or anything. They'll still get a bot, but... I just got to bed. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, doll. Hope you feel better. Migraines suck. Let's just see if we can get a quick game in, because if people are down for 8 p.m. Eastern, it means we will start friend swap earlier, which is actually good because I have to do 7 or 8 hours today, and that will get me off on time, which is good. Haha, get me off. But I would love to start with Liar's Bar. I bloody love Liar's Bar slots. It's so good. It's so good. Has it gotten better, darling? Hope so. Guys, who likes oysters? Speaking of this song, I really wish I did. The way people are like, oh yeah, so good. I'm like, I just don't get it. I want to get it though. Yay! Proud of you. Yippee! I'm so glad you feel better. Also, darling, isn't it crazy it's our 5-year anniversary in April? Okay, let's see. 5 years? I know. I know. Isn't that crazy? Oh, it's Vecna. Okay, we really, guys, yell at me if I try to loop. We gotta just hold W. It was working on me so bad. And I don't think they were expecting it to work. Oh, I wasn't expecting it. I thought people were gonna loot me. Ooh, with life, that will go really good. Clams and mussels? I think I don't mind mussels, actually, which is weird. It feels like it should be the other way. Whoa, I just like chili tuna, too. Oh, darling. Okay, words of affirmation, girly. You're cute. Thank you. You're cute. I can't believe I'm going into my 9th year of streaming. 9? Are you kidding? What? How did I do that? Nine. We celebrated 8 start of this month.
Superior.
Pepsi! Oh, give me a smooch doll.
Put your ass
42?
away, child.
Oh my god, how are you?
Pepsimar and just subscribed. 42? Damn, this deserves a smooch. Carl's potatoes.
Thank you so much. How are you? Circle head. It is circle head, you're right.
You are stronger than I expected.
I do love playing circle head, to be honest. Is this thrilling? I'll heal you. Come here. That's okay. Oh, he's over there. Interesting. Okay. Pepsi, how are you? Thank you so much. That's so cool. I'm good. My birthday's coming up. And I have a trip coming up too, which is really scary. It's actually so close. Fuck, I'm so behind on everything I need to get for it too. Oh god. But I'm very excited. It's gonna be great. I'm really excited to make content and just do all the things, you know? Is that Greg? Oh, that looks like Greg. Hi, Kyle. How are you? But I'm super excited, Pepsi. I'm super excited. It's gonna be such a weird but really amazing feeling being in Japan with my pals. Like, what the hell? just 7 Americans and an Australian in Japan. Nice. Okay, guys, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna hold W.
Your days are numbered.
Holding W. Nope, he is better than me. Nice. Okay, okay, okay. You really gotta work fast. You gotta work. You gotta have to like. You gotta really go into the mind of the killer. Holy shit. Make a deal with God. I actually didn't know that was the lyrics. I was saying something else. Ethan, thank you for 60 streak. Yippee! This is Vecnosi. Ethan, thank you so much. How are you? Pepsi, a pleasure to see you. We are doing friend swap soon, guys, including Lies Bar. And I know a lot of you love that. So we gotta really lock in and lie. I'm very excited. We're doing at least 4 hours today. If I finish, not 4 hours, 7, sorry. If the pals leave earlier, then I'll leave earlier and make the most of that, but I doubt it. So you're looking like you're getting 7 hours today. I'm so excited. We did 8 hours yesterday. Tomorrow will be another juicy one as per. And so will the next day. So we're doing it all. Solo, yes, nice. Hi, gamer. Good to see you. Yeah, friend slob. So we're either going to start in 5 minutes if the pals are ready. Otherwise, we'll start within like 30, I reckon. Let me just ping them in chat. Inevitable. Ping me, mommy. I love a good slot. Oh, yeah. Okay, fun shoes. Are they healing? Okay, Thanos. That is the vibe. Me when they. So John, we kind of feel like both. So if we do predetermine, we're going to do content warning, Lies Bar, and 1 round of peak. If we get on the phone and everyone's like, fuck it, let's spin the wheel, then we spin the wheel. Maybe we can ask our chats. All I care about, oh god. All I care about is Lies Bar, to be honest. And I don't mind doing anything else. I just want Lies Bar. The noise is good. Oh, I should have hit me. My god. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nice. All right, flow state loop. Okay, I get it. I get it. Yeah, he could have M1'd me. But I'm the same way when I play this guy. Like, it's so addicting trying to get the... That's gonna get the gen done. It's so addicting trying to get the thing, but like, okay, that feels really nice when you're in a flow state loop with him. Yeah, I should have held W, but also like, that was good because he was so thirsty for it, which I'm the same way. And so I could predict how he was thinking, and he was trying to predict how I was thinking. But unfortunately, I was coming up on top. Huge. We got the gen done, guys. We got the gen done. Sprout, I hope you're well. Titanic Sim, they would hate that, John, but that's so funny. That'd be so hilarious if they did that with me. Yols, that's funny. I'm coming on top. Big Nussy Thirst. That was good. That was honestly a flow state loop. I was honestly not even thinking then. That was nice. That was a nice feeling. Where are they? Uh-oh. My pleasure, doll. This was fun. 3 hours of Deebs. What a hoot. We might be switching to friend swap early, guys, which is good for the pals who need to sleep soon. But, we'll see. Ethan, stop. Don't give it away. I'm joking. Oh, I love this song. Down. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. That was fun. Flow state loop. Flow state loop. Surely that was a max points. Oh, it wasn't at all. That loop wasn't that good. Alright, let me see what they're saying. I'm good for a... I don't know whether to... Are we spinning still? Or maybe I'll ask them in the call. I'll get in disc. And we'll just see what happens. See if they join me. Let's see if anyone joins me. I'll give it like a couple minutes and I'll ready up if I need to, but I think we're switching. Floor state. Maybe I should make a toasty while I wait. That might be the play. Yeah, I'll do that, I think. Oh, Sammy. All right. Should I make, oh, maybe I should just make a sandwich. Oh, no, Scotel, you're right. I should make a toasty. Okay, I'll make a quick toasty. I'm going to speed run this toasty. You watch this. put it in the toasty. I'm just here to have a little chat. I don't think they've responded yet. Oh yeah, I don't know what we're playing. I really, guys, I would play 4 hours of liar poker, liar slot. It's so much fun. If you haven't seen us play, if you've seen Liar's Bar, you'll love this even more. If you haven't seen this game at all, it's just you have to pretend you have a certain suit or a certain card. If not, and someone guesses you're lying and they call you out, then you might die. But it was, I don't know why, Jules, it was just so much better than the card one. It just felt like there was more humor and acting involved. It was like scarier because you don't really have a second chance.
And thanks again, Embark. Appreciate you guys. All right, time for some friend slop.
W Spawn.
Nah, come on.
How was it?
It was a great time.
Amazing.
Dude.
What is up, YouTube? We're back with another Friend Slop Tuesday.
Thanks, Sammy. Guys, make sure to click that bell, turn notifications, and leave a like.
That's right.
And don't forget about Embark.
Yep. Thank you, Embark, for sponsoring Chris's stream.
YouTube/Chris Melberger.
Yep. Thank you, Embark, for
Chris Gaming. Thank you,
sponsoring Chris and Sammy and Granny. And hey, I'm available. So welcome to Friend Slop Tuesday.
And I'm Carla.
I'm available.
And I have nothing going on in
Hit
the
her
next
up,
couple weeks.
please, bro, please.
I'm 30 in 2 weeks. It'll be the best stream ever. I'll take $1 at this point.
She'll pay you. Let's go.
Not the $1.
Are we doing predetermined games or are we just gonna spin?
I think we're doing content warning and then Liar's Bar and then
Liar's Bar
maybe
first?
something else. No, content warning first.
No! Okay. Sorry.
We have to have something to look forward to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're gonna play some games that we didn't play last time. So we're loading up content warning and we're loading up peak later. But also when we're clamoring for more Liars Bar.
Yeah, we
it was
need
just so
it.
fun.
All right, so we're doing content warning first. Like, should I set my category?
Wait, oh my god, the chatters are fiending. The chatters are going wild for content warning. They're excited.
Oh my God,
I changed my
really?
game to content warning and it was as if there was a cricket in the room.
Yeah, everyone
No,
just
they're
said.
lying, Chris.
Everyone said, "Oh, I want Liar's Bar."
No, guys, they're lying. I'm watching the chat fly as we speak.
The rying or rying?
They're lying.
Oh, rying. Sorry. Rah, rah.
See, oh my god, no, like chat's literally, I've never seen chat fly this fast.
Guys,
Like,
can
they're
you make
loving
my chat
content warning.
fly like it's 2022 again? Guys, we're playing content warning. Anyone? Anyone at all?
Wait, guys, come on. Wait, make some noise for content warning. Yeah!
Not Chris
Wait,
typing in
Carla.
my chat.
Hey, Carla, should we tell chat the story from yesterday or
Wait,
no?
yeah. Okay, can I tell it? Because it's really funny. It's funny.
Sammy, you'll laugh. You'll
Okay,
laugh.
I want to tell the story, guys.
I'm
By the way,
ready.
thank you for
But
blowing up the
you gotta
chat.
set the tone and everything.
All right, so I'm gonna set the tone, but thank you, Kat. Thank you, guys. I needed that. Okay, so I'm gonna set the tone. Before I tell the story, we never have any expectations for this, okay? Because I don't want you to sit here and hear this and be like, you fucking asshole, but hear me out. So Chris joined me on Ark yesterday, and we had the funniest round where we wanted to down people, Sammy, and they're like crawling, and we wanted to be like, goo goo gaga! Goo goo gaga!
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Like we immediately were like, we went baby mode, and because like they were crawling, and it's like honestly probably the worst feeling to get downed and then
Yes.
have people go immediately goo goo gaga. So they were like kind of pissed, but had a funny reaction.
Infuriating. Like, I'd be mad.
Yeah.
I'd be crashing
Yeah.
out.
yeah, and it was
But like,
hilarious.
but also it's funny too at the same time.
Yeah. I think my toastie's burning. Do I have time to get? Wait. Sorry, an alert's
Go
going
get the
on.
toasty.
All right, wait. Hold the
Go
story.
get the
Hold the
toasty.
story.
I can't believe you guys call those things toasties. That's
Read
just
this on
too
speed
funny.
just resubbed for
Is
9
that grilled
months.
cheese?
Slay?
Yeah,
That's
it's
cute,
just,
though. I like that.
it's a cute little silly way to be like, it's a grilled cheese. My little toasty.
little toasty.
But yeah, so we were just having goofy
No, she
times.
said
'cause we-
hold. She said hold. She wants to tell the story.
Oh, no,
She
I'm
controls the
continuing-
narrative.
Reed,
Oh no,
thank you so
I'm
much, by
keeping the
way.
narrative at the same spot.
Oh, you're chill.
I'm not
You're a good
progressing.
guy.
I'm like, I want to really reiterate. We had a lot of really good
Yeah.
moments and a lot
Yeah.
of really bad ones. Like there were some big assholes we had ran
Yeah.
into that were like just making
Yeah.
fun of Carla for no reason,
Yeah.
etc.
And-
Okay,
Ooh.
And thank you. And it was an eight and a half hour stream, and I was like, "Fuck!" There were some really good moments. And one of my favorite things to do after a stream, like if I'm having dinner, I'm like, "Oh, I wonder if someone clipped the Goo Goo Gaga moment. Like, I want to see that." And this happens sometimes. It's very normal, okay? But I click my clips for the past 24 hours. None. Zero.
Duh.
Zero clips.
Duh.
I was like, that's
No,
so
it
funny. It happens, and like, I don't want people to feel pressure. Like, it's okay. It happens. It's fine. Like, I'm not angry. It was hilarious though, because I was like, man, we're gonna have at least 4, man. At least 4 clips. We were so funny yesterday, and
bro, show chat what I made.
and then I said this to Chris, and I was like, bro, I'm washed. Like, maybe we weren't that funny. Like, that's okay. Like, because I can do it myself. It's really okay. But Chris and I were laughing so much because you have to laugh. And then Chris sends this. And it's a lady vacuuming my webs in my clip tab. He sent me...
Wait, that's so funny.
He sent webs on my clip tab and a vacuum.
The vacuum's crazy.
And I'm
No, 'cause
like, that's funny.
we were giggling because it's just like it's very
Yeah.
humbling. You're like, man, that
Yeah.
was we had a lot of laughs this stream, 8 hours, what a banger.
Yeah, and
And
like,
it's like-
and I know people are locked in. I know people are locked in, laughing, having a good time. Like, because even when I'm laughing at a stream, like my first instinct is not to clip. Like, it's you just in the moment.
That's my eighth reaction.
Yeah. So like, I'm not. I want to make sure you guys, I'm not like we weren't angry. It was just like that's funnier than my stream, because
Yeah.
like we are going, that's so funny. Like someone definitely clipped that, and me going, fuck.
Never mind. No
No,
worries.
and then the humbling moment where you go and clip it yourself.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
and-
like, I want that.
And
Yeah, I got it.
that's
No
that's
worries,
fine.
guys.
That's fine. It's just so
Uh,
funny. Like, it actually made my night. Chris and I were having a good laugh at it because it's just funny. I stopped clipping because others clip.
no, the
Freedom.
the
Yeah.
meme of the vacuum is actually hilarious.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
No, guys, I know clipping sucks. Like, if I get one clip, I'm grateful. Like, I really don't expect them. It's okay. But it cracks me
clipped,
the fuck up.
I
It's
clipped
funny.
Banff yesterday here, this one.
Clip these nuts. Also, thank you again, Reed, for that. I'm sorry I was telling my story in the middle of that. Did I turn off my toasty machine?
I hope so, Queen. Also, crispy gameplay nowhere in sight.
Oh,
hey, crispy,
shit.
where are you? 10 minutes late.
I can come whenever I'm not streaming. Whenever.
Christopher gameplay, where are you?
Christopher, I need this. Nah, I'm joking.
I'm joking.
How
I'm
do I do
joking.
this?
I'm sure he's
Toggle.
on his way.
He's on his way. Push to talk master. Okay. Not the government name, I know. Let me double check my toasty. Oh no.
Go double check your toasty.
Hang on, Cat. What the hell? Also, Cammy, 60 Watch Street. Thank you. What the hell?
Catcapt has gifted 10 subs.
Huh?
Is Crispy here yet?
Thank you.
No.
What is that for?
Crispy.
Christopher gameplay, where are
Christopher
you?
Gaming.
I know where he is, guys.
Where is he, man?
Whose chat is he
He's
in?
clipping my stream from yesterday.
The whole thing.
True. Wait, suddenly there's like 25 clips from yesterday's
they're all
stream.
bad.
Everybody's
And they're all weird. It's all just you making a weird sound, and you're like, okay.
they're all bad, and that's so funny.
It's just people. It's
Thank
just people
you,
you saying hi.
Kat.
It's the guys
I'm
from
a
yesterday. I
slut
was
for a
talking shit on
toasty.
them, and they just clipped like "Made Her Angry Part 4."
Thank
Made
you,
Her Angry Part
Cammy.
5.
Yeah, someone used to clip me being like, Carla said they like my name, and it's like, oh, I like your name, and that's the quote. That's the clip. I'm like, what are you using that for?
Maybe it's just for memories.
Like, okay, cool.
There's no way that's a toasty.
Yeah.
That's vegetables or a chip?
No, it's toasty.
That thing is so crunchy. There's no way that's a toasty.
It's a crunchy edge.
It's a crunchy
That's so
edge.
giving toasty.
I guess
She put
so.
it in
I've
the
just never heard of
toasty
grilled
machine.
cheese
A
that
toasty is a
crust
grilled cheese.
crunchy in my life. That's a crunchy.
Nice.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
I'm gonna go put on socks. It's cold.
Okay.
Okay.
How's
Is that
it
okay with you
fun?
guys, or should I? Or no?
You can put
No,
on
that's okay
socks.
with me.
Can
That's
you go
fine.
see if
Crunchy-
Crispy's in the
crunchy
drawer?
gameplays.
See in the drawer? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Maybe he's hiding.
Crispy's in the drawer.
Now, what the hell are you talking about?
No, no. Chris policing my toasty. I'm used to it, guys.
Hey, I think that you should live your best life, personally.
Thank you.
What you got on that toasty? Anything funky?
Oh, it's funky. It is sweet chili sauce and cheese.
Oh.
So it's just like this sweet,
Oh.
savory delight.
Oh, snap. That sounds wonderful. That
Sammy's
sounds delightful, if I do say so.
Sammy's allergic to sweet chili. That sounds wonderful.
No, come on. I'm good for
That
it.
sounds delectable. I would have one of those. And in fact, Luke, bring me a toasty.
Fetch me their souls.
Fetch me the toasty. The souls is crazy. Hi, doll. How are you? Thank you so much again, Kat. That's really nice. I appreciate that more than you know. No words can describe. Genuinely. I appreciate you more than you. What? That's actually a power move. I get it though. Oh my god, Kara, yes! Thank God! Welcome! I got some cheddar cheese with scotch. Oh my god. Wait, Lerner. Hello? I'm scared. The jump scare when Crispy joins is gonna be crazy. Guys, I'm calling it, by the way. We're gonna have bugs in this game, though, and we're gonna go, fuck it, let's go Liar's Bar. Although we're doing that anyway.
I got an Alani,
Crispy back.
so I might be twerked up.
What?
You got a coffee?
No, an Alani.
Oh, you have an Alani. Oh, you're caffeinated.
Yeah. Well, because I bought these for you guys, and we still have a little bit left, because there's no way you're
Still?
drinking 24 Alanis.
That it
Not for
was
PSA
a
reveal.
large pack.
Well, not for birthday.
Oh.
Guys, I think we have to put Crispy on a milk carton. Where's missing?
We're so funny on a Tuesday.
And how?
Guys, come on. A couple of hee-hees and ha-has.
I'm gonna
Let's get a quick
FaceTime him.
The FaceTime's wild.
Amber alert for Crispy.
Nah, it's more of like a orange alert at this point. Or blonde alert.
Speak on that.
Might have to.
Crazy ringtone. Lake Titicaca.
Rick, text that guy.
Hakuna.
I'll text him.
Matata.
Who FaceTimed me?
Kero_Mel just resubbed for 5 months.
Hakuna. Crispy's not answering.
I mean, we can start, and I think you can rejoin, or I don't know how it works.
True.
I'm down to just
Girl,
yap
IDK.
for a sec.
All right, we can yap.
Girl, IDK, my
Personally,
BFF
I'm
still.
vibing.
Oh, we were
We
talking
could
in
cheese
our
roll while
group
we wait.
chat
Nah,
earlier.
you guys hate that.
I don't hate that. I don't.
I don't
But
hate
also, I'm
that.
down just to yap.
But as soon as we switch, you'll be like, "Hey guys, it's me, Crispy."
Hey, that's how I talk always.
Crispy, I'm here.
Okay.
He said he's down to join at any moment, literally like
Should we
15
do
minutes
video?
ago.
Oh, Sammy, you can do video now and it'll look good. Like, right? Like, it always looks good, but it won't be like maybe laggy because you have like a crazy camera.
Ooh.
I don't know
Cara,
because
thank you for your
it
prime.
seems like it's like an internal
I'm so
issue.
excited for this
It'll definitely
game.
look better, but I think like the pixelated thing is like I don't know. I think that's a different
Thank you for the
problem.
raid.
Should we test it and see if it's goofy, then we just end it, or who cares?
How was your
I mean,
how
we
was your
could.
stream?
I'm not.
Well, let's do it for
Hello.
let's do it for now
opposed.
before while we wait for and we can just turn cameras off. So I feel like for
Raiders.
content warning,
Cara, thank
less
you again.
cameras are the better.
Staley, I'm so
That's fair.
excited. Kyle, what is it?
Thanks.
What is it? We got so many duckies. I'm so jealous.
Almost dug
Max
myself
frame
a
rate?
hole.
Yeah, no. Let's do a 60.
Less are the
Let's
better.
do
That's
60.
right. I'm inviting you guys.
Start virtual camera.
He's honestly probably pooping.
Traded my guns for ducks. Wait, that's perfect.
I don't want to think about that.
That's my bad. I'm sorry.
I'm preparing to yell at Kyle. It's so
How
funny.
are the pipes holding up now?
Speaking,
Sammy,
I wanna
don't
think
bring
about it.
about my
Speaking
pipes.
Speaking of all that,
Sammy.
how are your pipes? They're fixed. Hope for now.
Good. No, guys, it was
Pipes.
relevant. If you didn't know, one of Chris's pipes burst in his house,
Hey,
so it was relevant.
I'm holding it right here. Carl, you're on obituary.
I
mode.
know. I know. I knew you were gonna say that. I'm switching it over.
Okay.
Obituary mode. That's so funny to me.
Oh wait, I
Who's in the
actually don't know if
ceiling?
my virtual cam is set up for the new camera. Let me see.
You could just switch it to that one and then it'll work.
Yeah.
Why can't I see yours, Chris?
I'm here.
You haven't turned it on.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Hold.
There. Oh.
Chris's flooded bathroom. Chrissy's on a milk carton. Carl obituary. Hope Sammy's having a good day. True.
Thank you.
Sammy's
Thank
vibing.
you.
Can't see her yet though. That's okay though.
I'm still setting it up. I had to change.
Oh,
the
you're right. That's my
virtual
bad. That's my bad.
cam.
No worries.
Chris.
Sorry.
Chris.
I took 2 sips of
Said that I was
Alani. I'm
working on
different.
it.
Carla,
Chris.
you're blurry.
Great. I don't know how to fix that.
Cool. Well, I guess we'll just
I'm
have
gonna
that
be
now
blurry,
forever.
bro. I can already tell.
Girl,
I can
what do
already
we do?
tell.
No,
Let's
you're
cut
not
this
giving
off.
blurry, Sammy.
Wait, can't we do
No,
Discord one?
I can already tell.
Yeah, but we can also see if this works for a sec. Does my hair look different? Hey.
Hey.
Come on, where's that
I'm
smile?
already blurry.
No. No, you're not.
I'm already blurry, aren't
Yeah,
I?
you
No,
are.
you're not blurry.
Yeah, you are.
You're lying to me. You're lying
No.
to me.
No, Sammy, you just have three dots. For your
I'm hanging
pixels.
up the collaboration.
No, don't
I'm
hang
hanging
up.
up
Oh. No, don't
I told
hang
you it's something to do with like the internal part of. It's like I seriously think it's Twitch's like thing. Like I think it's their website hosting thing that the problem is. Stop laughing.
No, not because I forgot I had a
Hanging
Heat
up.
Dude overlay and it just covered Carla's face.
Don't Mike
For no
Wazowski
reason.
me.
It was like knee line just over Carla for no reason.
Chrissy's almost 20 minutes late. Should we just go to bed?
Guys. We
Let
have
me
to cut.
text Jillian.
We have to cut Peak out of the schedule. Great, no clips for guest star. I'm kidding, by the way. I feel really bad sharing that story because, like, I get it. I'm not mad, but it's really funny because it happens sometimes. You're like, okay, that's fun. I just love feeling like I'm a part of it. You know, I like doing a little reminisce. Well, I FaceTimed him and we pinged him. He must be duking it up.
Yeah, or he could be making dinner, maybe napping, playing with this rabbit.
Oh, I'm so glad you finished that sentence.
You couldn't have blocked more. Oh my god, Kush. Let me see.
This is a long ass dookie.
Carla,
So-
check squad eyes.
Great. Wait, let me see this.
Bro, the way it just drops only on you and not like anything else.
Let me
I
see.
told you it's something to
That's
do
so
with like
crazy.
the internal part of. It's like I seriously think it's Twitch's like thing. Like I think it's. I told you it's something to do with
Wait,
like
let me see
the
this.
internal part of. It's like I seriously think it's Twitch's like thing. Like I think it's their website hosting thing that the problem is. Stop laughing.
No, I'm laughing because I forgot I had
And poor
Sammy's
Sammy.
overlay and
Chris,
just covered
shut
Carla's
up.
face.
Yeah, I'll
For
take
no
it.
reason.
Mike Wazowski me. That's
Great.
so funny. Did he respond or no?
No.
Thought we weren't starting early. What?
No, he just said, I thought we weren't starting early. Sorry, I ate dinner.
No, that's okay.
I was eating dinner, guys.
Sorry, I
Shit.
ate dinner. I think he's done.
I don't eat.
I love how we're like, all right, 8 o'clock.
Wait, you know what it was?
What?
It's because I texted Jillian that he got the memo because he probably put his phone like somewhere else and was just vibing.
Oh, that's funny. Okay.
Yeah. She was probably like, hey, your friends are waiting for you.
Sammy, did you give up? Which is fine, by the way. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Did you turn
Crazy
it off?
to say out
Give
loud.
up.
Hey, Sammy, did you
No,
give
there you
up?
go.
Sorry. Oh,
She
okay.
give up. No, I refreshed and I think it turned my camera off.
Okay.
You're back.
Not that it matters because it's just cooked.
No, it does
regardless.
matter, but
No, come on. Wait, Sammy, the new camera, you're different.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Chris.
No problem.
oh,
Can't get anybody anything. Glass of water.
oh, are we both blurry now, Chris?
Well,
It's bad, Carla. It's bad.
Am I bad
Carla,
too?
Carla, you're like, I would say 70% instead of 100%. 100% being like perfectly clear. You're
And
like
Sammy's a locked character at the moment for me. But I really want to unlock her.
70%. Sammy's a mission that we haven't gotten to yet.
Please.
Oh, babe.
What happened? Wait, what is that message from Crispy?
Is that a middle finger or is that like a weird message?
Crispy's
Did he fall
speaking in
asleep?
code now in the group chat. There's just a bunch of boxes.
What the hell?
What is
What the hell?
happening?
Hey guys, this is going well. Don't crash out.
Sammy, you know what
Ew.
what I did, and I really want to make a sticker out of it with your consent.
What?
Is just your friend slot photo.
Wait, that's funny. That's funny.
Wait,
Just
Sammy,
the,
look
just the
at
one of Sammy.
look at my my webcam. I screenshot it because it actually made me feel better the other day.
Bro, no, Carla and I were talking the other day, like when he first dropped that picture, and we were like, me and you look the worst we've ever looked in our entire lives, and Chris and Crispy look pretty normal.
Like slightly,
Like,
slightly
Pretty
normal.
like
Have you seen
slightly
this, Sammy?
altered, like
What do you mean
slightly
pretty
altered, and
normal?
Carla and I looked horrific. We were Carla and I were cracking up. We were losing it.
My eyes are
Oh, what
close
the-
together and really small. My nose is huge and my mouth is wide as shit.
Now, what the heck is going on over here?
Crispy, a lot.
Oh my god, I almost sent out the cleanup crew for you, Crispy. I was worried.
We wanted to put you on a milk
Well, I
carton.
thought we weren't starting early, so
We
I was
said
like, oh,
8.
I'll go eat
We're
dinner.
Like, yeah, let's do 8.
That's okay.
Oh, I thought it was
Hey,
9.
that's fine.
I'm
That's
goofy.
okay.
I'm a goofy
You're
guy.
you're good for
I'm in
it.
a,
You're fine.
I'm in a weird time zone.
You're
Whatever.
fine. I love
Yeah,
how
you're
you're in the
mountain
weird
man.
time zone, Crispy.
Hey,
Wait, speak on that.
Carla,
Speak on that.
Carla,
I'm not
Carla, wait.
shushing. Nah. This is my my turf.
This is my what's up?
This is my tit.
All right, let's play the game, guys. Come on. That's it. Back
Content
to
warning.
Winnipeg. All right, let's join.
Oh.
So I'm actually gonna go to
Winnipeg?
sleep.
Sammy,
Thanks for
wait.
hanging out.
Stay awake. Stay awake.
Sammy, but wait.
Nah, just a quick nap.
Stop, bro.
Make that my wallpaper.
Okay.
It's crazy.
Push to talk. Toggle to talk is my shit, dude.
Oh,
All right,
toggle talk,
content
yeah.
warning.
Sammy.
I don't remember what this game is.
Microphone.
Carla, please.
Carla, why?
What is she doing?
It's honestly like it's just so beautiful. It's the best.
Should we get rid of our cameras because there's no point, and then but we can stay as shared friends?
You're good guys.
Like get rid of cameras, but we could still do stream together, so it has that.
Yeah, if you guys want.
Okay.
I know Sammy really wants to keep it on, so it's up to her.
Girl.
a camera on with friends hasn't worked in a year.
Yup.
Oh.
Yup.
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Wait, I'm actually
dude.
excited to play this if that's chill.
Oh.
Dude,
No,
I
I'm
hope there's
excited
been
too.
Wait,
updates.
No,
Cole,
chat
yes.
just exploded when I opened the
From
game, so they're
Vagino.
stoked.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
Brag
Okay.
about it, man.
Cammy,
Bro's
it
got
was
it.
a
Bruh,
Simpson
One thing
quote,
about the
but I
Family
want to
Bus,
freeze.
they love content warning.
Yeah, get on the bus.
Invite us. It's been probably 2 years since we played. Or like our
Yeah.
third year, maybe.
Easily.
April
Easily.
3rd, 2024 was the last time I opened
Wow.
You opened this?
That's crazy.
Oh, wait, it's 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, shit.
this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I wish
Oh,
I
I wish
should have
the
looked.
movement
before
was a little
I,
wonky in this. I always remembered that.
Yeah.
All right, let me invite you guys.
Because
Invite.
we got to make like a vlog. I forgot about that.
We're perfect
We
for
gotta get ready.
Japan.
My
Ah, don't say that. He's not going yet.
No, he is. I just haven't told you guys.
Oh, ew.
wish.
We got a sponsor.
I wish.
You will.
All right,
Content warning.
let's test the mic.
Hello.
Hello.
How do you open up your?
Hello?
How do you open up your mic?
Trying to figure that out.
I don't know.
Hello.
I can hear you. Can you hear me in game?
Wait, hello?
Tit.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
No.
Great.
Wait, did you send out the invite? I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
can
I
you hear
did.
me?
It
Can you
just
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Didn't.
Yeah. Can you hear me, Carla?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me when I say this? La 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 la.
No.
Okay, so it's toggle. I wish it told
Hello,
you
hello?
when it was
Can,
on
can
and
you hear
off.
me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah. Toggle talking is cool. I can hear you. Yes.
I want to do that, but wish there was a
V-
mic to tell me.
I mean, my name's Chris. That's close enough. Thanks, guys.
Wait, so can
Shut
you
up,
hear me
Meg.
if I make this funny noise?
Nope.
Okay, but you can hear me say this.
Yes, I'm hearing you say that.
All right,
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There she is.
I can hear you now. I can hear you
I
now.
know. I can't wait to gig.
Yay.
What's this?
We're giggling.
Hey,
Yeah, I heard that.
Crispy.
Oh, I heard that. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Wait, can
I'm
only
so
one
fitted to
person
the
go at a time?
nines
I
out
think so.
here.
There's a
Hold
line.
up.
Guys, we're gonna make so much content.
Oh wait, I got a goofy little face.
Wait, I'm cute as fuck.
Okay, okay,
And,
self love.
I got a small smile. Hey guys, it's me, Small Smile.
Wow, you look nice.
Hey, look at my little eyes. I'm Small Smile.
my guy's me whenever I look in the mirror in the morning. Whoa, whoa. 35, huh?
Oh, that no worries.
Woo!
It's me, Small Smile. I'm Small Smile.
Smile, smile.
I'm a small smiler. Wait, Sammy, make yours kind of like sad and. Whoa, Sammy! What the hell? What is
Oh,
Are you okay?
what's going
Oh,
on?
what
Did
are
you
you
just
doing?
die? Did you just die?
Oh,
What the heck happened?
What
overdose 'cause it's
happened?
pink?
Whoa, whoa,
Sammy,
whoa, Chris.
Crispy, did you
you're
hear
like-
that too? Or
Yes,
what?
yes, Sammy, no, I heard that. Dude, Chris
Crispy,
went on
your,
it. It turned
Chris,
into a
your voice
monster.
was like distorted when you were screaming my name. That was
That's a good
scary.
one.
Yeah,
I'm
this
sorry.
is
I love
Sorry,
how-
change your color.
almost.
I love how you thought that that was me. By the way, I mean Sammy.
Girl, girl,
Look
I'm
at
right
that.
here. Like, why
Yeah.
are you screaming
Because
at me?
I thought you were changing your face, and the pink face confused me.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Carla,
sorry.
aren't you normally yellow?
I'll go yellow. I don't mind.
Well,
I-
it's a sideways smile. Look. I'm just a sideways smile.
Crispy.
Crispy, come on. Why'd you do that? That's so
What?
bad.
It's
I
a
would never do
sideways
that.
Face. It's a sideways face. Sammy, you need anything? Sammy, you need it?
Can get anybody anything already? Glass of water.
Glass of water. It's literally a sideways smiley face with glasses.
Let me turn the volume down just a smidge. What that? Is that better? Talk. 1, 2.
Hello.
What? Talk 1, 2's wild. What? Talk,
That-
talk.
Talk. Say stuff.
Words?
Hello.
Words?
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
All right.
Just type in words.
Hey, I'm a little guy's face.
But now you guys crying.
Yeah, because we're probably gonna get glorped down there. Oh, look at
Alright.
my hat. No one said they liked my hat.
Wait, let me see your hat. How'd you get a hat?
I don't know. In the thing, it said
Get a
bowler hat.
hat. Wait, I want a hat.
I want a hat.
I
didn't
want
have
a
a hat.
hat.
I didn't have a hat option.
Hello.
I don't have a hat option either.
Well,
I'm like no. I look like No Face. I look like No Face.
Sure.
Wait, what do you think? I look like?
trampoline.
Chris?
Don't worry about it.
What the hell,
Yeah.
guys? Let's do an intro over
Trampoline for
here.
900.
Wait, I'm kind of looking good today. If I can...
Let's do an intro over here near the green screen.
Who's got the camera?
Me.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, we can't afford it yet. 300. Okay. Oh, guys, a hat. Hat's over here. What the hell?
Let me see.
What the hell?
Where the hat's at?
Oh,
Phil's
beanie's
hats.
310.
Too expensive.
Look at the
pirate
beanie.
hat,
310.
cat
We can
ears.
afford that.
I got nothing. You played this game a little bit more than us, though.
Did I?
Yeah.
Here, come over here with me.
All right.
Yes, Sammy.
Hello?
Hello?
Content warning.
Hello?
Where's the old camera?
How do I use it?
Who's got it?
Phil's hats.
Hello, gamers! Today we're going down to the underworld! Oh! Oh! Perfect intro. Alright.
Offline.
Alright, guys, let's go.
Guys, don't forget your flashlights over here. Oh, you got the camera?
Yeah.
No, she's over here. She's over here.
I mean, I was just filming the
Alright.
intro. Let's go.
All right, we got this.
That's not gonna work.
Yo, I read that as sluts, not suits.
Hey! Oh,
I was like,
wow.
okay.
Hey, guys,
Sluts
no
are
sluts
inside.
Oh, there she is.
Not yet. One more,
I'm
let
on
me
my
go,
way.
guys.
Hey!
One more.
Yeah.
Yay!
Alright, let's go.
Alright.
Move that.
Crispy forgot his
Buzz.
flashlight.
Oh wait, did you get a free one?
Yay! Yeah, it's on the
Yeah, at the
banister.
Wait, where is it?
Guys, when he comes back, let's fucking kill him.
Wait, let's close the door. Let's close
We're gonna
the door.
kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares? It's a fake game.
Game. Wait, where? I don't see any.
On the banister of the house, you can see it right there in front of you. It's on the red
Oh,
Should we leave it that on?
porch.
No, I'm playing.
Come on, I'm just joking.
Sammy, come
No,
on.
I'm playing.
I'm just a guy.
Oh, me, you know?
Me.
As if I said the worst thing today. Me.
All right, chat.
Sammy, I think we need to relax,
Content warning in
brother.
2026 on purpose with the squad. Let's do this.
Let's
thing.
go.
go.
Let's submerge.
We're going into not underwater for some reason.
Guys, we're gonna
We're going
make
to-
so much money on this vlog.
Goodness gracious.
I haven't played this in so long.
I forgot how weird it gets down here.
Whoa.
Are those eyes looking at us?
And gross.
All this?
All this.
Yup.
It's Bendy and the Ink Machine's world.
Oh no.
Bro,
Oh.
you've been muted this whole time.
Sorry, but remember, if I die, you got to pick up the camera.
Well, don't die.
Okay.
And then
Okay.
we're good.
All right, good.
How do we get points? Are we gonna like be like, oh my gosh, look, there's a squirt?
We got to
gotta
film
film, like,
interesting shit. Like,
Film cool stuff.
Okay.
Oh wait, don't use your battery willy-nil because I just lost so much.
Whoa!
wait.
Where's Crispy?
Oh, it's a where'd it go?
Invisible spider, invisible spider, invisible spider.
where?
Where is it? Where is it?
What are we even talking about? Invisible spider?
It literally disappeared right in front of me.
Stony,
This way is
51.
blue. This is the blue area. It's the blue area.
Stony01_ just
It's there, look at it, look at it.
Carl's
What?
Lit.
I don't see it. Oh, I saw it.
Where? Oh,
It's coming, no, it's coming.
It's right there.
where?
Oh god.
Guys, it's right over there.
Where? I'm
It
trying
went
to find
behind that
it.
box.
Guys, cover me.
Oh.
I can hear it.
Where is it? It's creepy, it doesn't want to be seen.
Yeah, I hear it.
Oh,
There it is.
Wait, can't see it.
There's a guy over here. Follow
Where?
me.
Where? Okay.
What is going
Over
on?
here. There's a freak over here.
Where?
Yeah. Check this out.
Where's this freak?
Down here, there's a weird guy.
Where? Oh my god.
He's walking around somewhere in here.
Stony, how are you? Thank you
What's
so
his
much.
name?
Sorry. How are you, dude?
Bunt.
I miss you.
Wait, I'm not scared
Yeah,
anymore.
where's the spider, Disco? What the hell?
Why not? No,
That's a normal name.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Oh! There he is. There he is.
Oh my god, hello you fuckhead!
What is that?
Hello you
They're killing Carla.
Move! Run, Crispy!
Hey, what's going on, guys? Oh!
Crispy, watch out!
What's going on? What's going on?
We gotta
There's
go.
two
We gotta
of them
go.
up there.
I need to keep it going.
Oh, there's little snail boys. I remember
Welcome,
those.
Marlin,
What?
these little
What's that?
batons.
That's Frank and Stewart right there, bro. We gotta watch out.
And Bunt.
It's Stuart and Glorf.
He just
Wait,
farted.
loop
I
him,
think.
loop
Did you
him.
hear that?
No, that was Crispy.
That was
belching.
me, sorry. I had a
Oh,
toasty.
sorry.
Oh, that was Carl.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Hi, Mikey.
That was me sneezing.
Oh, there's another Google Glorf over here.
What is that?
Oh! Oh!
Ew! They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
Spike Johnson.
What is this unpleasant creature? Oh, that's an unpleasant
Taffa
mother.
Balloon shrub just for sub for 18
He's eating me.
months.
He's not.
Oh my
Hey,
god,
Carl.
juicy! Sounds like my Friday night!
Glad to pop in for some pal games.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Carl's period.
All right, cool. We're good. I'm okay.
You know what I mean?
Oh, wait, we have oxygen.
What the fuck do you want, you snail fuck?
No.
Why did I forget it?
No,
Help!
never-
Help! Help!
That's old news.
Help!
Stop it.
Playing like that.
Stop it.
Hey!
Run.
Hey!
Let's leave.
Hey.
Let's leave.
Do we have enough?
Let's leave.
We
No,
can
I
leave.
mean,
We can leave.
Let's
Oh
leave.
shit! Yeah,
Wait,
come on, you little
wait,
fuck!
film me doing something
Yeah,
funny.
go do it.
Poop. Ooh. I have a small face.
Whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Bread.
I'm out of
Hey,
here,
snail, you fucking freak!
Hi, little snail. Little stinky guy. Yeah. Oh no.
bro. Chrissy's gonna die. Chrissy's gonna die.
Crispy!
Move.
Move!
Get out of here.
Oh!
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's how you do it.
That's gonna go
Right there.
viral.
Oh my God, we sold a
Guys, we did that.
Viral right there.
We're going viral.
Shrubby,
was
how
that?
are you? Happy 18.
Oh.
Not Stony and Shrubby just dropping their sub on me.
see.
I really
So, chat,
appreciate
now we
it.
watch
Thank you
back
guys.
our video.
I really
Let's
hope it
watch
gets the
our
audio.
vlog.
Let's go.
Let's watch it. Hopefully it was good.
Sorry in advance.
Could be
Our
great.
house is so
Could be.
cute, by the way. Like, look at all those cute flowers. Like, it's nice out here.
I actually have.
Great.
I forget this game.
Oh, we pay a lot.
I forget how it
Can I pop a spot,
records.
guys? Here we go.
What happened to Carla?
It's extracting. It's just not extracting
Oh,
yet.
okay.
It's taking longer than
Does this, like,
usual.
Trigger a memory for anyone?
Guys, is anyone's first time watching? Yep.
Ooh, any first-time content warningers?
Any first time
Ooh, yeah.
Guys, guys, oh, never mind.
We're trying to go viral.
I said gays.
Viral.
Are you ready, guys,
We'll
for
see.
the best video
I'm
ever?
ready.
Okay, let's
Are
see.
you ready?
Today we're going down to the underworld.
Hey! Oh,
Like,
wow.
okay.
Hey guys, that'll slut there inside.
Yeah.
What? Wait, where? I don't eyes looking at us.
All this?
Yeah.
It's Ben.
I,
Oh!
there he is. There he is.
Oh,
There he
there's
is.
two, there's
Oh,
two.
what is that?
Oh, Carla,
What
right,
is that?
There's three. Oh, Carl.
Oh, my God, they're killing Carla. Move, Carla, move.
Oh, there's little snail boys. I remember those. Oh, what? What was that? What was that? What was that? It's over here.
Ew, what is that, bro? What is that? Bro, that's
What is
Spike.
this?
Ew, they're
That's
everywhere.
Ah, he's eating me. He's not. Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. Oh, he's in me. Oh, we have oxygen.
Open the game.
He's in me.
I thought they dropped
Carla, stop it.
playing like that.
Let's leave.
Do we have enough?
Let's leave.
Oh shit. Yeah,
Wait,
come on, you
wait, film me
fuck.
doing something
Yeah.
funny.
Go do it.
Poop. I have a small face.
I'm out of here, bro.
You fucking freak.
Wait, don't.
Hi, little snail. You little stinky guy.
I'm out of here, bro.
Yeah. You can.
Come on, guys.
Oh no.
Wait,
Chrissy's gonna die. Chrissy's gonna die. Chrissy's gonna die. Chrissy's getting dragged in the back.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Wow.
There it is.
Guys.
We just got
And
so
there
much
it
money.
is. Beautiful.
Wow.
We just
Wow.
got so
Wow.
much money.
That
We
was
got
really
so much
nice,
money.
guys.
We're so-
That was
That was
really
something
nice.
special right there, I think, if I can say
Wait,
that.
I've never seen
2.3K
anything
views, that's
so
okay.
nice.
The one-liners and the
Alright.
screams. What the fuck?
We're gonna have
My
I
to,
shit.
say
we're
not
not
bad.
What the fuck?
I
they're
know
yelling
who
at
wants
me.
to.
Who wants to
They're
be
chanting
the
Carla, Carla.
Who wants to be the
Carla.
videographer for this one?
Carla.
Do we need to sleep and then do it again? I think.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah. We're
Yeah,
gonna
someone else
have
can
to
do the
do it.
cam. We can do a different
click-
Oh,
camera.
wait, wait, no, we didn't get it. Oh, wait.
You have one more
Okay,
day
we
to
need
do
a
it.
couple more views.
Yeah.
And then we're
Yeah.
good.
The cuts of the
And I-
screens was stupid.
Night, guys.
See you guys in the morning.
Us in Japan.
See you in the morning, guys.
Hello.
Can't wait to fall asleep. Good night.
Surely I fall
Good night,
asleep
guys.
soon.
Sleeping.
Oh,
my
me on
gosh,
NyQuil, Sammy.
I'm awake.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
What? Bro's just looming over me. Hey,
Guys,
why?
it's not a new day yet. No one slept.
Oh.
Wait, did you not lay down?
No, I was just staring at all of you.
Bro, you're such a clown,
Sit
man.
down.
Go to bed.
It's
Suck
always
a
just being a
man.
weirdo, man. Give this guy some NyQuil, dude.
Good
I
night.
wish
Good
I
night,
could get some
Chris.
sleep.
Good night, Sammy. Good night, Crispy.
Man, I wish I had
I'm
some
so
free
tired. I wish
chips.
I could get some sleep.
Wish I had some free chips.
I wish I had a free bag of chips.
I'm awake. Wait, the way you guys all thought it was a new day, and I was just standing there.
Girl, because why would we think that you're not going to bed? Like,
All right, someone get the
Who
camera.
cares? I got the camera.
no
How much money do we
flashlights.
have?
Or...
Wait, let me see if I
it's
can
my
buy something
inventory.
fun.
Wait, is our money pooled together? Do we have our own money?
Shared. Money
Shared.
shared.
Wait, we have zero. Oh, we don't have it yet. I have $0. Oh wait, never mind. That's the
Don't
total.
buy anything
I'm a dickhead.
extravagant.
Oh, why don't I buy a mic
And Sammy?
or a clapper
You
Or
can
a-
buy a mic.
or a soundboard?
Well,
Oh, a sketch pad. I'm buying a sketch pad.
what's the sketch pad? You can just draw funny things?
We're gonna find out. I've never had it before.
All right, watch out for that.
Don't
drone.
die.
Oh yeah, can it hit you? Whoa! What's that do?
Let's find
Oh,
out.
it's an iPad.
We're about
Maybe
to go
iPad
down
kids.
to the old world. Let's see what we got going on over here.
Yeah. Wait, how do I charge my battery?
Perfect. All right, let's do it.
Is there like a charger for the? Oh.
For the batteries, I don't know. I'm glad we spent
do we
all of our
just
money
get-
on that. Sammy, can I
Whoa,
get
rocket ship!
Oh, can you see it? Sorry, I didn't realize.
some? Guys, know that
You didn't realize
Carla,
that
we
we
can
could
see
see
it.
it, Carla. Really? Really, Carla?
Samantha, I mean on the other side.
I can never unsee it.
Is
I can never
it? Is
unsee
it double-sided?
who
It
cares?
is. It is double-sided,
Wild comms.
Carla.
Wild comms.
My bad. How do I get rid of it?
Let's go. Colorado, yes,
Guys. Chris!
Good luck, Sammy. Have fun in there.
Chris, check this out. Record this. Sub with Twitch Prime. Or on YouTube. Chris. Hey!
Wait, we'll say that again,
Sub
sorry.
with Prime! Sub with Prime! Yum, yum, yum! Goo, goo, gaga! Cool, let's go.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Sorry,
now
guys.
let's find the baddies.
Oh, God, I didn't realize I could see the cock. Oh, wait. Let me do this.
There's something red over here.
Because they won't expect it. Sammy, you okay?
No, I'm scared.
Sammy!
Carla, you got off the screen.
Sammy!
Carla, I'm scared.
How did you get up there? I'll come up.
There's a ramp all the way over, but I don't think anything was up here, Logan.
I just got shot. I just got shot by a gun up there. Be careful. Be careful.
Okay, I'll be careful.
Oh no.
Which way?
Oh, I see it.
Right
I'm
or
not
left?
filming the dick with the eyeballs.
What? You can see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Could I get anybody anything? Free bag of chips!
Sammy, behind you, be careful!
It's just you. It's just
Yeah, I'm a clown.
Wait, is Crispy dead? Something's right up here. Something's a red alert.
So
Oh, yeah, that's guns.
Oh,
guns are
wait,
you.
film it, Chris. Film
Guns.
this. Film this, Chris. Ready?
I'm filming it.
So ready?
Filming it, yeah.
Come here, you little fuck! Yeah! Zip, zap, zap! Come here! Oh! 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 That's 500 views.
Oh,
He's coming. He's actually coming.
moving.
He's coming. He's coming.
Run.
Oh no! Wait, 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 wait.
Oh! Freak!
A freak! Chris, a freak over here!
Oh, the guns are back. The guns are back. I'm out of stamina.
Chris, I'm gonna die! Where are you? At least film it. Chris? Is Chris still alive? Chris? Oh, that's not Chris. Where's Chris gone? Chris?
Barely. Yes, it's right there. It's right there. It's right there.
Oh, fuck. Crispy's so dead.
I haven't seen Crispy since 9.
Oh my god.
Chris? Chris, are you dead? Oh, that's not Chris. He's a polite young man. Look at his bow tie. Hello?
Oh, I was muted. That's rough, man. Was I muted?
Should we go to the thing?
Dang, dude. I was.
What do you have to say?
I think we made enough
Oh,
money.
sorry, there was a snail and then. Oh, okay. hey, man. Hey, man. Hey.
No, that's gonna be fun for the video trust.
That's a goldfish.
Yeah.
The snack that smiles back, right?
Oh, it smiles back.
That is a snack that smiles back. Oh, now.
Oh, come on, watch! Oh, God, Chris! Oh, God! No, he's so off.
Chris, you're good, you're good.
Hand off the
You're
camera
good, you're
so I
fine.
can film it.
You're fine, you're fine. Sammy!
Where's Sammy?
Come here, there's a fuck
right
here. There's a
here.
fuck.
Bonk it on the head, Sammy.
Yeah,
bonk it
come
the
on.
head.
Come on, you fuck. Yeah.
Kill
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, unhand her. Unhand her.
And that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. All right, let's get out of here.
Oh,
That's it.
let's get out of here.
Let's leave.
Let's
The
leave.
Oscar goes to
Me.
Floor.
Floor. All right. You know what? I'm
Floor.
excited to see everyone's directing. The next one will be Sammy or Crispy, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Good.
True.
Chat, we popped off in that direction, I think. All right. Guys, grab a snack.
Hey, I think
grab
we
a
popped
treat,
off.
Pop some popcorn. We're gonna go look at it, okay? Let me just make this a
Yippee!
movie here.
Pops and pops.
How do I you just drop it in here?
Yeah, and then I'll make the video.
Okay. Tracking the video. We need this. Cool. All right, guys, here we go. Get your popcorn, get your drinks, get your friends. We're about to
ready.
go down to the old world. Let's see what we've got going on over here.
Yeah. Wait,
Wait, we'll say that again. Sorry.
Subway Prime! Subway Prime! Yum, yum, yum!
What is that? Oh, it's guns! It's guns! It's guns!
Anything was up here,
I just got shot! I just got shot by a gun up there. Be careful. Be careful. Sammy behind you, be careful!
It's just you. It's
Yeah,
just you.
I'm a clown.
Wait,
Gun.
film it, Chris. Film this.
I'm filming
Chris,
it.
Ready?
Filming it, yeah.
So ready? Come here, you little fuck! Yeah! Zip, zap, zap! Come here! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Run, 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 run!
Gangster Girls should read audiobooks is
Crispy,
hilarious.
Is that you? Is that really you? Bro's muted as hell. Or maybe he just can't.
Oh, I was muted. That's rough, man. Was I muted?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything you said.
Ah, dang, dude.
What else were you gonna say?
Snack that smiles back, right?
That is a snack that smiles back. Oh, now it's gone.
God, Chris! Oh, God! Oh, he's so off.
Help! 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 Help!
Hand off the camera so I can film it.
I'm right here!
Sammy! Bonk it on the head, Sammy! Bonk it on the head!
Yeah, come on! Come on, you
Yeah,
fuck!
Crispy!
Kill him!
Oh my God! And that's it.
Wow, guys, I'm speechless.
Snail, snail, snail!
All right, guys, that's enough views for the next day.
All right, we got
Stunning.
enough views, 3.2 views. That's
Let's go
great.
to bed.
That's what we needed. Let's go to bed, guys.
Let's go to bed for sure.
Let's go sleepies and make sure everybody falls asleep right away.
All right.
That's right.
And nobody
Ready for
stays
bed.
awake.
All
Everybody
right,
goes
let's go to bed.
Good night.
Night.
Get in bed.
Nobody's laid down yet. Okay.
Good night.
Go ahead and lay down.
Go lay down, guys. Come on.
Guys, go ahead. and
Sammy,
lay
I'll tuck you
down.
in. Go in bed, babe. This is what it feels
Go
like to be a
ahead,
mum
go
of
lay down.
3 under 3. Come on, lie down.
Go
Guys,
to bed.
everybody go
Lie
sleep.
down.
Lie down,
Go
sweetie.
sleep.
Lie down.
Passing out. I'm passing out.
All right, I'm going to
All right,
bed.
I'm going to bed. Good night, Sammy.
Now Carla's lying.
Good night,
I see her
Chris.
body.
Shoot
Good night,
me,
Crispy.
me,
Go to sleep.
I think someone just stood up.
Me.
Go to sleep.
Shoot me.
Good morning.
Me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Last day. But wait, we hit the quota, so what do we
Guten
do?
Morgen.
We
I
just
think
have
I think it's
extra?
just yeah, I think it's just like trying to get as much money as possible.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I see.
So Sammy, you want to try it this time, or Crispy?
Yeah, I can go this time.
Um,
All right, I'm the cameraman.
I bought a modern flashlight. I'm a little selfish, but I think it'll be nice for seeing things in the dark.
Okay, sure. Sure.
Look at this thing.
Wow, all that?
Yeah.
yeah, all that.
All
Ready
right,
for a crew. There we go.
I'm ready to go in. 60 watt streak, sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
Crispy.
Uh-oh.
He's gone again.
Hey. Don't forget to subscribe with Twitch Prime. No?
Guys,
What?
it wouldn't let me get out of bed. It was like bugged. I'm good now. Though.
I hate those days, am I right?
Hey, man.
Who has the camera?
All right.
Sammy.
Me
Yeah.
tomorrow morning.
Sammy has it.
Oh, she's going cinematic.
Oh, imagine.
Cinematic.
Cinematic.
Cinematic mode.
So it's the same area again, but... Oh,
Wait,
there's
when do we
already
get
a
a
red
newer?
gun guy up there.
Let me at him.
Wait, where? You see him?
Yeah, I saw the redness straight ahead.
Now let me see
Oh,
if I
look
can
at
touch
that lighting.
Oh,
Wait, you want
Up
a
there.
video of me trying to touch him?
Okay, yeah.
Where is he?
Perfect. Sammy, you're muted, but that's okay.
Was I?
That whole time.
yeah.
Dang it. I
Well, if
wish
you were
there was a
talking-
mic indicator.
I agree. I saw
That'd
it
be nice.
earlier. I think it's buggy.
Honestly, just don't unmute. Just if you have to talk to chat, just tell him, hey.
Okay.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Sammy, a spine.
A spine.
I got a spine.
Oh my gosh, a spawn.
That's Chris's bursted pipe. Chris when he fell down the stairs. Sorry.
It was one of the worst times ever.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
A spine to make. I thought this was wine. I was like, hell
See
yeah.
red light.
Spine.
Hey!
Hey! Hi! Ooh.
Oh,
Do it for the
that's
vlog.
smiley face. It's my dad.
Oh,
That's
Crispy's
dad.
being lit up. Oh, God.
Oh!
Oh, ow. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. If I'm gonna die, film it. I'm gonna die, Sammy.
Wait.
No, you're not gonna.
Film it.
Sammy. Sammy, no. Oh, guys. Oh.
For me? Well,
Oh no, I died.
We both.
Wait,
A
Chris
joke
died
about
too.
a back
We
injury?
both died.
That's just spine.
Wait, Carly, you're dead?
Yeah.
Oh, the Shaylas.
They need the camera. Although we have met quota, but the camera. Mikey.
It's okay, I think he knows it's on my ball.
That's just spine. Thank you for the
We
videos.
died together, Carla.
True, my
We
Shayla.
giggled our last gal.
It's so true. Oh, look, there you are. Thank you, Mikey.
This thing's being business.
Sammy fucking died. She was supposed to be filming in a movie. She's dead. I'm about to die next. I'm about to die next.
Die.
Duh.
You piece of shit. My friend's dead because one of your kind. Motherfucker.
He loves this shit so much. I love it.
How would Sammy
Make a
this?
toasty candy. What's on the toasty?
Holy fuck. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
Oh, it's underneath the thing too.
Oh, it's under the ram.
Oh, we all died.
Oh,
We're all dead and cringe?
But we did get the quota though, right? The spinal straw. Mikey, that's a good one. One of your best. All right, well we got the quota, so it's okay.
Sammy, you'll get another shot.
Yeah, do the next one.
It's okay.
No, you get
Happens
get
to the
another shot.
best of us.
Swimming pool. We're gonna have sort.
I had a good one, but you know what? Actually, it's kind of
Sauteed
garbo because I was
garlic
muted at the
spin.
beginning. I didn't
Yeah, so it's
know.
gonna be just going.
So maybe I needed a redo regardless.
There you go.
Wait, yeah, our hospital bills were only $4. Like, that's
Yeah, what are we in Canada?
Nice one.
My face is small.
Crispy.
Crispy, let's
You
go to
guys hear
bed.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't tell when I'm muted or not.
Same,
don't mute.
Crispy.
Wait, where's Crispy? I
Same.
can't
Guys,
see
just
you.
don't mute.
Oh, there you
I'm trying not to, but it like randomly keeps muting me.
Hmm.
All right, bedtime.
Oh.
Yeah, Becca, thanks for the 4 years.
Somebody's not asleep. Somebody's not asleep.
Sammy, I'm trying.
Carla's not.
Crispy's standing up.
Good morning.
Woo!
We got
39K. Oh, great.
39K? That's such a bump from what we just dealt with.
We don't have flashlights anymore. How much
yeah.
money do we have?
That's a lot of
They
views.
said 3K? Yeah, have fun. Wait, is Metacoin different from cash? Good morning, YouTube.
Crispy, it's your turn with the camera. Oh my god, I almost died.
Pick up a party popper. We can use it when we die.
Thank you.
Party popper in the middle, guys. Party popper in the middle.
I got mine.
Chris
Wait, can
and
we
Crispy.
emote? I forgot.
But how do I record?
You
Okay.
have to
Yeah.
buy emotes, I think.
You know,
Check
oh,
those, yeah.
I have to buy emotes.
Yippee!
Yeah, man.
God forbid a gal wants to shake it.
Nice toast with cheese and pickles.
Whoa, whoa.
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 Oh my
Just
god.
click,
Whoa,
left click to zoom
whoa.
and then right click to zoom in, and I'm pretty
Not all suits
Okay, yeah.
are inside.
I think you press again to film and then press again to stop filming. Keep in mind of the battery up top. For sure.
All right, guys, we're going down again. Is everyone excited?
Yeah!
I'm excited! Yay! Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Whoa.
Let's get 39K views, guys.
All
We got
right.
Ooh, we're in a new space.
New
the map
space.
just dropped. Ooh,
New map.
Ooh.
Oh, I found a puzzle. I found a
All
skull.
right, we're
guys. I found a skull.
entering.
Oh my god, neat
Look
dude.
at the skull I found, Crispy. Whose was this?
Dude.
Whoa! Who's
Bunch
Skull?
of Twitch streamers become YouTubers.
Neat.
Yep.
All right, let's try to stay near Crispy since he has the camera.
Yeah. You guys let me know what you want to film. We do it up.
Does it look like I'm sitting on the chair?
Not really, but I
What do you
love
want
it.
to drink there, Sammy? You
Can
want
I
a
get
whiskey
glass of
sour?
water?
Glass
No,
of
I gotta
water?
rehydrate.
We don't have that here. Okay.
Some beer.
We need to get a monster for views.
Uh-oh.
Where's a monster?
Yeah, we need a
This is
monster
a lot of
for
bars.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Someone pour me up a double shot of whiskey.
Any bad guys?
They said,
Wait, Sammy, one more time?
Got a history. Pour me up a double shot of whiskey.
We need a monster.
Alright, what do we got out here, guys?
Crispy, be honest. How much battery we have?
50%.
Crispy! We haven't filmed monsters yet.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got?
Do you have your Raider hatch key or no?
Oh, Raider hatch key. I'm down.
Yeah.
We need a monster. What the hell?
Unreal. Got a double shot of whiskey.
I thought you drank Red Bull.
Jack Daniels
Good
and
one.
me gotta hit. Whoa.
Good one, Mikey.
Oh, she's got a knife! She's got a knife! Crispy, be careful! Crispy, be careful! She's got a knife, bro! She's got a knife! Is he dead? Is he dead?
Oh.
Is he dead?
Oh no.
Is he dead?
Popped on him.
I think Crispy's deceased.
I'm dying. I'm dying. Get the camera. Get the camera while she's distracted.
Stop killing her.
Do you have the camera?
Run as fast as you can. I missed it. I didn't get that pop.
Fuck. Damn
I'm
it.
sorry. Sammy, are you alive?
Sammy. Up here.
Carla!
Up here. Up here.
Oh, that was scary. Crispy's
Sammy, you still have
dead.
your party popper?
I do.
There's a glorp
I'm gonna
coming.
need you to pop that on this
Okay,
thing. Oh
ready?
god. Yeah. I missed it. You said ready, and then I didn't really know.
Great. And then I said ready and everything. I said ready and everything.
We're dying. We gotta get to the thing.
Go!
Run!
That vlog's gonna be worth $2.
No, this vlog's sick. Oh.
Whoa! Oh, she's got a knife! She's got a knife! Ah!
Oh, we lost someone. Ah!
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
He like, ah! Bro, that.
I think we're dead. No.
It's okay though. Chris has the camera.
$0.
should
Where
have
are
some
we?
footage.
Australia? All right, let's go and watch it.
Oh wait, he got out.
Yeah, he got out.
Oh, huge.
There's our
We
guy.
definitely got some food.
I think I got some actually. This might be a 5K if I can. be-
Really? Well, let's all guess. I say.
Well, that's
Fingers
that wouldn't be
Let's all
that
guess,
good.
let's all guess.
Okay,
We're
I'll
gonna have to buy
say-
someone the Coke.
I'll say 6,000.
I'm going 4. I'm going 4,000.
I'm gonna go 5,500 or maybe 7K, but I can only choose one.
I think we all died, but
I'll go 10K at least.
10K. All right, let's see.
Yeah.
Honestly, we got someone getting stabbed. Maybe even to 13.
All right, guys, we're going
Yeah.
down again. Is everyone excited?
Yeah!
I'm
I'm
so
so excited.
excited! Yay!
Ooh, I found
All
a
right,
skull,
we're
guys. I found a skull.
entering.
Look at the skull I found, Crispy. Whose was this?
Oh, who's skull?
Neat, dude.
Neat.
What do you want to drink there, Sammy? You want a
Can I
whiskey
get a glass of
sour?
water?
Glass of
No, I
water?
gotta rehydrate.
We don't have that here.
It
Wait,
said me
say
and
one more time.
Daniel's got a history. Pour me up a double shot of Tuesdays.
Hell yeah. Oh, Raider Hatchkey, I'm down. Who's this guy? Oh God, it's weird. Oh,
Crispy, be careful! She's got a knife, bro! She's got a knife! Is he dead? Is he dead?
Oh.
Is he dead?
I
Is he
popped
dead?
on him.
I think Crispy's deceased.
Dying. Get the camera. Get the camera while she's distracted.
Stop killing.
Wait, 10K views already. Okay.
Run as fast as you can.
11K views.
I missed it. I didn't get that pop.
Fuck.
I'm sorry. I missed it. You said ready, and then I didn't really know you were
Great,
filming.
and then I said ready and everything. I said ready and everything. Ah! Go!
Whoa! No, this bug's sick. Oh.
Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, we lost. We lost someone. Okay,
That was actually hilarious.
Okay.
I'm saving that one.
Wait, we're viral.
Wait, we're viral.
I said the one at the end was.
Oh
so
wait,
funny.
guys.
What is this?
This is sponsorships.
North sponsorship opportunity. Oh wow.
Oh, what?
We can
get
do energy
sponsors?
drink because look, upload videos where you and your friends taking a total of 200 damage. I signed the deal, guys. That's us. That's easy.
Wow.
We got the sponsorship.
How much damage?
Like you get hurt. Upload videos where you and your friends take a total of. Oh, that's free.
That's easy. We could have got that last game.
All right, I guess I'll jump in front of a monster for you guys. Whatever.
All right, let's go.
Like
I'll take a nap. Let me take a.
Wait, that'd be funny to get that soundbite.
Yeah.
Gonna deal with the first woman energy drink. Flirt. Oh, flirt. Wasn't
Good morning.
flirt was real, wasn't it? How terrifying. I'm joking.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Still got a little head. No.
Have we all had a turn with the camera now?
Huh?
I think we have, haven't we?
Little face.
I think so.
What's up?
I think we all had a turn with the camera, right? We starting from start?
Wait, give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna go piss.
Okay.
But you can start if you have to.
He's a piss boy. He's a piss boy. Such a piss boy. Carlos buying stuff like usual.
Whoa, I'm trying to better our channel, Crispy. I'm trying to do this for us.
Wait, what is this? Oh, it's a party popper. Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like it's hot.
Oh snap.
All the pimps with the attitude. Pop it like it's hot. Oh.
Let's have another good day. Oh, microphone.
Microphone.
And a
player. Dang, you got it
soundboard.
all.
Okay.
Sammy, grab the soundboard or the microphone.
Okay. I'll take a mic.
Fred Gull. I love Fred Gull. The hell?
Carla, would you like to speak on that?
Look at this Fred Gull I found. That's what it's called.
I love Fred Gull.
I didn't even do that. It's a joke. Fred Gull. It's good. I love it. Wonder how much louder I am. Probably way too loud.
I don't know. I can't tell.
Hey, does it make a difference? Like, do I sound different?
It only makes a difference on the camera.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Wait, that's kind of funny, like commentating from afar.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. It's gonna take a dedicated person to do.
Which is right here. Christopher.
Wait, push him inside, Loki. Okay. Wait, do we have the
Wait, do we have
camera even?
Yeah, I
Do
do.
we have it?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay, beautiful.
Oh, you do? Okay.
It just dawned on me.
Bully him! Bully him! Bully him!
Welcome back to Christopher Bellburger. Today we're going to the
Bellburger,
underground.
brought to you by the Burger Shack. The finest burgers, coolest cats, and the Burger Shack.
What is that?
That
What
was
was
a
that
lot.
one?
Wait, we gotta
What was
get.
that sound?
We need Chris to come back so someone can do the
Who
intro
was
with
that?
the.
Where was that
Alright,
even?
guys, lock the
Right
fuck
here.
in. Let's
Here,
do this.
Chris, use this. Use
Oh,
this.
there he is.
Chris,
All
Chris,
right.
Chris.
How cold is it here? Freezing.
Chris,
My
use this.
fucking
And then someone come with the mic. Wait, come back.
The old 1, 2, and the 3, and the 4.
Wait, Sam,
What's all right?
Mine's 11 degrees, and it feels like 1.
Ooh, okay, hold on, let me look. It is currently 4 degrees, and it feels like -5.
What the fuck?
-5.
Chris, can you hear me or my bug?
It's like a -7.
Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay, pick this up, and what we're
Hello,
gonna do is I'm going to interview them. We need you. So when I say go, do the game show intro, okay? And then I'm gonna interview them. Alrighty.
Perfect.
All right.
Chris,
ready?
come back. I need to hear it.
He's
It's
already
Sammy, we're
gone.
being interviewed.
Chris, I need the
already
game
gone.
show. I need the game show sting.
He's already gone. He left.
Who are you interviewing?
We have
Do
mics.
the sound.
We have mics. Ready? When I say go. Oh my god. When I say go, press it. Jesus Christ. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
1,
She's in producer mode.
1, 2, 3.
You didn't say go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Delve with the Diving Pit. I'm here with Sammy Hangster. Sammy, what do you have to say?
Hi, Chris. We happy to be here and can't wait to see some monsters. Let's get them.
Let's get him.
Okay, thank you.
And scene. Wait, I think that was really good.
Wait, cinema.
I think that was
Cinema.
really good.
Wait a second, chat.
Chris, you brought out his radio voice for that one.
Yeah, that was nice.
Cinema.
I used to be on the radio.
Wait, Chris, I think you're unmuted in Discord. You're still a good guy, though, at the end of the day.
I totally was, and you're a great guy.
All good, though. Wait, is
Too
this
many
blood?
buttons.
Is this blood? Why
Where?
is there so much red?
Blood.
Me. Oh,
Blood.
didn't mean to do that.
It's not funny.
I can't
Not
see it.
funny.
I was gonna say me when it didn't work.
Wait, we gotta find a little Gringotts or something. Little Geeblegob.
Oh? It just
Is there no lower level? Wait, not the Don.
No, over here.
Don to me.
Don.
More
Okay,
serious.
wait, okay, Chris.
Every time you say that, I think of Dan to Dan.
True.
Don.
What was that? I just heard... Oh my god, there's a
Over
glove!
here.
Oh my god,
wait,
me
hold on.
when he...
Oh.
Me when...
Interview.
All right, ready? Here we go.
Guys, are you okay? Are you okay? Please talk! Please talk! Why are you doing this?
Right now, Sammy,
Why
how
are
do
you
you feel?
doing this? Why are you doing this?
Ah!
Sounds like my Friday night. Back to you, Sammy.
Get off
They're
me!
stuck together.
We're playing a weird game of jumping.
Get off me!
Oh, Crispy, don't
This is
jump.
it.
Oh, wait, don't play
This is it.
jumping rope with us.
This is like
This
twins
calls
in the
for a
womb.
nice... Oh, okay, it's not recording.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, you know what?
My bad.
Sammy, I think we're stuck together now. The rest of
Oh, you guys are stuck together now.
Oh, great.
Wait, guys,
Chris, you got anything to
let's
say
interview.
about that? Chris, you got anything to say about that?
I need to go piss. I'll be right back.
No! You can't!
I gotta piss. Move.
No, Chris! No, we're
no.
Hold it until we get back! Hold it until we get back!
Fine.
Hold the door.
We're not!
Oh, crispy!
Mr. Alien, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about your Gleeble Glorps?
Wait, Sammy, let's kill it with our schlumper.
Oh!
Ow, dying.
Follow me.
Ah! So,
the dust
so what do you have to
are
say?
tied
What do you have to
together
say?
right now.
What do you have to say about your shell? You've done things. What do you have to say about it?
I thought she said shelf.
What do you feel? How do you feel right now,
She
guys?
said
How do you
shell.
feel? Do you feel stuck in your position?
I do.
All right, 8% film. Let's get to the thing.
10 years. I'm joking.
Hey!
Talk out the stream.
Where's
Let's
our...
get your stream now, guys.
Where's
Come on.
our thing?
Ew, what was that?
Oh, okay.
Where's our thing?
Oh god, I'm stuck. Help!
Oh, the glop's
Stand
here.
up here.
The glop's here.
Help! Chris! Oh my god.
Hello? I don't know where I'm going.
Guys, get the
Follow
camera.
me.
Lost, I
Get the
think.
camera.
Follow us.
You know what I love
Get the
about
camera!
content? I don't know what's happening at any point in time.
Guys, get the camera. Get the camera.
Oh, we're all stuck together.
How do we get to the dive bell?
Oh no, she's on the ceiling!
Guys, can you get me off? Throw a torch at
Get
me.
out of there. Oh,
Throw
great.
a torch at
Wait,
me.
where are you guys?
Throw a torch.
Get the fuck out of here, everything. Follow our voices.
Where are you
We
guys?
need scissors! We need to be cut!
There's Crispy. Get the fuck
Guys, grab the camera. Grab the camera.
Crispy!
Where's the camera? Where's the camera?
Do I drop it? Do Drop it!
Carla has
Drop
it.
it! Drop it, Carla! Fucking
I dropped it! Grab it!
Crispy grabbing it the fuck. I'm out of here! I'm going!
Did you grab the camera? Did you grab it? Did he grab it? I think he did.
Oh my
dead,
god.
bro. Chris is dead.
We're all dead.
I'm just
Oh,
no.
rotting. I'm just dead weight.
No, Sammy, come on, that's crazy.
Just
Wait, is everybody
hiding,
dead?
tethered,
Leave, Crispy. Leave.
Leave, leave, leave.
Leave.
dangling. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great.
Leave.
Oh, great. Oh,
Anglerfish.
great.
Does he have the camera?
Oh, great.
Yeah,
oh,
he does.
Great.
All right,
I
that
hope
should
he
be
does.
at least 20k.
Oh, great.
Dude, that was, dude, we got so much in that one,
Dangling off the
for real.
stairs.
Crispy!
Oh no!
What is he
Oh
doing?
no!
Oh, great.
What the
I'm
hell?
serving pinata right now. Oh! Oh.
She says she's serving pinata.
Guys, we had to go.
She's serving pinata.
I was serving pinata.
All right, that's gonna be a really funny one, I think.
Let's go.
I hope so, Chris.
We need the money.
Dude, so at one point our tether became 3, and then we got stuck to Carla, who was on the roof.
Oh.
You guys were all stuck together like a little.
They were stuck together like it was
We're
chained together.
roped together.
That'd have been 200 damage easily, right?
That was literally.
Oh.
Guys,
Come on,
I'm reckon
no
a 20k.
200?
I reckon a 20k.
Nah, maybe not. We'll see.
Aww.
20k.
I gotta watch this video.
Crispy?
All right, chat, I'm excited for this one. I think we're gonna go golden viral.
All right, here we go.
You didn't say go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Delve with the Dabbing Pit. I'm here with Sammy Hangster. Sammy, what do you have to say?
Hi, Crispy. Happy to be here and can't wait to see some monsters. Let's get them.
Let's get
What over here?
Oh my god.
Oh wait,
Whoa,
interview it. Interview
what?
it. Carla,
Oh!
Me when.
Interview it.
All right,
Interview it.
ready? Here we go.
Oh! Ask me a question.
Please talk. Please talk.
How do you feel right now, Sammy? How do you feel?
Why are you doing this?
How do we? Oh God, they're stuck together.
I'm connected to it. We're playing a weird game of jumping.
Get off me!
Oh, this is like twins in the what? Oh, you guys are stuck together now.
Oh, great.
Wait. All right, guys,
Chris, you got anything to
let's
say
interview.
about that? Chris, you got anything to say about that?
I need to go piss. I'll be right back.
No! No, Chris! No,
Oh,
we're stuck
no.
together.
Oh,
Hold it!
no.
Hold it until we get back! Hold it
Oh,
until we get
great.
back! Oh, we're dying! Chris, we're dying!
Mr. Alien, how do you feel about this? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about your Gleeble Glorps?
Wait, Sammy, let's kill it with our schlumper.
Ow, dying. Dozens are tied together right now. Help!
Say about your shelf. You've done things. What do you have to say about it?
Shelf.
What do you feel? How do you feel right now, guys? How do you feel? Do you feel?
Ew, what was that?
Oh.
Chris. Oh my god.
You guys.
Wow, that was
There
a
you
banger
go.
right there,
Wow.
folks.
17.
That was a
17,000
banger.
views.
17,000
Guys,
guys.
Wow.
we
Okay.
did that.
And that's how you go viral, people.
We're kind of
Yeah,
legends.
guys, take notes.
Shelf.
That's crazy because
Shelf.
Little face. Take notes.
50
Look at my
damage.
little
We
Smurf.
took so much damage. All right, all we need is 6k.
And then-
7k.
7K. Everybody want to see my 7K?
7k.
Good morning.
Chris, it's your
Show
turn.
off my
This is the
7K.
last day. Ominous.
All right.
Wow, we only need a 7K banger. We're so good for it.
7k. Hey.
Like it's noon, too.
7K.
We have
I have
$300.
3
Buy something
hearts.
crazy, maybe.
300, you said? We could buy the green
Buy me
screen.
something good. What's a goo ball?
I don't know.
You don't want to know.
Shock stick?
Fruit.
Shock stick is actually fun, but it's 400.
We can buy the green screen.
Rescue hook?
What's the point of that, though?
You can film an intro with a
what's
random background.
Hugger?
Chris,
Ooger.
Oh, nice.
no problem. Thought maybe you'd be hungry.
Tell me something good.
Yeah. Okay.
Tell me
Yeah.
something good.
Yes.
All right. Is there anything we should bring, or are we good to go? Anyone need anything?
Wait, are we buying?
We could get
anything
a
or no?
mic. The mics
Oh,
were.
you know what? You know what? I have an idea.
The mics were good.
We're getting a defib.
Wait, get a defib. Yeah, that's
bring 'em
smart.
back.
A defib is smart because we could actually bait a death and then bring you back.
Bring them.
Oh,
For the
smart.
footage.
Smart.
That you in the head. Alright, so grab that.
Ow.
Alright, let's get out of here now.
I got it. Oh, I think it's got 3 charges.
Hey. Thanks.
Next one.
Yippee.
Tell me something good.
It was our last day.
Our last
It was our
day.
last day.
It was our last day. Our last day.
Last day.
It was our last day.
Aw.
Last day.
Content warning brought to you by tacos.
Taco eye.
Brought to you by Taco Bell.
Be careful.
Guys,
Hug the ledge.
I'll.
Who's the ledge?
Haha.
Hug the ledge.
Hey, man.
Let's bait my death in game.
What?
Watch that. Bro fell down. It said watch the ledge and then falls down. He's below us now.
Oh, weirdo,
Wait,
weirdo,
film it,
weirdo,
film it,
weirdo,
film it,
weirdo,
film
weirdo.
it. Who has a
Hug the
camera?
ledge, Hug the ledge.
Who has a camera?
I have the camera.
Where are you?
Chris, there's a freak over here.
Well, there's a rib cage right here.
Are you down?
But there's a live freak up here. He's crawling.
Got a rib cage right here. You're muted this whole time, brother.
We're freedom.
What? How do I keep getting muted? This is so. It's got to be a double button.
Why is there so many doors?
Are you guys downstairs? I can't see you.
What's this?
How am I?
Chris,
I
are
think
you
they fell.
downstairs?
Did you guys fall? They fell.
Okay. Hello?
Come over here.
All right.
All right, I'm just going full hog because my voice thing is.
Crispy.
It's good. Like, it keeps muting me for no reason.
Like the first part. No,
Wait,
like the
Chris, where are you?
Sammy, don't worry about it.
I'm right here.
Are you down or up? I can't see you.
crazy off stream.
Sammy, this is not anything I wouldn't say on stream.
Can't get anybody else.
Wait, Sammy, come here.
Where?
Where are you?
I can't
All
find
right,
Chris.
so we're gonna interview you. Oh wait, where's Chris?
I don't know. I've been trying to track him down.
On.
Well, the bit's ruined now because we lost our cameraman. Chris.
Chrissy.
Christopher Melberger.
Chris. Why are there so many doors? Is he
Wait, I'm
dead?
lost.
He's so
Low-key.
far away. Why didn't
Chris,
he
where
stay
are
in the
you?
same spot? He just keeps running.
Oh.
Chris, where are you?
Wait.
Ooh.
here.
Ah, a bomb just went off.
Oh, great.
Oh.
Is someone dead?
Oh,
O'Reilly.
Crispy is.
I don't know. Is Nick
Yeah.
Crispy just died?
Ready? Get this.
that
Get
what
this.
happened?
Ready?
I
Ready?
want to
Ready?
film it.
3, 2, go! Go!
Clear.
Clear!
He's back!
Yeah!
Good morning.
Oh.
Good morning.
Oh my God. Woo.
Nice.
The thing was a bomb.
Chris Fiore Melbourne.
Wow, we.
Get a button.
I didn't know he was a bomb.
I feel like we're at MC Asher's painting.
That was a Claire Obscure reference.
Have him play.
Should we go down here?
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's not even anything scary around here.
Nothing scary.
Yeah, you hear that? I'm not afraid anymore.
I'm not
What the-
afraid
I'm
anymore.
not
Did
afraid.
you hear that?
To
I'm not
take a
afraid
stand.
anymore.
Where are
Everybody,
they? I want to throw myself at
come
it.
take my hand.
What'd you say, Carl?
I want to throw myself
Home
at it.
Alone reference.
Home alone. Home alone.
Home alone. Is there anything even down here?
Guys.
I think I might have found
Yes.
something crazy.
Walk this road together.
Are these like? Why are there so many cages? What's going on?
Are these
I
like
don't know.
crates? Are they shipping containers? What the hell what's the
Crate.
lore?
Crate.
Where the fuck are you?
Should we go deeper?
I don't know.
Should we go? Hey! Oh.
See fucking shit. I found a bad boy.
Where? Come on, idiot! Come and get me!
No, it's great down here,
Oh.
Sammy. Phenomenal. Let me tell you.
Ooh.
Oh God!
Bad news, guys. Bad news.
What are these things?
Chris, are you alive?
These are some Glorfs.
Guys, I've got bad news.
Did it hurt you?
Yeah, it hurt me. It hurt me.
Guys.
Oh, no. Wait, I didn't think it could do damage to you.
Guys, bad news. Okay, I don't think anyone can hear me.
Here, I got this.
So I'll jump to.
The pummel room.
It loops over there.
Wait, how do we get out? Sam, I
Hey,
think
man.
you've doomed us.
Pick up skull.
I literally, guys, answer Carla, please. Answer Carla.
You've
Yeah, no one
doomed
responds
us.
to me.
Wait.
We're
can see the light?
That's the end of the run.
I'm sure
Yeah,
we
that's
can
it.
find
Straight up.
our way
Yeah.
back up. There's
Because we didn't make enough, and we died.
And like
There's
you fell
always
into an
a-
abyss. You can't grab the camera.
Yeah.
She's got a wig.
These guys are too jolly. and
Got a
happy.
wig.
They don't know what.
She's got a wig. Oh wait, staircases. You're brilliant.
Gosh, she's got a sing it.
I'm down to play this again. I think.
She's got
I
a
also think
wig.
since we run and
She's
here we
got a wig.
I agree.
Oh,
Boom
boom mic.
mic.
Whoa! Hey, all right.
And she's got a amazing. Alright, where's our squad at? Gun!
Oh, gun! Let's interview him. Sir, how do you feel
I would
about
have told you where we were at.
Go! Sammy, go! Run! Sammy, run, Sammy!
I'm moving! Ah! Ah!
Smooth!
Sammy's dead. It's just crispy.
Oh no,
She's
Sammy.
got-
Just
she's
crispy.
got
I'm running. I'm good for it.
Sammy, we lost the camera. The run's over.
She's
Oh,
got a
Chris.
wig.
It's not good.
Carla tried telling you guys, but no one heard her.
Oh,
She's got a
fucking
wig.
here.
She was telling guys.
Bro, where am
Guys.
I?
Crispy and I couldn't hear. We must have been too far away.
I think it's bugged because you were right near me. I think my mic wasn't working.
Wait, really?
Yeah, because you guys were so loud in my ear, and I was like, guys, bad news. But you guys
Oh, it
were
must have
laughing
been
and being
bugged
jolly.
then.
Yeah, I think it was bugged.
Cause we were
gotta be
like
the way up.
a floor under you.
I need to go all the way up.
Yeah, because everyone's loud for me.
Yes, here. Go.
That's
Move your little legs.
Yeah, I think it's buggy.
Guys?
It's
Oh, he-
given bugged.
We're all dead.
Bug.
It's the doors.
Guys? Wait,
Yeah,
how
I
far
think
away
I'm
is the
getting
camera?
muted.
Is it like obtainable?
We're running
No, we're into an
Sammy
abyss.
fell into an abyss. I got
Anybody?
pushed by a fucking
No.
egg
Playing
beater.
content warning,
to
Mickey,
the
but I
abyss.
think we're switching to liars after this.
Who the hell are
We're
you?
trying to play 3 games.
Oh, hey! Ew, that's an old.
the hell are you?
other
No!
Vlogger.
Oh!
He just shocked him. Who's this?
Ow! Oh!
What is that? What is
my
that,
God.
bro?
Oh my god, it's Mr. Beast! It's
Is
Mr.
that
Beast!
an IRL streamer?
Bro!
What the hell?
Bro, just got killed by Rob
Jesus! An
Killed
influencer,
by an
man.
IRL streamer. That's crazy.
You failed the game
Aw, we
popularity as a content creator.
failed.
Okay, thanks for
Don't
okay,
tell
thanks
me
for the
no.
reminder.
I know there was no clips yesterday. You don't have to tell me. I'm joking.
The cobwebs. Wait, it was
realized
only
it's
a bad dream. Carla, bad people clipped.
No, we're back.
Wait!
We're so.
It's only a
All
bad
right.
dream.
Guys,
Oh yeah.
that's content warning.
Guys, it's been a game.
Liars
Let's go
bar.
back to
Content
Liar's
warning.
Bar.
Yippee!
Time
Liar.
for some liars.
Wait,
Oh,
I'm dreaming
whoa,
of that
3
casino
hearts!
game.
3 hearts!
Yeah, that's what we're gonna play.
That's
Oh my god, 3 hearts! What if the in-game chat works this time? That would be great.
Oh, maybe.
I want the
might
mouse
not,
to
though.
move.
Wait, speak on that.
Wait, say words.
Say words. Guys, if you haven't seen the slot version, it's so good.
Liar's Bar.
Me in college?
Oh.
Huh?
Huh?
Ah,
Who?
just kidding. Oh,
Oh,
why is the
he was
word- why are the
he was a
words-
liar
Good
at the
night,
bar.
Mikey. Have a
Liar.
stunning sleep.
I don't know.
no, I would lie at the bar.
Guys,
Should I put on my
lock
outfit
in.
real quick? Some John Ford?
Oh wait, yeah, a wardrobe, right?
So
For
good.
sure. Put that fit on.
Good night, Trace.
What else has Gurk got?
You don't want to know, man. Should we just do a Discord again? I feel like that was better.
We can do that. I
Yeah,
just
I
like
don't
the
mind
mouth
doing
Unless we
moving.
could.
But it probably not
Oh,
gonna work.
we could try doing the mouth moving, but I don't know.
It probably won't work. It's okay.
I'm hosting a game. Friends
Liar.
only.
Nah, I'm joking.
Liar. Now this is gaming.
Liar.
Liar.
Okay, liars slots.
Liar. Liar.
Carl,
Liar.
Crispy. and
Liar's
Sam.
Bar Road to Fengdu.
Okay, sent you guys the invites.
Joining, I think. Yep.
John Port, kind of a freak. What do you mean? Mikey, of course, dude. But Crispy, you
freaking
broke
gay.
a fucking plunger and a little tag on his ear.
371.
Okay, hold up.
A little bit laggy. Oh, there we go.
What's that flap hiding, John Pork?
Dude, you don't want to know.
Oh,
Why is it shaped like
What the
that?
flap?
Ugh.
Crispy.
Oh my God, Mikey.
What's
It's
Sammy
just a
what?
belt.
I'm just making an
It's just a belt,
observation.
bro.
Why does the guard have to go
belt.
so far down?
Okay. All right, all the readies? Let me know. Let's see.
Liar slots. I'm ready.
I think Carla, that's ready, and then
Oh.
we're good.
We're good. I'm ready for
Perfect.
some liar slots.
Yay.
All right, so if anyone doesn't know how this game works, Crispy will explain.
Sir, numbers, redo, go.
Perfect.
Yep.
Nailed it.
That's it. This one's a game of wit, determination,
Wait.
lying, friendship. Me? Wait, hold on, let's see. Hello.
Test. Hello.
Test.
Hey. No, maybe not.
Ooh.
Nah,
Hello.
never
I don't
mind.
think you,
Never
can, you
mind.
can't hear me in
Oh,
game.
hear me.
I tried.
Oh,
You
you
can't
gotta
hear
hold
me
V.
in game.
Hold V if you want to talk.
I did. It didn't work.
I
in game.
did. Yeah, I'm talking over here. Is my
Sammy,
voice
hold
going?
V, Carla, hold V, or not really.
It's not
No,
working for me.
Sammy's isn't working. Sammy's
Testing.
Isn't working.
All right.
Okay.
I hear you.
I thought I
I
heard
hear you.
Sammy in game. Try it again, Sammy. Okay, GG.
Hold V or who cares?
Okay.
All right, let's just talk.
Yeah,
about
Yeah, I
this
think
one.
it's
Well,
something with
never
the
mind.
Steam input. Like, I don't know why it always does.
Oh,
that.
you have to like
Mad
change
annoying.
it. Yeah.
Did we explain this to the chat? Did I zone out?
You did just now.
Guys, I'm really bad at it. Crispy, can you do it?
All right.
Do what?
Can you explain the slots version of this?
I don't remember how to play.
Okay, so
Hold on.
basically.
I'll
okay,
explain.
so.
Okay, Sammy.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh
never
yeah,
mind.
yeah. Oh.
No, Chris said he was gonna explain.
Oh,
Go
Chris.
ahead.
Okay, go.
So you want to get. So you get 4 different symbols. You want to get hearts. Hearts are the biggest thing. The thing in the back is you get 1 little square that's revealed to everyone. So it's a game like bullshit. The game bullshit you play with cards. The idea is you want to be at the lead at the top left with how many hearts do you have. So right now Carla's showing 1 spade. She could have 3 hearts there, or she could have 0 hearts. She's either gonna put maybe 1 heart, 2, or pass. She's most likely gonna lie here, so that's definitely a lie. I could call and then she's in trouble, but since we're practicing, we're just gonna lock in here. So now it's my turn, right? I'm going, I'm spinning.
Definitely a lie. It's crazy.
So I
That's a real
have,
lie.
yeah, as you can see, I have 2 hearts.
Okay,
And
so he
what
has
I'm gonna
0
do
hearts. What
is
is he
I'm
just
gonna
gonna
I'm
lie?
gonna place a bid for 1 heart, okay? And then Crispy's gonna do
Which is
something here.
definitely the truth.
It is the
Definitely
truth. Now I
the
have 1
truth for
point, 'cause I called the
sure.
heart.
Definitely
So
the
the
truth.
person, whoever has the most after 5, then gets the executor roll, and they could shoot anyone on the spot.
Yeah.
So you want to try
Crispy
You
definitely
wanna try to get
has
points.
getting to the
one.
top, but also you want to do it
Yeah,
without
that was
getting
a
caught.
solid humble one.
Humble one. Humble one. Whoa.
Oh.
She's gonna put 2.
Wait,
She's
here
gonna
comes
put
the
2,
Oscar.
But she
It's
actually
gonna be
just got
such
1.
a 2.
No, if she puts 3, that's yeah, fucking
straight
right.
0. This is a straight
That's- yeah,
0.
right.
That's a nah, man.
That's a no way, Jose, dude.
That's a no.
She got 0. She got 0. Clock it.
Clock it. You won't.
Whoa.
Yep, that's 1 or 0 guaranteed.
She got 0 again, and she got 0 again, and she's going humble 1.
She got 0. Humble 1. Here comes
Humble
humble
1.
1.
Okay, sure. All right, watch Sean Pork do it the way he's supposed to.
No,
Porking it the way he's supposed to. Here comes another humble 1.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
The little cough.
Humble 1.
Ooh.
No
Yeah.
lying, bro. He's so lying. 2.
No,
Yeah, right,
no,
buddy.
Yeah, right. You're not calling it, but yeah, right.
Yeah, right, buddy.
Crispy knows he can do anything because Sammy's after him, and she won't call that.
Yeah, Sammy won't call it, so I can get
She
away
won't
with
call
I'm
that
not gonna
shit.
call it-
No.
I'm not gonna call it this early in the
The
game.
reverse
That'd be
psychology
dumb.
is so funny when we play this game.
Dude,
It really is. We really
when you have
say
Sammy
stuff out
after
here.
you, you're good to go. You can just do whatever. Yeah,
Liar,
okay.
Yeah, right.
liar. And see, Chris isn't gonna call it
Alright.
regardless. She could put 4 right now. Three. Yeah, right, bro.
Literally,
Yeah,
no
right.
shot.
It's giving 0.
Literally,
It's giving 0
no,
straight up.
It's giving 0.
It's giving literally 0.
Oh my god.
You know,
can't
here's the
let
thing.
that
Here's what's
stand.
crazy. I know for a fact she's fucking lying, but I also gotta do this.
Yeah, see?
Oh my
Knew
god.
it, bro. Knew it.
This is
I wasn't
unbelievable,
lying.
dude.
I had
Yeah, you were.
3.
I
No
can
one's
tell
gonna
you
pull
were.
the
You
No, I
trigger.
had
overdid
3.
it.
I
Single
had
person.
3. I genuinely had 3.
It's okay.
No, I swear
You're
I'm
okay.
memeing.
No one's gonna pull the trigger.
Okay, that's okay.
I look at my screen. I have 3.
I'm not cheating.
Well, I
I'm
had
not a
3.
cheater.
Because he's trying to figure out if he wants to do a humble 1
There's
or
a,
if he's
you
gonna
need,
go
you
for
need
the
to fill
2
that out.
right
That's
now.
empty. Whatever that is.
Nah.
Wait, what does it do? Is it a
That's
hair straightener?
I'm trying to decide if I want to call
$300.
You won't. We know you won't. So let's move on.
Yeah, whatever. Whatever, man.
Girl, whatever.
Hey.
Big money,
Hey.
big money, big money.
No whammies.
No whammies. No.
Yup, yup, yup.
Oh, here we go.
So you know what's so Crispy? We know
3.
for a fact she only has 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
I got the 2.
that's
I
a
got the
healthy
twofer.
2. That's a healthy
No,
2.
I got the 2fer.
You got the 2
Bang.
from
Gloofer,
Melberger.
gloofer.
I could put 2, but I'm gonna be humble, chat.
We can hear you.
Oh man, this is
Sure.
just, dude. This is just round after round of lies. Round after round of lies. Round
Nah,
after
that's the
round
truth.
of
I got my
lies.
2. I'm good for it. I got my 2 earlier.
Yeah,
Oh, you
bro's
got
gonna
0.
put a
He's
3.
reroll.
It's reroller. A sneaky reroll.
He's
Oh
going
my
2.
God,
He
that
didn't
was
get it.
so
He didn't. He's
fake.
going 2.
Liar.
He didn't
So
get it.
fake.
Liar.
Oh, he called you a liar.
He called you a liar.
All right, let's see.
Fuck!
Wow! Wow, she
Dude,
was
bold.
good for it.
He would have
Wait,
been like,
bold,
chat, watch
bold.
She
this.
was good for it. Oh, you have a chance. You have a chance.
I was trying to make something happen. My bad.
That's what they all say.
He's still in it. No
Wow.
shot.
Nice.
He lives another day.
No
Let's
shot,
go.
Bucko.
He lives
Unreal.
another day.
All right, let's see what we get. Okay.
He has nothing.
Okay.
No, I think he's good for it. I think he has 1.
Nice.
Oh, never mind. Spinning again. with that big finger.
That was a.
That's a
Ooh.
big 0. Yeah, and he got 0 again, but he's gonna put 1 now.
Sammy, you absolutely fucking called that. For sure.
Sammy, then call it. Call it.
No,
Call it.
I'm
You
not
want me
gonna
to
call it, bro. I'm
You
not
won't
gonna
because you
call
actually
a
did pull
humble
one.
You
1,
won't.
bro. I'm not gonna call a humble 1.
That's a 0, but she's gonna act like she has 1 here.
no.
Oh, she's going again. That's right. That's right.
Diabolical. Absolutely diabolical.
All right, all right. Humble 1.
Guys,
I had
check
more.
this out. 3 right now.
3? Oh, there's no way. This is a 0 at best.
That's a 0. Are you-
That's
That's
such a 0.
That's a 0.
Doesn't know what to do, but it's a 0.
The slow pan over is so funny. Oh. You know what? I actually think she might have this one. She'd be a little dramatic right there, Carls. And the Oscar goes to
Me. What can I say? I'm a lucky gal. I'm a lucky fox. Sit down.
Oh, he's getting up.
Be
He's
a
getting
lady.
up. Where's he going? Where's Jean
Luck.
Port going?
Be a lady.
Tonight.
Be a lady.
And that's how you take the lead. Crispy's not calling us, so we just move on.
Oh my god, stop with your one-liners.
You know what? Let's see it. Let's just go for it. Why not?
Oh, yeah!
Ah.
Boom!
Wow.
He had it this time. You
Wow.
fell for the bait, Crispy. You
yeah,
fell
you know
for
the
it, bro.
Listen, I'm always the guy that's got to make a move because no one else is going to do anything on this
I
table.
made a move earlier, brother. You're gonna get stayed here.
That's fair. Nah, I'm dead.
Nah, he's dead. Later, Crispy.
Wait, don't die. No, you're so sexy.
Later.
Later, Crispy.
You know
And
what?
he's
I'm
gone.
gonna
Just like
take
that,
a quick
he's gone,
smoke
bro.
break.
Alright, here we go.
Not a smoke break.
Okay.
Hi, Nat. How are you doing?
All right.
Carly, if you don't call that 2, then that's why.
Depends
You
what
don't
I
think
get,
I'm good
brother.
for
If
it?
I get a 3, I'm gonna play it.
You don't think I'm good for it?
Nah, Sammy, I think you are good for it, but also you were, maybe you are because you were so quiet about it. I think she's good for it, Carly. No worries.
I don't know.
How many did you say, Sammy? 2?
2. Humble 2.
Say it again. Say you got 2.
Humble 2.
The mental gymnastics is wild.
Crispy's just trying to bait you right now. I was so lying.
I love when
so
you're like,
you're such a
lying.
I love you
bro.
like,
You're
I
so
was so lying. I was so lying.
Dang.
Humble
Yeah,
two.
you're
Join me. Join me.
Nah, I'm good for it. Nah, I'm not good
Diamonds
for
are
it.
forever,
I'm done.
man.
I'm done.
Oh, no.
So-
Sammy, don't.
Nat, have you seen us
Sammy, take
play
a
the
seat.
normal
Take a
card
seat,
game?
Sammy.
Take a seat.
You're basically
a seat,
lying about
Sammy.
how many hearts you have, but they can always see 1
No.
to the one that's highlighted.
All right, well, Carl, now you have
Oh,
to
sorry.
now you have to vote.
So see
It's
how
okay.
I have 2 hearts? He won't believe me that I do, so I'm gonna do a humble 1. And then he can call that if he thinks I'm lying, or he will just do his to be safe.
I do know you're lying, but I don't care enough.
Sure.
Oh, mama.
Dos. Diamond now. Yep. It's so funny when you get up.
Bro standing, bro standing.
I like how I do a little smack
Yeah.
after the bet. Ooh, now that's nice. That's really nice. I'm guessing 2, maybe 3.
Really?
Could be 1. There's nothing under there, man.
Another quarter.
Say, come on, there's nothing under there. Crispy, can I get you anything, maybe glass?
Nice bed. There's nothing.
Okay.
Why do you look up and I look under? Three.
Call it.
Wow.
Let me spin first.
All right.
Oh my god. Those dead eyes of yours. Okay. Knowing
Okay.
Eat those Twinks.
what?
Voice critical. Where the hell did you come from?
I reckon he has it. I reckon he has it, but fuck it. I'm gonna call it anyway.
You think I'm good for it?
I think you would. Knowing your luck. Okay. Good.
Wow.
Didn't have it at all.
Oh, who would have thought?
I was curious. I was
What kind
curious
of
if you
heart?
made it.
Two earlier? Did you have that 2 earlier, Carla?
Give me another heart and say nothing. Like, get me
I
back in this thing.
think so. Which time was it? I'm trying to think.
Oh,
Just
great.
the turn before.
Wait, hold on. Before
No.
before I got
No.
one thing.
When I was explaining the rules.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. No.
You were like, I
seen
thought that
Crispy's
was a
chat.
diversion,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I thought-
Hey guys,
All right, let's run that
I
back.
beat him again. Sorry.
We can't let her keep doing this, chat. That's good.
Guys, run it back. Fuck, we don't even need to play
Run it
peak.
back,
Let's just run
let's
it
do
back.
another.
Bro, this game is such mental gymnastics. This,
I know.
This
It really
specific
is.
mode is wild. Oh
I
my
know.
god.
You have to play 3D
No one
chess
calls
at all times.
Anything.
Everyone
Yo,
ready
it's
up.
such 3D chess. Oh my god.
Let's go.
I have to
We're
be
back.
sure for calling it because you just die so quick if you just call
You
it.
do. You
I
just die so
know.
fast.
But then when you get it, it's such a good feeling. Okay.
That's what she said.
Oh, bars.
Okay.
Okay, this is the humble one.
I don't think he has it.
I don't think he has it either.
Humble
Wait, me?
one.
Wait, me.
You have it. You just don't have
not
a.
me,
you
not
just
me.
don't have a card.
Distraction tactic by doing different voices.
Yeah. It's so true, Sammy. Wait, Sammy, wait for my turn. See what I do. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Da,
I forgot about the fatties in the back.
Oh my
Oh god. Look at that zebra.
I just have two.
Lie. That's a,
Lie.
That's an early lie. That's an early lie.
No,
Sammy,
look at the
that's
way she's
such an
looking at
early
me, bro.
lie.
Look at the way
No,
she's looking at me.
it's
She
such a lie.
actually got it, and
It's
she's
such a
trying to
lie.
play like she didn't.
Carla,
No.
once she lets this pass, you tell me that it's a lie. You tell me to
No,
my face.
I think it's a oh.
Oh.
You know what's crazy? When the heart shows, it is such like a big ball play
You
where
can
you
put
can be like,
anything.
I have 3.
Yeah.
You can have any. That's so just one heart, and she's gonna say
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
No, she'll say three.
No, she's gonna go for
She's
a
good
ballsy
for it.
3.
Yep.
Yeah.
Three.
Yeah.
Fucking right.
Ballsy 3. Ballsy 3.
Three.
Carla, look
Would
at
you
my
rip my
ass.
house built?
That was a lie.
Nope.
Three.
I had two.
See, I knew she had it.
I
It was
can
the
hear
way
your
she was
cheeks
looking
speaking.
at me.
I can hear your
It was the
cheeks
way she
speaking.
I'm
was
being
looking
real.
at
Look
me,
at my
bro.
screen. You're not streaming. Look at
No,
my
she
screen.
literally
I
had
have two.
to. She had to. It was a bait.
All right.
And I didn't fall for the
Fine.
trap.
But next time I'll tell you when I lie.
All right. All right. Fair,
Yeah,
fair.
yeah, yeah.
Get anybody anything? Glass of water.
I love that.
Oh, it's my turn. Oh.
Yeah. Humble
Because he
one.
got 0.
Yeah.
He got 0, so he's trying to deflect.
Sammy, that is such a wild thing to say. I have a reroll. I wouldn't risk the
Because
0.
he's trying to fly under the radar tonight, too. Look at him. Bro's
Yes,
being
he is. Look at
silent.
him.
Bro's being the most
Bro,
silent he's
sit
ever
down.
been.
Sit down, John Pork.
Sit down. Don't look at me like that.
The look around is so crazy. Yeah, I get 0. Yup, reroll.
Yep, reroll.
Knew it. Bro's
Wild.
dead silent right now, too. He also just rolled another 0.
Sit down.
Say 1.
Oh, you didn't get one at all.
That little
Clapped
look
it from
away.
a mile away. Clapped it from a mile away.
Noah.
Oh, sorry.
No, no, bro.
Fake.
That's a lie.
No.
Give her the Oscar.
Fake. Fake.
Yeah, right. That's a 1, maybe a 2.
Bro, I did it one time, and no one's ever gonna be able to do it again.
You know, you never even did it. Wasn't that proven to be fake?
Reroll it. Reroll that
It was
0.
it was a lie, but I'm saying like every time someone freaks out, it's gonna be a lie.
3. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
See what I get here first.
I've been
Yeah,
doing.
right.
Yeah. Okay, Oscar.
Do the space thing, Sammy. Yes.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wait a
do that
second.
more often.
Wait. One more time. Or?
Humble 2.
What did she say?
Humble 2.
Humble 2.
Nah, she doesn't have it.
Christy can put
Humble
anything
2.
right now, and it doesn't matter.
Bang.
You can put 3, 2, or 1, and I'm not calling it.
That's not true. If I put 3 here, you're calling it.
No one
No,
called
I'm
my
not. Watch
3.
me.
All right.
Bro,
Bro
you
said jackpot. Bro
I
said
can see your
jackpot.
spade.
You said
You
you're not
Bro
calling
said
it.
jackpot,
You said,
bro.
you said you're not calling it.
I said I'm not calling it 3.
Bro said jackpot. That's crazy.
Bro,
That's
you're,
crazy.
you're a liar.
He's
You're
just
a
gonna
liar
kill
then.
you, Chris. He's got the executioner.
Yeah, of course I'm gonna kill him. I said you can put 1, 2, or 3.
Bro
I'm not
could
gonna
have
call
gotten
it.
a 3, a
Jackpot
free 3.
is crazy.
Bro could have gotten a free 3, and he said said jackpot, you know?
I was. If you said 3, I was not gonna call it, but bro went too big for his britches.
I went for content, all right? I went for the content.
Give him a heart. Let him stay.
That's crazy. They were talking about the Bible.
Bro took a huge puff.
Hey,
Bro
worth
took a
it.
huge puff.
Worth it. Oh my god, that was too funny.
All right, watch this.
Oh man.
Whoa!
So the
Sure,
only one.
sure.
there.
Yeah,
So the
0.
only
It's a 0. It's showing 1, but it's actually a 0.
You're like the girl who auditioned for the play and was like really excited about it. And got a supporting role, which is fine.
Chris.
What?
There's a lot of people with supporting roles in your chat,
3.
probably.
I'm rolling first.
Chris, we all have a supporting role sometime. Man.
Hey, my whole streaming career.
Sammy.
Anyways, guys, let's.
Well, this place is awesome. Look at all this stuff.
Oh, is it hot in here?
Maybe.
Anybody need a glass of water?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Guys.
Yeah.
Guys.
Sure.
Go on, press jackpot.
Yeah,
And
you're
the
so
Oscar
stoked
goes
going.
to.
Oh yeah, right. Carla, he just said jackpot. Carla.
No,
Let me see what I got first.
He's good for it. He's good for it.
Crispy, what are you talking about, bro?
Sammy, I can see his jackpot. He's good for it.
What? Why?
What just happened?
Oh, it's random. Oh no, Sammy.
Why did Sammy fucking die?
She could have just called the lie. She could have just.
Why did Sammy fucking die for no reason?
Sammy needs a lap after that.
I know
Sammy
she's
needs a lap.
fuming.
Sammy,
Sammy
I
needs
thought
a
I was
lap after
killing
that.
Chris.
I know she's fuming, bro.
Sammy.
Felt like I just got shot in real life.
Sammy. You know what
Sammy,
hurt
what do you
about
do?
that?
Anything?
You know what hurt? I thought I was doing Chris, and then I heard Sammy go, "Oh, that was heartbreaking."
That was a huge stray bullet.
That was wild.
I meant to kill Chris.
That's crazy. Bro said jackpot.
said
He's still
jackpot.
alive. That's crazy.
Just said
That's actually
Sammy, the way I had 0 hearts.
I
Oh
know.
my God.
I know it in my heart. And I knew it in my heart, bro. And look who's
man,
rotting
oh
in
my
the chair.
God.
No, Sammy.
Simply
Oh.
rotting.
No way.
Sammy, I'm so sorry. I thought I was getting Chris.
Look at my dead body with the shades on. That's so funny. bro.
You're
You
kind of
look-
serving in the afterlife.
You look so
gotta
done.
serve.
It's perfect.
Bro, I look so dead.
You just look like a college like late Friday morning.
I'm gonna
Like
do
at
this
1,
so
2
I can
a.m.
get out of the game and get the karma I need.
Crispy, I've looked like that IRL quite a few
Don't
times.
call me. No. Oh,
Sammy, this is for you.
Oh.
This is
Sammy,
for
You're
you,
gonna get a
babe.
heart, and then you're gonna be in it still, and then it's gonna
This
be
is for
awkward.
you. No.
You're so getting a heart.
No,
and
no,
Sam's
no,
like,
Carla, I need
hey.
you to win.
No, this is for you,
to
Sammy.
win.
This is for you.
Watch this heart happen. Here we go.
I'm back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought.
This is
man.
for you, Sammy.
Laid you up.
This is for you.
Lady Luck.
Great.
Walk, be a lady. Tonight.
Hi, Hannah. Goo goo gaga.
3 says.
I can't believe that killed Sammy. I'm so sad. Oh, great.
No, like the actual visceral reaction I had to that.
Someone already has a clip in my chat. I'm so scared to watch it. It's gonna make me shed tears.
No, like I actually look
down
shook.
now.
You know I meant to kill this guy, right? Sammy, I would never.
Look how the cookie crumbled.
Sammy, this is for you. Oh.
Clara, did you have a heart before, by the way, or was that a lie?
When?
Just now.
Just now or later? Earlier?
The last round.
No, I didn't.
I fucking knew it, and I was gonna call it, but I was
But I have
timed.
2
didn't realize
now.
it.
Call
I
it.
knew it. I won't.
Call it.
Ooh. Liar.
Sammy, this is for you.
No, no. It's a lie.
Oh, Carla.
I'm going to
Oh,
giggle
there's
heaven.
no way.
I'm going.
We needed this. Now you are going to giggle
Wait,
hell.
you can
you
get
know
another
it.
heart. You can get another heart.
Oh, watch this, Sammy. This is for you.
Lady luck.
Sammy, watch this.
Lady
Lady
luck is
luck.
gone.
Ah.
Lady fuck.
I don't mind watching
freaking
that.
Pork. John Pork.
Yeah, when I say
It's
clip,
me, John
it sounds
fucking
like
Pork.
clip.
I'm happy to be here. Good to see you guys. We won again. We did it. Yeah, I'm John Pork.
Play again. Sammy needs to get revenge.
That's great.
Sammy needs to... That was wild. That
I
was an
can't
all-time.
believe
Anything
that.
can happen on Friend Slop Tuesday, people.
Hey.
Guys, stay on your toes.
That's why you should subscribe.
that-
See you next week.
I wonder if that's going to be one of the first clips on everybody's year-end. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
That's the first clip type of a
We
candidate
can't even
right
think
there.
about that right now. It's January, man.
True.
Yeah, I'm just
already
saying.
almost over, Chris. It's already almost February.
Already almost over. It's almost
Great.
February. Great.
Right.
Carl just got away with a 2 for nothing right there.
What do you mean got away?
No, she
I got 2.
Oh! Oh! God!
That's what I fucking thought.
Go!
That's what I fucking thought, Carla.
go!
What do you think this is,
Wow.
huh? What do you think this is?
You thought you could just go
What do
under
you
the
think this
radar,
is?
huh?
First round call, yeah, right.
Wow.
Yeah. Boom! Boom! Boom!
All right, hey, talk to your chat. You'll be fine.
Talk to your
Wait,
chat is
Bede.
crazy. Talk to your chat is crazy. Wait, Carla. Boom.
Oh my god.
Bro, talking shit after having your friend killed is crazy.
10 seconds into the game, you know?
To be fair, though, that was a little crazy. You went for 2 right away.
Ambitious, though.
That was ambitious. I had to call that. Also,
Why not? Why not?
Sammy,
That
I had
was
no
ambitious.
heart. No heart.
That's okay, Chris.
I lied.
Guys.
That's okay, Chris.
Crispy, that's a lie. I'm not gonna call it though. But you know what?
No, go ahead.
No, I deserved it.
No,
No,
he's
this-
got it. He's good for it.
Oh, come on.
He
2
got
in
the
a row.
equal one.
I deserved it.
2 in a row would be wild.
Sit down, John Boy.
Don't talk.
2, really? Well, let me check what this roll is real quick.
Yeah, before you call me. Yeah, right, buddy. Carla, 30 soon, huh?
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? she's pissed because she wanted to get away with it, and she loves this game.
No, I
Like,
knew it
oh,
was
great! I have
happening.
to watch these fucking idiots.
No, I knew it happened. I
No,
shouldn't have done that.
I was astounded that you called that out. I was absolutely astounded.
Yeah, because you never
we have
do.
to keep it interesting. We have to keep it interesting.
I
We
know,
do.
Ben.
Keep them on their toes, guys. Friend Slop Tuesday.
See you next week.
Friend
Two.
Swap Tuesday.
2, really.
next
He
week.
so got the 1. He so
See you
got the
next
1.
We're gonna try and count it. So next week would be
Sammy,
number 3, and see how long we can count it to.
But you're re-rolling a 1?
Wait.
Why?
What?
Oh.
That's why.
Why?
That's why.
Oh, I've been to Claire's, Nero. I've been to Claire's. Imagine if I just left
Bros,
stream and like did some
Chrissy,
ironing or something while I'm dead.
That was such a weird move.
Like,
You
you know
re-rolled
what?
it to a
I may as well
0.
check the mail.
Someone definitely gifted 5
What if my
subs for that or
license is
something.
there? Should I check? Wait, should I go check the
Because I
mail?
was showing
That's
a
kind
heart,
of
but it was
funny.
only 1, and I wanted to get better.
I'm gonna go check the mail purely because
Yeah, I'm calling this.
they
one
won't
out. That was
know
a
that I'm
weird
doing
move.
that, and
Yeah,
that's
call me.
funny to me. I'll literally be like a minute and a
Yeah, that's what I
half.
thought.
I won't be long.
That's what I'm
That's what I
thinking.
thought, bud.
That's what I thought.
You got a chance, though, so hey, we'll see.
Hey, give me a heart real quick. Let me stay in the game. Come on, I'm a good guy.
Good
Oh,
guy.
great. Carla, let's go talk to her.
And then there were 2. And then there were 2.
There were 2. All right, Sammy.
Ew. I don't like that you're just laying on the table, bro.
Okay, well, you got me killed, so
Alright.
that's your problem.
All right,
Okay, next.
Crispy, she has
Sorry,
0 hearts. I
was
can see
was
it.
the slab of meat talking on the table? I couldn't hear anything. Go ahead, Chrissy.
Okay, first off, rude. I didn't make fun. I didn't call you rabbit stew when you were dead.
Rabbit stew.
Bro, call me a slab
Bro.
of meat, you know?
Bro, sizzling bacon over there. And
Great.
oh my gosh.
Run it back.
Ooh, the old
Dude,
reroll.
this game has changed you, man.
God forbid a girl fight back, like. No, my chat's like exploding. Get him, yup.
I'm gonna look.
Really, Crispy, really, the two. The two. Let me roll first.
Sammy, what is this new thing that you're doing? It's like the whiskey move. My chat's going crazy.
Bro, they exploded. You don't see the yeah, get him, savage, LOL. You don't see all those?
Boom!
Crispy, I got nothing, by the way. I had no move there. I couldn't, even if I lied with the humble one, like there was no way I could do anything. Lady,
You're good for it though. Lady Luck, come through
Luck.
here.
Oh!
And just like that, she's here. She's here in this chat room today. Yup.
Well, there's no way you get 2 here, so he just shoots you anyway at the next turn. Sorry.
Wait, you already told me you have 0. Sammy, you already told me you had nothing.
Lady Luck. She passes. A humble pass. A humble pass.
Riot underscore
Sammy, the humble pass is wild.
She goes,
Another month
she goes,
is
I got
wild.
nothing. How about that? Oh my god! Without hesitation. Oh, she's gone.
I didn't realize that they didn't re-roll you on that. I thought definitely they would.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name's Gurk, and I've been Gurking it all day. You know what I'm saying?
My
This is
license
good
photo's
stuff.
so
Yeah, we
bad,
win.
guys.
Yeah.
I
Why is my
got
head
it.
like
So
this? It's
bad.
kind of weird.
And now I'm stuck with that
Yeah, it's Gurk.
for 5 years.
Wait, what more am I cooked?
No,
Yeah,
let's do one more. I love this game so much.
No, can we do 3 more?
And then what? And should we switch it to like
3
Liar's
more.
card? Like deck?
We could go back to
One more
to
slot,
deck.
one more
I haven't
slot.
played Stack in a minute.
No, we're doing slots and then maybe a Devil's card or a Chaos
Or
card.
poker, remember poker?
Sure.
Oh yeah, we can do it all.
Poker is confusing for people who don't get.
Guys, I went to check the mail, and I came back to you, all you dead. It was so funny. Alright, I'm back.
Yup.
I think it's only a
guys,
basic
I look
slots for
40
now.
in
They'll
it.
probably release something.
Humble one.
Humble one.
Humble one.
What do we got going on here?
I look 40. Not that's a bad thing, but I look like... No, I don't look my age at all. I look like I smoke a pack a day.
Everybody's
you're
too
up.
quiet right now. What's going on? People are scheming.
I'm talking to my chat. They're going nuts right now.
Scheming.
Nick, how are you, doll?
Shaq. Okay, Shaq.
Okay, Shaq.
Two
Sam, you wouldn't even
hearts,
believe it.
really. Really, Crispy.
I can't even read anything.
Beating as one.
I'm looking at all the clips from
Carlos not
Carlos'
here.
channel yesterday.
So bad.
That text was so funny.
Yeah.
She was like, "Hey, by the way, man, you ever just have this moment?" But Chris, were you there for that?
I don't think I was.
Oh, is that a jackpot?
Yeah,
Maybe.
right. Yeah, right. She wants to do it so bad. Ooh, okay, 3, humble 3.
I'm just telling the truth. Humble 3.
Carla texted me because we had a really bunch of funny moments yesterday in Arc Raiders, and she was like, I went to check my clips from like the last 24 hours to go back and look at some of the funny moments, and she goes, I got very humbled. You ever the streams where there's just nothing?
I know
like,
that. Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I feel
Chris
that.
was like, oh, you didn't like get any art clips? I'm like, no, but like I streamed 8 hours, 2 games, 0. I'm like, fuck, I got out my game. But it's very normal. It's very normal. Made me laugh though. Oh, he's spinning it again. Guys, I got my license in the
so
mail.
much better. Oh my god.
Oh, great.
So Carla, he definitely has a 1, but he said 2 just to get ahead in the game.
Ooh!
Well, Carla's not gonna call it because she's been out early the last 2, so.
True.
Why
you're right.
not?
Don't call it.
Humble
Oh God.
one. Humble.
Oh God. We're
Oh, Carla, no!
God.
Carla, no!
Carla, no!
Carla, no! Carla!
Oh, we need Lady Luck. We need Lady Luck so
no.
bad. We need Lady Luck, bro.
No.
Oh, don't look, she looks sad too.
Don't look down. Look up. No.
Oh,
Oh, it sounded
Oh, no.
messy.
That was really
my
wet.
shame,
Oh, that was
bro.
juicy, that one.
My
Ooh.
shame.
Oh, man.
No, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. We'll do one more.
It's okay. It's my fault.
No, you're dead. We'll do one more.
No, it's okay.
No, don't be sad. No,
Guys, my license
no.
photo's really bad.
Wait, send it to us.
I look like I smoke 2 packs a day.
Wait, send it. Please
crazy.
send it. Please send it.
I hate it.
Ooh.
He's gonna
No,
make me.
send it.
He's gonna make a sticker out of it.
No, I won't make a sticker out of it.
No, you have every right
Wait,
to. It's
No,
really
let me face
bad.
app it first.
Okay.
You face up it first.
Liar.
Oh.
Interesting, Chris.
That's fine.
Read it and
Oh,
leave.
I'm hungry.
Hey.
Yum, 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 yum.
I'm hungry.
Honestly, I wanted to get this one
over.
over with because I want to get one more in with Carl.
Yeah, that's what they all say when they lose, Chris. That's what they all
Don't even give me a heart. I don't even want it. I don't even want it.
That'd be funny.
Alright, yum, 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 yum. Oh,
I'm hungry.
Bye, Chris. And then there
Bye,
were two.
girl.
And
Bye,
there were
girl.
Wait, Carla, send it.
I am.
Okay.
I can't wait for you to laugh out loud.
I'm not gonna laugh. I'm genuinely
I
not.
look like she said I couldn't smile, and then afterwards, she's like, "Oh, you could have smiled." So now I look like I'm just smoking packs.
No, okay, so here's the thing.
Here we go.
When was this taken?
It's like 2 weeks ago.
What's crazy is it doesn't even like look like you.
I know.
No, it kind of doesn't look like you at all.
So I'm like,
But like you don't
what?
look you don't look bad though. It just doesn't look like you. It looks like you just look like someone who's like, I guess I'll take a picture right now because like they made you smile.
Oh, it's so bad. I'm gutted. That's
No.
all right. That's my 5-year pick.
5
Wait,
years.
you know what you should do? You should crop it and just make it a random alert that in your chat.
Oh wait, that's funny.
Oh
And my
Put your
passport.
ass away, child.
What's your passport look like?
Tim Tox
Let me show you. It's better than that.
Loot, laugh, learn.
Yeah,
Good
Crispy.
morning.
Yeah, right. 2 hearts. Yeah, right. Yeah,
There's
right,
nothing I can
bud.
do. There's nothing I can do.
I
Bring me
know.
out.
Great.
Name of the
Bring me
game, buddy.
back.
Name of the
Give him a
game.
heart.
Oh, Sammy GG.
Hey, we'll be seeing you, Crispy.
Sammy's
Oh God.
Listen, I was due for a victory royale.
You were due.
Am I right? I was simply due.
You
Needed
were.
this
That's my
bad.
babe.
Do you guys want to do that one again, or you want to do Devils or Chaos
We
cards?
can do devils.
You down for
I'm
that?
down for devils.
Tim, thank you. 3
Let's do
months
Chaos.
since
That's the one where you
that?
could like shoot everyone. It's just crazy.
That's crazy. How are you, doll? Sorry.
Wait, you guys down for a quick BRB? I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe
Because she's
grab a
like,
Diet
she's like,
Coke.
you
No,
can
I'm
give
joking.
like a little bit of like a, but I took that seriously.
All right, be right back.
You
One
know?
sec.
Crispy.
What?
You say that out loud to everyone. You gotta say it.
What? Australian driver's licenses look like they're made of like paper that you tear out.
That's crazy.
It doesn't even look plastic. It looks like it's like, you know, like
It's
the
very
like
plastic.
the paper.
I'm dead.
Oh man. Wait, you kind of look like a spy in your passport, low key.
Wait, am I a spy?
Wait, you kind of you're kind of serving like I'm international spy.
Oh, guys. Wait, how old was I in this? If I got in 2018, like 21.
Oh wow, that's
21.
8 years ago. Yeah, 8 years ago.
Guys, do I look like a
Right?
spy in my
Math?
passport? Be honest. Nah, I just look like I've seen some shit. I was trying to not laugh at it because my friend was making me laugh, and the person taking the photo was like, "If you keep laughing, we won't take the photo."
Put your
I was like,
ass
"All right,
away, child.
chill, Doreen. It's good.
Laura
We have time.
3PP5 just subscribed.
At least our money isn't paper." Yeah, tell them. Laura
Damn.
as well. Thank you for 7. And then look at my guys. I look like a widow in my license. At least I know what I'm gonna look like in 10 years. It's not bad. What is that? I'm just like. Anyway, Laura, thank you so much for 7 and Tim for 3 again. I appreciate you. What? I'm serving kind of like, who even is she? Like, I don't know. No, look. Here's the thing, guys. It's not the worst pic license I've had, like photo. It's fine. But I gotta laugh at it a little bit because my lip looks like I'm like, I just have to laugh at it a little bit, you know? Hi, Kyle. How are you? You do kind of look like you're being held at gunpoint. I think it's funny. I mean, you look good, but it's not Carla. Yeah, it doesn't feel like me. You know what I mean? Like, my office right now doesn't even have great lighting. Like, they had better lighting. They had like, and I still just don't look like me. Yeah, I feel like it's Walmart Carla. Like, you know when you see a photo, like a license photo of yourself? And I mean this with love, okay? So please just take this as something funny. You look at a photo of yourself or like a license photo or passport and you go, do people see me like this? Like, is this how everyone else sees me? Maybe. What is that? Or license photo make your face look weird. Yeah, I think it's, they use like a 2018 webcam. Uncanny Valley, exactly. Exactly. I'm good, Kyle.
Who's this little random guy, huh? Who is this little random guy? Say hi to everybody.
I'll
Me
show
when
you.
I find a random guy at the thrift store. I don't even think he has his headphones on. That's good.
No, he doesn't.
I can hear you.
What the hell?
Hi, Chris.
Oh, hey. Hey, man.
Hello.
So good, dude.
And she's gone.
She's got
away.
I'll ready up when we're all silent.
I'm ready. Hit that ready button.
Oh, you're good? All right. Peace.
Yeah.
All right. She's got away.
Sing it.
Thank you. Okay. Georgie, that's how I feel about that one. I should have done more of a
King's
laugh.
table. Is that why I see two kings sat right next to me?
Oh, Sammy, you're trouble, you are.
You're in trouble, you are.
You're in trouble.
Why was that so funny?
You're in for one, king.
Oh, you're trouble. You're trouble, dude.
Trouble.
Sammy.
Trouble.
Oh, I forgot we could do that in this one.
Wait, what the hell? I saw that.
Whoa, Sammy, what the heck?
Crispy, yours looks like it's just a fucking huge sausage.
Sausage.
The old sausage. The old gabagool, you know?
Kemi, do we
One
both get our new
king.
license together and
One
have a jump
king.
scare? I was like,
One king.
oh well. We could have a good laugh at it.
One king. Liar.
Uh-oh.
Chaos. Yeah.
Oh!
Chaos. Yes.
Wow.
Who
Oh.
deserves it the
Oh.
most?
Oh.
Who
Wait.
deserves it the
Oh.
most?
Oh.
Who deserves it the most?
What do we do?
What? How did I only die? How did I only die? What the heck? Who?
Me the last 2 rounds.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
The way we had all of our
Actually
guns
wild.
just facing each other. Holy
Oh,
shit.
God.
Man.
Chris,
Sorry,
don't worry,
it'll be a
this
quick
one's
game.
ending soon.
This is a quick game.
It's like, hey.
One chaos card.
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. All right,
Here we go.
I'll Venmo you guys each $5 if you shoot each other.
Dun, 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 dun,
Oh.
It's the way that Carla and I both were like, we don't care.
and we didn't move a muscle.
You guys have like an
And we
unspoken
didn't
girl
move
bond.
an
there.
inch. Girl bond.
Us in Shibuya.
Girl bond.
Us in Shibuya. Girl bond.
Hey.
1 chaos card.
One. Chaos card.
Haha, you fell for my trap.
That's really cruel.
Wow.
I was just doing it to put the gun
That's
down.
weird.
Really, Chris?
Put the gun
That's weird.
down.
Fine.
Point it to Crispy real quick.
Oh.
Oh! Oh!
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Wait, this one has me.
I
This
remember
one has
that,
my
Chris.
stomach in my ass.
I remember that, Chris. Hey, I remember
Wow.
that.
Oh, okay, until dawn. Still remember that.
Wild.
That's crazy.
Yo, my chat's
chaos
flying
card.
on that one.
Chaos card, call it.
One chaos card. Call it.
You know what? No, because you guys are gonna
We
just shoot me.
called
and it's not
yours,
fair.
Piggy.
It's
Come on.
not fair or fun.
Piggy's
wild. Piggy's wild.
Oh, wow.
Don't you dare call me him! Don't you dare call me him! You're a literal pig! You're a pig! Your name's John Pork!
Oh! Try that in a small town!
Chris called me Trump!
To be fair, you called me Piggy.
You're a pig! You're a fucking pig called John Pork! You can call me Foxy!
I'm telling. Foxy and Piggy are so different. They're so different.
Well, I meant it in a nice way, man.
Piggy's never a nice way.
Well, I'm sorry, babe. I thought you'd laugh at it.
Crispy's been dead for so
I
long.
actually am dead, bro.
Hey, wait, the way
Orc,
Crispy's
shut
plunger's
up.
almost touching one of you guys. Sorry.
Oh, man.
That's okay.
Oh,
That's okay.
God.
I
Because
don't
this is
play
like
there.
two drunk guys at the end of a frat party.
Oh,
La la la
And the girl-
la la la
And the
la
girl's just
la
having a
la
little
la
moment.
la.
Oh!
Joy.
Wow.
Joy.
Da 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 da.
Are we gonna run it back?
Okay, Piggy. Da 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 da.
Okay, Trump.
That's two different things. Him calling me the T
Wow.
word's crazy.
The T word.
The T word.
Guys, friend
That's
slop
crazy.
Tuesday. See you next week.
Friends Slop Tuesday.
Same
you
day,
guys. You never
same
know what
day.
can happen.
Slop
Hey, you never
Wait,
know what
ready?
can happen.
Ready up, let's run back. I want to do it again.
All right. Guys, save Tuesday for next week. We have to do friend slop 3.
No, I got a sponsor. Can't.
Okay,
Okay,
sponsored
bag.
up.
Yeah, it's called Liar's Bar with my friends. Get in there.
Oh, friend slop 3, guys.
Wow. Hey, hey.
Wait, Carla, do you know the reference, by the way, or no?
Yeah, I do. It's hilarious, but
Okay.
it still gave me
it's just 'cause
whiplash.
I wouldn't call you that for no reason.
No, I know. I get it.
Obviously,
I get
I'm
it.
kidding.
Yeah. It's fine.
Okay, of course.
Okay.
Wait, Chris, ready up?
Whoa.
Oh, my bad.
That's alright, man.
I thought I readied up.
That logo looks like the Burger King logo for a split second.
Oh, that's so funny.
All right,
Oh.
here we go.
Chat. Friend slop Tuesdays heal your ailments, right? We gotta run this back.
Yeah, speak on that.
Yeah, chat
just
going
exploded.
Crazy mode.
Sammy,
right now.
it's
They love
exploding
it.
with clips as well.
Oh,
True, yeah.
But you know what? Carl, you know what? Maybe tonight we're funny.
Wait, maybe we were funnier today than we were yesterday.
Yeah, maybe we weren't as
Luck.
funny the other day.
No, we weren't funny. Goo
Be
goo gaga.
lady.
Table.
Goo
I
gaga.
got us. One
Goo
king.
gaga.
One king. Hey, Crispy, Chris,
That's
want to
what,
play some
that's what my niece does.
One.
Yeah,
King.
I might not be able to, but I might be able to. I'm not sure yet. Not sure.
I thought we were cheese rolling after this, personally.
No, tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow. Oh, maybe
One
tomorrow.
King.
If we don't peak, we should cheese roll.
True.
But it depends on the vibes. One.
Just
Card.
keep playing lies, but
Liar.
One card. What is bro doing? What is he doing?
Sorry, I had to take care of something.
Oh, your worries. Your worries, no.
One king.
That's the MasterCard. Oh,
Liar.
you're in trouble, Sammy.
You are in trouble.
Ooh.
But the MasterCard was
Oh.
before
I have
that.
anything anyways.
Oh, sure.
Oh no. La la la
God.
la 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 la.
We're good.
Wow,
Nah,
she hit
you're
that.
You're literally chilling. You're chilling.
Let's see what we got here.
Mm. Carla, call this one.
Carla, don't. Guys, can you aim it at someone else? Don't all aim at me again.
Lock me a lady. Hey.
All right, here we go.
Chaos.
You know what to do, Sammy.
Chaos. You know what to do.
Da
I'll
da
make it
da 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 da
Oh!
Oh!
Wow.
Wow.
That was a perfect. That was a perfect square.
Wait, did we have a
No,
round
I
one
got
day?
a shot at Carla.
Oh. Did we have a round
I
once
read
that we all
once.
died?
Yes.
No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Wasn't all
Wait,
try that.
three?
all four of us died at the same time?
Hi, Maddie.
No, I
That
don't
would be
think
an
it's a round.
achievement for sure. Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
One. Queen.
One. Queen.
One king.
Don't call it.
One, queen.
No, call it. Come on.
No, that was the MasterCard. Come on.
It was.
I knew
One.
it.
Chaos card.
I knew it.
That's a lie.
No,
One
she's good
chaos
for it.
card.
Oh.
Well, same.
One king.
Queens. He's lying.
One queen. Bro, why you
I
lying?
have one card
Queen.
left.
Why you
One
always
queen.
Sammy.
That's definitely real.
Sammy, look at this guy. One king.
That's fake. Call that. Yeah, that's right.
I think you auto call it, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
That was
an
a
autocall.
king.
I'm the only one with the.
Oh, nice.
Sammy, you know what to do.
Oh! No! Wait, where'd you shoot?
Wait! Where'd you shoot?
I didn't shoot anybody. I didn't
You
shoot
killed the
anybody because
bartender.
the gun was in between,
It was in between?
you two.
Oh my
The gun
god!
was in between
I
you
never
two
seen that.
guys, so it didn't shoot anybody.
That's wild!
That's crazy.
I
I've
escaped
never
death.
seen that
That's
before.
wild!
What the fuck?
Wow.
That's
That was
crazy. Or maybe it's an Australian
wild.
ping.
Wow.
That's
One
wild!
queen.
One.
That's
Chaos
crazy.
card. It actually is.
One chaos card.
What the hell? I call his. He goes, no, fuck you.
Yeah, because when I call it, then you guys will aim it at me, man.
I wouldn't do that.
I always
boy.
randomize it, except for that one time where you offered to Venmo, and then Carla and I banded together.
That's
One
funny.
queen.
One. Queen.
Ow.
I knew you'd
Fire.
fucking do that. That's so
Oh.
shit. He doesn't call my chaos card. That's fucked. Yep.
Wait, what is this over here?
Try to aim it
Carla,
again.
who do you want? Carla, tell me who to aim it at.
Just aim it at me, bro. Don't you dare.
Cat.
Oh, thank God.
I was trying to get there. I was trying to get there.
Cat. That's what they all say.
Be a lady.
Cat.
Deny.
Okay.
No, like,
Hello,
I'll
my buddy.
remember
Hello, my buddy. Hello, my right
One.
son.
Chaos
Yeah.
card.
Yeah.
Fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
that. All right, here we go.
All right. I'm just gonna...
Oh, come on, man!
Wow.
Why? Why?
And that's Liar's Bar. Next.
Christy, at least you have time to take another hit or something.
Crispy's reactions are so good that my jaw is on the floor every time he dies.
Oh my
That
god,
sucks.
dude.
One MasterCard.
Can't believe this.
One
Visa.
call.
One
Wait,
piece.
the MasterCard's crazy. She chooses
Whoa.
what happens.
Okay.
What's that bong?
Sorry, I farted.
And here we go. Da, 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 Wow! Wow!
Wait, why'd you? What was over there? Imagine Crispy got up and
Unbelievable.
We just want to make sure he's dead.
Crispy,
laughed.
Crispy, how'd you go up and like? Oh,
I
anyway,
double
guys,
shot
boom.
Crispy.
Well,
I double
anyways.
tap him to make sure he's dead.
So anywho,
Anyway. Like, hey,
One
man.
chaos body.
Hey.
Okay.
nice.
Great.
Chaos.
Let's all shoot it at like someone different and see if we can get a three
Let's
piece.
just do this. This is it right
Alright.
here.
Are you ready?
All right, my hands are up.
All right.
Here we go.
Oh, Sammy.
Oh.
Sammy.
Tell
so
my
it's so awkward.
community that I love them. Ugh.
Okay, parasocial.
I knew you were gonna say that.
I knew it.
I
Oh,
knew you were
here
gonna
we
say that.
go.
To keep
Here
it
we
going.
go.
One.
This freaking
queen.
guy.
1 chaos card.
Chaos.
Call.
Oh.
All right, good luck.
All right,
Hey,
check this
Good
out.
luck there, Carla. What if our bullets collide?
All right, let's see. What?
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, that was terrifying.
Okay, wild.
What's next? Ooh. 1. Queen.
1 queen.
1. Queen. What's up, Harris? Yeah, I don't use debit.
1 chaos card. Oh, 1 chaos card.
1. Queen.
Chaos card.
1 queen.
1. Queen.
No mas.
Oh.
I knew it. You're so predictable.
How am I predictable?
In a good way.
Oh.
All
I
right.
had 3 queens, but I had to like.
La la
play
la
one
la
out.
la
I'm not
la
gonna
la 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 la. Oh!
Oh.
You're unpredictable.
Joy.
Oh, great. Well, it's me. Oink, oink, oink.
Porky.
Motherfucker. Porky the piggy boy.
Porky the piggy.
Good to see you.
Sure,
Thank you.
sure.
Okay, 1 cheese rolling to end the night.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
A cheese roll for the night ender.
Ooh, that would be a movie.
Cheese roll could
Yeah,
be kind of
see?
fun.
She's enthusiastic.
I love this game.
Good thing
Come
it's
on,
only
Carl, give it a
1
shot.
megabyte.
No, I
It's so
love it.
fun.
No, I really
Just
want to
one
play.
cheese rolling to end the evening.
No, I
Come
like. I
on.
genuinely want to play.
I
Oh, I
genuinely
can't tell if you're
want to
acting or
play.
not. That sucks.
What do you mean you can't tell?
I can tell.
Okay.
Need.
Cheese rolling.
New skin. Oh, so nice.
Cheese rolling.
Oh my god, that
Yum.
like $8 for. Oh my god, this would be so expensive for me to buy. Cracks me up.
Oh, is that a Balatro one? Oh, this would be annoying to win with.
I thought we were playing Peak, but maybe them saying cheese rolling, they don't want to play Peak.
Ah, the jester.
Does that mean we're not playing
That's
Peak?
funny.
We're saving it for next week?
I think so, because Peak is one of those games that could be like an hour or like 3 hours.
I guess we should start with Peak next time.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. Let's start with Peak next time. That's a good plan.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
There you go, gang.
Thanks. What's up, Keegan?
Guys, I need to come back. Can you invite us?
Sorry, I'm setting up my my new
Character?
skin.
And can you also let us do the cheese chasey one after the normal one?
Yes.
Amazing.
All right, you guys in?
I'm in.
No. I'm now
Alright.
in.
This is a multiplayer game about cheese. It sure is.
Wait, your hat is jingling.
I do like this game. I'm just bad at it.
No, fine.
Way.
No, mine. Here, give me no, don't give me.
Yeah! I'm so
Skylar.
back.
Colors are at.
Wait, can you guys talk in game or no?
Wait, can you not hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't.
I mean, you're
Sammy,
so
you're close.
shaky. Bro spent 4 USD.
The cheese is
Wait, I hear
molding.
Sammy. Oh, it's a
You
moon.
might hear her.
No!
Oh,
Bro, the zero gravity.
Sammy, are you talking in game or no?
I can't. The Steam mic is broken. Remember?
Okay. How do I mute in game?
I think you can.
I think audio, we can turn it off.
I can hear you guys, though, so it's fine. You can stay muted in here if you want.
Okay.
Oh, Chris is too good at this.
Oh.
Gah. Chris's skin is so fuck ass. I love it.
All right. I turned volume down all the way in game so I can hear you. Yo, what up,
Walking in.
Sandwich?
Hi, Sam.
Sam.
Sam's watching stream
Yup!
in a steakhouse.
Bang!
It's because I didn't go down that one.
I'm back.
I'm joking.
Guys, I need to make a comeback. Oh, God.
Yup!
Shit.
Yup.
Yup! I'm
Oh,
walking
Hankster
in.
girl.
I'm walking in.
What
is
the
that?
fuck is
What is
that?
that, bro? I just got hit by a pumpkin.
Is that a pumpkin or an orange? Yeah.
Bro?
Whose pumpkin is this, dude?
Wait, why does this game remind me of your childhood? Did you roll down and chase cheese?
Are you from?
What is this?
Oh,
Wait, new map!
Stonehenge.
New map, bro! No!
New hedge.
This game gets Sammy on a different level, so that's so funny.
Bro,
No,
you think I mess around about cheese? You'd be
Who
incorrect.
did it is so
This
funny.
Is serious.
Oh, great. Oh, whoa!
Whoa! Whoa! What is that? Whoa! Whoa!
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, it's freezing. Oh my god.
Yeah, my game
No.
froze too. My game froze too.
No, back off.
What the fuck? Yeah, right, buddy.
Bah!
Give me that cheese.
Oh
Oh.
my god, Crispy's locking in, bro. Crispy's locking in.
Uh-oh.
Move!
Move.
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 You guys hear my bells when I fall?
Yeah.
Yes. Yup!
What's
Bang!
that? What the hell is going on?
Low grav. Ooh.
Look at this
Give me the
jingly
cheese.
Joker ass behind me.
Give me the cheese. Don't call me my. Don't talk about my jingles.
Please don't call me the T word again. Yes.
Oh, nice,
Sorry.
Carla.
Thank you. Let's cheese roll in Japan. Oh my god, this jingly
Good.
boy is touching me. Alright.
What the fuck?
What the hell?
Oh. Whoa, whoa.
Nothing
Nice.
but
Sammy.
net. Nothing but net, bro.
Okay.
Oh, it's
I'm
even.
gonna try now.
It's even.
Ooh, whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Fuck. Carla, knock that cheese in my way.
Don't blame me.
Yes.
Dang it.
Dang it.
Dang it.
I wish I had a free bag of chips.
This is my cheese. Check
Is that,
this
is that a
out.
TikTok thing? My game's frozen.
Yeah, it keeps doing that.
Girl.
Ow, whose
Girl,
grave is this?
Be serious, be serious.
My dad, sorry.
Be so for real. How'd I get that?
Carla!
Oh, sorry, Sammy. He's got to stay involved.
Whoa, whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Put the
Yo,
brakes on!
That was a
Great.
new sound, Sammy.
Great.
Watch out. Big things about to drop.
Not on my watch.
Ow! Got ran over by the pumpkin.
Oh, who knows?
Whoa,
Crispy, move! Crispy, you mean this whole time.
Whoa!
No.
I haven't heard Crispy in a long time.
I was talking game.
Oh no, game was turned off.
Oh. Well, now I'm talking both in game and out of game.
We turned down the thingy. Look, I'm not
You're
winning
good.
that cheese, but I'm not losing either.
I need to lock in.
You're winning because you're having fun with your friends.
Exactly.
And she's got. She's
Oh, that
got
was
away.
mine. I touched
away.
it.
She's got.
I
away.
touched
away.
it.
She's
Oh.
got away.
We gotta do one more after this. She's got away.
Yeah, let me just win this real quick. And then
Let me just win this real fast. She's got away.
So weird. I think Steam maintenance just happened.
And she's
Tuesday, Steam
gone. She's
Yeah,
got
right, I
away.
had the cheese in my hand.
She's got away.
Oh, it's Australian Idol over again.
got
Robbed.
Anti-gravity's
Oh, I
tough,
touched
bro.
the
It's
cheese.
tough.
Oh, fuck off. I touched it.
I got
Come on!
it.
I
No, no, no,
tripped
no, no,
tripped
no,
over the
fuck
cheese.
off.
I'm gonna fucking cheese.
Fuck off. Oh, that's bullshit.
Bro, fuck this.
Alright, we go again. New game, new round.
Oh
No, let's
my
do the
gosh,
cheese
bro.
chasing one.
No, one
That
more.
I
Then
was
we do the
robbed.
other one.
I was
We
robbed.
played liar bars for fucking 2 hours.
I was
Come on.
robbed.
Cheese. Let's fucking cheese roll, Carla.
If you just saw what happened to
She's
me,
got-
you would be
She's
fuming.
got away.
And she's
How
gone.
was that
She's
not
got
mine?
away.
We're cheesing it up.
Bam, this is goaty, by the way. This is goaty.
This is so goaty.
What the
Goats.
hell?
I dove right over that.
Carl, you're getting 5 this round minimum.
Well, not if the ping doesn't allow me. I was motorboating that cheese.
Oh.
Nothing happened.
Yeah, no, speak on that.
Thank
No,
you,
they're
Sammy.
laughing,
Thank you,
but
Sammy.
I think you should
Wait,
speak on that.
Carl,
like they're
what-
laughing,
like a
but
regular
you're
Friday
speaking
night.
the truth.
What if you host the next one?
No, it, honestly, hosting won't
Wait,
save
that'd
me,
be
but
wild.
still.
Oh.
Oh, Crispy. That's funny.
We should play on your ping.
God. We're slapping
And
that cheese all
she's
over.
got-
She's
she's
got
got
away.
Come on.
Okay,
yes.
Crispy. Okay, Crispy.
Finally.
Remember hosting? Yeah.
All right,
Hey.
here we go.
Hey. Get off me.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
And a
oh,
pizza.
wow.
Crispy's
the
locking in.
Plaza
Crispy's
Hotel.
locking in.
Thank you.
Chris. Shoot.
Shoo, motherfucker. Shoo.
Yes.
Great,
Okay,
Sammy. Look what you
Crispy. Okay,
Generational
Crispy.
comeback. Generational comeback.
Whoa, I love
Whoa.
cheese. Whoa, whoa, fuck. I overshot it.
I know this one's always tricky.
Yes.
No.
Bro.
I was on a streak.
Carla, people love cheese rolling. Chat's exploding.
I'm so happy for everyone.
And
Come on.
she's
Cheers,
got,
so much.
she's got away.
Fuck.
Hello?
It's
Hello?
fine.
Hello?
Oh my God.
Thank
How?
God. I'm on the board.
There you go, Carla.
I love this game.
You did it.
You love this game now.
Oh my gosh, bro.
Cheese.
Ooh.
Wait, we have to talk slow-mo on this mode. Oh, when it's this level.
I need this What the fuck? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Okay.
Guys, that was really good improv on the spot right there. That was awesome.
Thanks.
Amazing.
Great bit.
Nothing but cheese.
Nothing but cheese.
Nothing but
Bro.
cheese.
Me when the guy asked what I want on my sandwich.
Nothing but
Wait.
cheese.
Bro,
Hold up.
imagine a cheese sandwich.
They're
People do
actually
that
really
really
yummy.
toasty.
Bro, I'm fiending.
Oh, a
It's actually
toast.
really
That's
cool.
grilled
and good.
cheese.
I'll take
Oh,
that. Oh, yeah, right, buddy.
Crispy gameplay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't watch
Throw
Liar's
my
Bar, but I
legs.
watch cheese rolling for at least 45 minutes. See, that's what I'm talking about.
At least 45 minutes is what?
At least, minimum.
Oh, I had that. That was going right
Yeah,
on my
Twitch Rivals,
keys.
when are we doing the cheese rolling rivals?
That
Bro,
would be
no,
funny.
Twitch
Rolling
Rivals would
Rivals.
actually eat. That'd be so funny.
It would eat so hard. Oh
I
no.
would eat only cheese for a week to get ready.
Probably not healthy.
I don't know if your
Who
pipes
cares?
will survive that.
Dude.
You just got them fixed.
Oh.
My pipes, my bitch!
I'm gonna
Oh,
you.
Oh.
Oh, it's sold out. Oh, get out of here. All right.
Let's play the,
Literally
let's play the other one. Let's
gone.
play the other one.
Okay,
Let's play the
fine.
other
Gone, girl.
Oh.
Gone, girl.
one. Gone
I'll
girl,
host it.
gone girl.
Girl gone.
Living cheese?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Living
Alright.
cheese. Girl.
Girl.
Girl. Girl.
Hi, Lexi. No, you. No, you.
I hope we're
Oh
still
my
playing this
God.
game in like 10 years.
I think so.
If we're still friends in 10 years, I'm down.
Oh.
That's crazy.
I'm joking. You guys are my best friends. I'll keep it
Well, I actually got sad when you said that. Like, I
Yeah.
know you were joking, but I actually got a little sad.
I think my
And
I
you know
think
what?
my
That
face
means-
dropped.
Same. It's because we're gonna be friends forever.
True.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Bring it in,
cheese.
guys.
I'm
Hey,
cheese.
bring it in.
Oh,
Bring it in.
great.
He's
We're
the
never
cheese,
getting
bro.
this
He's
cheese,
the
guys.
cheese. Bro, he's the cheese.
Oh, he's gonna hide behind a barrel again.
Bro.
No, there's no barrels.
my friend.
No barrels. Oh, there is barrels.
Oh, we're screwed.
Oh, I
here he
rebounded off
goes.
the
Oh.
pumpkin. Ow.
Get him.
I got him. I got
Get
him.
him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
Get him.
Yes!
Nice, Crispy.
Last second
All right, I'm locking
roll.
in. I'm locking in. This is free.
Overshot it. Overshot it a little bit.
Oh, the
Sorry,
camera
sorry.
sucks.
Get up.
He jumped.
Get
He
up.
jumps. It's icy. It's icy.
Yeah!
Oh!
Bro, the camera's so hard to get
Give me that.
get used to. Ah, boy.
I'm
Don't
coming.
get over ambitious. Yeah. Oh. Right.
Oh, come on! Come on!
Broke their angst, dude.
Not their angst.
Okay, load.
No, he's hiding behind the barrel.
Oh, look at this barrel
You
fuck.
rolled away, bro.
Don't call me a
You
barrel
rolled
fuck.
away.
Come on, man.
Oh yes,
Oh,
you're
no.
running by Easter, bro.
Nice. What'd you say about Easter?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Bro brought Easter into it.
Wait.
Oh, that thing is going quick. I got you. Oh shit. Oh, he's going
Here,
left and right.
Crispy.
Sam, you got this
Here,
one, Sammy.
Crispy.
Come on.
No, bro, you went over. You went over my. How do you jump that high, bro?
I don't know.
Go.
Come
Give me that
here,
fucking
Crispy.
cheese wheel.
Crispy, I want you.
I
Come
want that
back.
cheese. Let me get it, motherfucker.
Come here, Crispy. Don't let him
moldy.
get it. Come here.
No.
Last second. Cheese.
Oh my god, I rolled
Bro,
right
You
you're
into
so
rolled
bad
right
at
into my
this
trap,
one.
brother.
Come on.
Move.
Come on.
All right, down the old middle again.
I wasn't ready. I was looking at chat.
Sure.
They was going so fast.
Come on.
Chat exploded.
It was
after
going
that
so
one.
fast. It's so funny.
It was just someone going, game is still in Liar's Bar, and Banth going, refresh.
Yeah.
That
Wait,
was
W
literally
mod
chat.
ban.
Man.
Wait, Ben's cooking.
He's getting ready to go on egging it, probably.
Oh yeah, that's good.
True.
Good call. Bro, watching him play that is so funny.
Bro, it's so good.
Oh, hand it over.
Such a good rage bait game. Oh, I can get in. I can get in. I can get in.
Yeah.
Bro. I
Get
got
out of my
stuck on the
space, dude.
prongs.
He's gonna crash into those things. Break his fall.
He's evading. He's evading. He's evading.
Crispy,
Oh, yeah,
Crispy,
right.
can you stay still for me? Come to me. Come to me.
No, get him, get him, get him.
No, Crispy, wait.
Fuck!
Crispy, wait.
Jeez.
Crispy.
I'm running into every grave. What was that?
Okay, Crispy, stay still for me. All right, perfect, perfect. Right there. Right there, pal.
I kicked it. I kicked it with my foot.
Oh, yes.
Oh, God.
Nice, Carla. Nice.
All right, guys, give me an
here we
extra 2 minutes.
go.
Let me an extra 2 seconds. Oh my god.
First time being the cheese.
Oh my
Sammy,
god.
why are we so close?
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa.
Oh.
Oh.
Whoa.
Rolling.
What is
Sorry,
this? It is the best game on Steam called Cheese Rolling. And you have to
True.
roll cheese down a hill.
And that's it.
And
with
the
your friends.
skins are very well priced and not overpriced at all. And
Especially since it's free. Keep that in mind.
Bro,
With voice
how does
on.
he do it? How does he do it?
Sammy, I know my
he
thing
do
around cheese. Whoa.
no.
So
On the moon. Oh shit.
Whoa.
Oh.
How does he do it?
Do
Whoa.
do
Whoa.
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 The freaking moon is impossible, man.
Well, technically it's
The
only
moon
bad
one's
because I'm
tricky.
Australian. So like Chris's
No,
Jester
you're
skin
not.
is like $8-9 for me.
Oh, true.
Oh, no,
But like that's because
fair.
I'm Aussie. Like $4 to support a game's
what?
not too bad. Oh, $9.
Oh, Sammy.
Yeah, there we go. I'll take
Sammy grabbed it.
Chrissy, you kicked it before.
Lexi, thank you.
I know.
Hi Shuji. Hi Silent.
Is this your first friend
Minute.
swap? No, this is like the third. This is the
Hello.
final one I think of the night.
Yeah.
This
We
is our
swapped a
last
lot
friend
of games
swap.
with friends tonight.
We should do
the
a
last
wheel where
swap.
we put like 5
Oh.
new games.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa!
Or a
Sammy,
wheel that's all
you
new
can
games, so it's
reach.
fresh and interesting.
That's what I mean. That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you say? But I thought you meant adding 5 to the original.
No, like all new wheel.
Ow!
Oh, a
I
fresh
got
one. Yeah, I'm
crushed.
so
Yeah,
down
yeah.
for that, brother.
Like all the
Fresh
links
wheel,
that we
bro.
put in the
Brother?
Discord for like 6 months.
Yeah. Mainly
there's so
you
many
One
being
with
like,
the
guys.
cheese, bro.
Guys.
Oh, I mean, look at the whimsy we have.
No, we're having
I'm one with the
Oh.
cheese, bro.
Nice.
Sammy, you're
Mind
born in the
melted with
cheese.
Sammy already passed crispy. This is crazy.
Whoa,
I'm mind
whoa.
melted with the cheese, bro.
I'm getting that. I'm getting that cheese, like whether you like it or not.
You were rolling in the
Oh,
cheese.
great.
I was born in it.
I was born in. I
I was
myself.
born in it.
Fuck this cheese, man.
Whoa!
Whoa.
This is not
Sammy
Gouda.
is
Wisconsin
one with the
buff.
cheese.
Wisconsin buff.
Was not the Wisconsin
Oh.
buff, man. The curd buff.
Wisconsin buff, bro.
Curd.
Nah, I'm just different. I don't know.
Yep.
Ooh,
I was cheese molded by it.
Whoa!
I was cheese
funny.
molded by it.
I was molded by the
Molded.
cheese.
Oh my gosh, these bounces are
I can't
diabolical.
get this fucking cheese wheel, man. Oh my god.
Dude, Sammy is crushing it.
Whoa! I'm on a
This is what it feels like,
10.
guys.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Oh,
I'm
that
coming,
sucks.
Sammy.
No wonder why.
Yeah,
I hate this
Chris.
game. Nah, I'm joking.
Whoa! Whoa!
Man. Oh man.
Oh.
We need to get this. We need to get this fucking cheese. Yes, yes. Give me that. Give me that fucking cheese.
You got that cheese.
Whoa.
You got that
Whoa.
cheese.
We should do this in real life, guys.
Okay.
Whoa!
Yeah, just
We
over
would
and over
die.
again.
We would die immediately.
My neck would be
No.
broken the first thing, bro.
Oh.
Oh, you like rebounded off my elbow. No.
Yeah, just bonked off of you.
Oh no, that's a mega bunk.
No.
No.
Yes.
Oh wow! Oh wow!
Oh, you just died.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa! Whoa!
Okay,
Okay,
vibrato.
Sam.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Nice, Carla! Nice, Carla!
Oh, I needed that.
Not the moon one
Butter me
again,
the
bro.
cheese.
No.
Butter me the
Moon.
cheese.
Get the moon cheese. I love the moon cheese. Yo, right there in front of us is the cheese from the moon
Give me that cheese.
Oh.
Yeah! He comes with a tackle.
What?
Come here, crispy.
A little footballing, you know?
A little football. A little football. Hey, nice try, man.
I can't. When the camera gets messed up, you can't like do anything. It's so annoying.
True.
Oh shit.
Pivot. Pivot.
oh,
Oh wow!
What?
Oh wow! We were all tackled in a pile right there.
Call that a cheese pile.
That was a scrum right there,
Oh shit.
as they say in the old Zealand.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
In the old Zealand. Nice.
This game makes me proud to be British. You can cancel me if you want. Yeah, you can cancel me.
Mick, I love it. It's so good.
I want to say something.
I'm obsessed.
Nah,
British.
Sammy. Nah, Sammy. Nah.
Whoa, whoa.
No. No. Oh, no. 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 No.
Oh,
No. No.
my
No.
friend
No.
fucking froze for a
Oh.
second.
Please
Dude,
subscribe to Babe Just
he's lag
Subscribe.
switching. He's lag
I'm
switching.
not
He's
lag
lag
switching.
switching.
I'm not lag switching. No. No. No.
Oh my
No. No.
god.
Whoa. 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 Oh.
Bro's lag switching.
Oh. Girl.
Get it.
Girl,
Oh.
come on.
Get it.
Get it, it's crazy. Get it, it's crazy.
Get
He
it.
knows it's a good chance
Come
I
on.
will.
Get it.
I was getting crazy. I was being kind.
Bro goes, get it. Like,
It's
Get
the
it.
same as fetch. Fetch.
fetch. Yeah, exactly. It's like fetch.
And what's
It's
wrong
that
with that?
same energy.
She's a rat.
Oh,
Wow,
fetch is
you say that
wild.
about your friend? That's crazy.
Oh my
Dude called me
gosh.
Trump and rat in the same night.
Oh, great. Here we are.
I'm joking.
Friend Swap Tuesday, guys. It was a fun.
See
it was
you
a fun
next week.
time.
Friend Slap
See you next week, guys.
Tuesday. Friend Slap.
Wait, we should make a jingle for it. Friend Slap Tuesday. What will Chris say?
No! Oh.
Friend Slap Tuesday. What'll she do?
Will she
Friend
roll?
Slap Tuesday. Slapping around with my friends on a Tuesday. What are we gonna play? You'll just have
Friend
to
Slap
wait
Tuesday.
and see.
Will Crispy stream? Maybe. Or will he
Maybe.
just be funny offline as well?
Hey,
Friend
to be
Slap
fair, it's only
Tuesday.
just this week.
Liars bar for 2 hours, or will Carla want a cheese roll? Friend Slap Tuesday.
Liars Bar, only all the other games don't matter.
We like
Tuesday.
slots. We like slots. And that is SLOT and not slut. But it's my accent, and people think I'm saying slot. But I'm saying
Friend
slot.
Slap Tuesday.
Okay, Clarl.
Clark?
Content morning was kind of okay.
Clarla, I said. Clarla.
Slopping,
Last
A little
round
all
for me.
L before the A.
slopping around with friends on a
Yeah.
Tuesday is insane. That's so funny.
But last round, really.
Last round right here.
Yeah, this Sammy's like, I'm done. I'm done.
I love when
I gotta
I love
go,
when
you
I
didn't.
finally have
I gotta go.
a streak. People are like,
A
all
win
right,
streak.
we're good.
No, Carla, we'll
No,
just,
but
we'll
Sammy,
just
I
count
want
as
you to
the
eat.
winner.
I want you to eat though. You deserve it.
I want you to leave.
Friends who slop
I want you to
together.
leave.
Wait,
I
that's
want
not
you to
true
leave
at
is
all.
wild.
That's funny.
Oh,
Guys,
man.
listen.
Hey,
Big
it's
fat
been
load
real.
of
It's a
cheese, then.
pleasure to play some
fat load of
friend
cheese.
slop with my friends.
Stunning.
Of course.
Always a pleasure.
Sammy, thanks for hanging out. Seriously.
Yeah, Sammy, crispy.
You know
Chris.
what, guys? Honestly, anytime.
Hey, Sammy.
All right.
It was a great
Right
time.
now.
All the time.
Oh,
Anytime except for right now, guys. Thanks for hanging
Oh,
out.
right
Appreciate
this
it.
second.
see you next week,
Alright.
guys.
Hey,
See you next
I'll
week
see ya
for some
next
more
week.
friend slop.
Can't wait.
All right.
And don't forget
Can't
to
wait. And then
There
once
she-
we...
Oh.
She goes up, and he's gone.
I have an hour if you want to play some Ark.
All right.
Okay.
Arcat.
Do you want to try and get some more? We can so get more trial stuff.
We could do trials, or we could do duck bingo.
What the hell is that?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Let's just have fun. I don't feel like doing trials.
Got a big fat load of got a big fat load of cheese while slopping around with my pals.
Let's do trials tomorrow.
Cun for short, true. Oh, can we actually?
Let me look into it.
Oh.
Rats. Huh. Did you see all the new stuff yet? Yo, Band, hop on for Ark, or who cares? You won't.
Mm.
I forgot to get the rebrand. new co-op roguelite. No, I haven't. That sounds interesting though. Lord. Good lord.
Oop. All right. Hi Morgan, how are you? I'm not doing too much longer, but I thought I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to end too early, so I thought a couple of games before I go. Thoughts? Thoughts? I'll try. I want to do like a couple rounds. I'm still loading in, but I'm coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Wait, so do you want to do... Okay, we have... Do you want to do like a prediction on who gets the most ducks? Or should we just fuck around?
Should we just like... Because I won't be on for too much longer, so why don't we... Should we just do like actual games and just like some free loadouts? Should we hee hee ha ha?
Let's wait for the buried city to reset, and we could try. Let's match. Let's do yeah. Let's go in with like PvP in mind, but also like just looting is the goal. Have you seen any of the new stuff? There's a lot of really cool shit.
I want to see it all.
Okay.
Goo goo gaga. Do we want to bring something in, or?
I'm bringing stuff in, yeah, for this.
Oh,
one.
like a okay. We're still doing a loader.
Yeah. Delicious slop tonight. Yeah. I'm bringing in a Venator and a Renegade. And I'm also going to bring in a defib. I think each of us should have a defib just to be safe. If that's okay with you.
I already have them.
Perfect there.
Perfect there.
Let me get a few more of these.
Goo goo
Bro, tonight was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Dude, liars slots get so funny. Clippers, get ready. On your mark. Get clipped.
No.
Go.
No. Delicious slop.
Don't say that.
Sorry.
Supposed to get above freezing here tomorrow, and it's sad how hype I am. I mean, that's good. Otherwise, this could happen. You don't want that. Okay, let's see. Did it turn to Bird City? All right. Oh, no. Lush blooms. Oh, we're not getting Bird City.
Oh.
Let's go Blue Gate. Or
I'm
Lush
happy for anything.
Blooms. I'm trying to think what we could do. Let's just do Blue Gate and have some like goof around. There's no double trials anyway right now. Blue Gate, and maybe we're like a little sweaty.
Yeah, why not? I mean, if the shoe fits.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish you could have saw the ducks, but now you're not going to be able to.
What do you mean the ducks? Oh, I got you.
So do you not know about the update, or do you?
I thought it was birds. I honestly didn't realize it was ducks.
Okay, so Buried City, there's a different instance called Bird City, and what happens is in all the chimneys there's loot, and sometimes you can get a different variation of a duck. So I want to do bingo with you one night, where we have all the different ducks that you could get, and so you can get all of them first in like a certain order. There's like an alien duck, there's like a doodle duck, there's like a pink duck. It'd be super fun.
Oh.
I don't think you're picking up what I'm putting down. I think this is a really good idea. Do you understand how cool these ducks are?
I haven't seen the ducks.
Bro. So it's like the rubber ducks, but there's a million of them.
Oh.
I think this is one of those.
And like they're worth a lot of money, and they're rare.
Oh shit.
So we could do like a day where we try to find all the different ducks.
Okay.
I don't duck and believe it. I don't think you duck and get it.
I'm trying to duck and get it.
You need to lock the duck in and get it.
hello. How was your stream?
Oh,
Sorry.
there's lovers down here.
Oh. How was your stream? What were you playing? Delicious.
I found people in this
slop.
weird. Oh, Citrus 3. I'll take that.
How are you?
Found people down here.
Thank you. We are playing
Bro.
Ark with
Rubber
Chris.
ducks. Okay, so where are you?
Oh, last check. I love that game.
Okay, check this out.
Thank you.
So
How
you
good's
see
the
this?
game?
You're muted.
Yeah, show me.
You see this duck right here?
Yeah.
So on Bird City, you could find a green one. You could
Oh.
find like special versions of these, and they're all worth different amounts of money. So it'd be, I think it'd be fun to try finding all the different variations and see who can get them first.
Also, they're fake ducks.
They're fake ducks. Yeah. Oh, there's people getting.
Oh,
sorry.
fun.
Shoot
Okay.
them. One just
Oh.
got knocked.
Are we killing these guys?
I just killed them. We're weird.
Oh,
We're
we're
weird.
weird. We're really weird. We're really weird.
We're weird. We're weird. We go loot them after the fact.
We're weird. We're weird. We're weird. We're weird. We're weird. We're weird.
We're weird
Wait, no.
players who can
I
play
don't have Twitch in my name. Let's go.
Okay. He's gonna say something fucked up to you.
Not if we stay far away.
No, don't go. No, there's a rockets here. You don't want to go there yet.
Wait, is this someone else? Who is this?
Where?
There's someone
Who?
on
You
me.
can't- Oh, who's this?
I have no idea. There's an anvil fork. Take it.
What? You want to stitch your 3?
I
It's a
grabbed-
Pharaoh 4. No worries though.
Oh, sorry. Did I say 5? My bad.
No, you said Anvil 4.
Oh,
I was
sorry.
like, yeah.
Sorry.
That's like saying there's a bunch of gold here.
That's
and it's
so
like
funny. Oh,
Skittles.
my karma.
Oh. Oh, we're fucked.
No, we're
You
not.
think
We're
they
fine.
can kill us then?
We're fine. We're fine.
I think we deserve whatever this is. Oh, 2 more people just died. Wait, everyone's dying right now.
We gotta go and get their loot.
I know I want to, but the problem is we need to wait for this rocketeer to fuck off. Oh. Dude, everyone's dying. What's happening?
Where?
Outside, there's a million fucking fireworks.
Hope your move's going well. Oh my god. You're doing a lot.
Bro. Okay, hide for a little bit. Heal your shields up a little too.
Is he gone?
Reset.
Okay.
Heal your shields first. He's not gone. He sees you again.
Alright, we have to go. I want to get the loot. Someone needs to get him.
Hey, walk. Don't run. Walk. Ready? Like this. I ran, and I didn't mean to. I was explaining to walk. Do you remember where they went and died?
It's all over here, weren't they?
Lifeguards on opposite day. So they most likely crawled into like a bush to hide and die. It was like right here though. So if you were knocked, where would you crawl to so no one could get your stuff?
A bush,
Person
but
just,
where
like,
are
fuck
they?
it and left. Found one.
Was the one, did that one crawl to me or was that a different one?
That was a different one. That one doesn't count. Pharaoh 4 and Rattler 2 if you want any of them.
What? Where's the other guy? I want to
Gotta
find
be
it
over here somewhere.
purely because it's fun to just to touch it. Not like that. So you found the
I'm
one
looking.
over there. There was a guy over here. Was I?
Yeah, no, he definitely died around here. I shot him. Oh, he's right here. I found
Wait,
him.
don't touch him. Let me. I want to do the
Why
first
not?
reveal. Thank you. Cause I want to see it. I want to see it.
I'm joking.
Thank you. It's really fun.
I'm joking.
Woo! Alrighty.
Anything good?
No, but there's a broken Toro 3, but you can heal that.
I'll take that. I'll take that in a GIF. I'll take that in a GIF.
Yippee!
Wait, so does the duck idea sound better now that you get it? more?
Oh yes, for sure.
Okay. Honestly, we should leave and come back. We have a lot of stuff. Or do you not have anything?
We can go.
Okay. So I feel like we have a good amount of shit. And we were able to loot a few dudes. And it also started like early. We got in at like whatever amount of seconds.
It's alright. It's alright. Let's go. Ooh. Bye, Lucky. Thank you so
I
much
honestly
for the
want to find
raid
all
as
these
well.
other fucking dead bodies. I feel like there was a ton of people dying. You ever think about all the people who have died?
In game?
No, in general.
Oh, wow. That's a lot.
Sorry. So many? No, like a lot of people died in this. All the people who have died, and then you just never get their loot. So it's just like, just goes forever. It's just gone.
Yeah.
Just stays on the map.
Talk after stream.
All right. I guess. Yo, cool guy 17. Thanks for the 10 gift.
Oh, that's a cool guy.
Wait, should we play a game where you have to guess if it's real or not?
Yeah, we can
I
do
kind of
that.
like that.
All right.
Okay, so was that real or fake?
That was real.
No. 0 for 1.
Oh, okay. Dustin, thanks for the 5 stream streak.
That's real.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the new rule as well.
Okay.
You can't say, it can't be like a resub, and then you switch it a little bit. It can't be like someone resub for 60 months, and you're like, thanks for the 10 gifted, or like the watch stream.
And like, can we say old ones, or is it starting from?
No,
now?
it has to be ones that are starting now. So,
Okay.
guys, feel free to hit us with bits, or subs, or nothing, because it's funny regardless. Katie Bug the Thug with the 150 bits.
Elevators, 35 months. Wow.
Put your ass away, child.
Thank you.
Linda Lemon, thanks for the 32
Elevators
months.
just subscribed.
That's fake.
Nope, that was real.
Was my sub real or fake?
Say it again.
Elevators, thank you for 35 months.
That was real.
Put your ass away.
Ow,
child.
thank you for 27 months.
One odd owl just
Ooh.
subscribed.
Treasure
Oh, no,
train.
what's crazy?
What the
What's
hell?
crazy is I thanked Katie before the bits as
Oh.
a joke because I read her name, and then she fucking gave me bits. So then I looked like a person not paying attention to the rules. It was really unfortunate timing for your boy. Yo, Sour Sriracha, thanks for the 6 bits.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Fox, thank you for 175 bits.
175 bits.
And Noah, thank you for 3 stream streak.
Yo, Sydney, thanks for the 42 months.
That's real.
Biddies? For me? Well, I
Yo,
never.
oh, Megan, thanks for the 20 months.
Wait, Noah and Cammy, thank you for the 100 biddies.
Fake.
Real.
Nice.
Thank you. Wait, guys, you're really good at this.
Yo, Sammy Cliff, thanks for the 3. Ruthie, thanks for the 2. Mike, thanks for the fake
Dustin,
sub.
thank you for the 100 biddies.
Nah, there's no way Dustin did it twice.
That's real. There's no way Dustin did it twice. It's so funny.
Nah, Dustin's nuts. There's no shot.
Oh, thank you for the 4 bits.
4 bits.
Yeah.
You need to make some room.
Oh
Don't
my
include
god.
me in your lies. Too bad. I'm bringing a Raider Hatchkey in.
Put your ass away, child.
Mothergate
Okay.
just subscribed.
You wanna
Can
do,
you believe it's been
Blue Gate again? That was kinda
5,000
fun.
months?
Oh my
Or
god,
Night Raid on
wait.
Night Raid on Spaceport.
Oh my god, guys, what the fuck is happening?
Put your ass away,
Mother, thank you for
child.
5 months.
Ghost underscore of underscore
Oh God,
cat
you
just
start a hype train over there?
subscribed.
We have a treasure train over here.
Oh, what? I got a hype train over here.
Whoa.
Put your ass away.
But seriously,
child.
thank you guys. Cat, thank you for that sub.
K underscore Geokin just subscribed.
Undecided for 8 bits.
Sal gifting a sub to 6'7" Goonmaster.
That's real.
That's right.
What about this one? Thanks, Geo, for that gifted sub.
That one ginger
Sure.
stylist just
Damn.
resubbed for
He
5
believes me.
months. Here you
How
go.
about this one?
Okay.
Yo, Michelle Ray, thanks for the 500 bits.
Real.
Fake.
Okay, how about this? Geo, thanks for the 5 months.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Fake.
pussy
Yep.
tossing. Pussy tossing.
Ginger,
How about
though,
this?
thank you for 5 months.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Pumpkin Balls 5. Thank you so much for the 200 bits.
True.
Fake again.
What?
Only Odd Owl has gifted
Ow, thank you for 5
subs.
gifted subs.
Naughty boy.
How about K Geokin? Thanks for the gifted sub to the community.
Yes, real.
Perfect.
Oh my god, guys,
How about
wait.
this? Dint Cammy. Thanks for the gifted sub to Balls.
Real.
Put your
Fake.
ass away,
Damn it.
child.
Fox, thank you for 17 months.
Fox in pink socks just subscribed.
I'm going down to the club, but
Sweet
I'm
Surrender. Thanks for the 28 months.
pussy tossing.
Guys, what are you doing? Thank
Whittle
you
Poopy,
so
thanks for the
much.
5 years.
Kayla, Fox, Owl, Ginger, Geo, Morgan,
Real or
Pack,
fake?
Mother,
Kayla
Odd,
Hoa has
Real,
gifted 5 subs.
Fake.
Naughty
Dustin,
boy.
my God, I'm too
Cammy,
good.
Noah, Fox, Elevators. Guys, thank you so much. Enjoy your discounts. Holy shit. Thank you. What about Kayla? Thank you for 5 gifted subs.
Fake.
Real.
Fuck.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm
Anthony was the 69 bits.
pussy tossing.
Real.
Pussy tossing.
Fake.
Damn it.
Pussy tossing.
Dustin, thank you for 5 gifted subs.
Dustin, come over here.
Dustin22 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Lauren, thank you for 23 months as well. Holy shit.
Fake Lauren. That's a fake Lauren.
No, it's real. It's real.
Put your ass away,
Ah.
child.
Lauren would just subscribe.
Guys, thank you. For real though. Oh my god. What's going on? Discounts! I'm really happy you're getting a discount, but what the hell's happening? Oh my god. Thank you guys. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure you're saying thank you. True, we are playing the game together. You're right.
Yo, Extra Willow, thanks for the 67 bits.
Real.
Gender Moist, thanks for the 5 gifted. You're right.
Real.
Worm of Earth with the 77 bits. 77 bits.
Fox, thank you for 10 gifted. Real or fake?
Probably real.
Nah.
Alright.
I won!
For me,
Kayla, thank you for 76 horse bits. Horses! Thank you, Kayla. For real, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, nice. Alright. Oh, this guy.
Wait, I need to come up to you.
Hit him. Right here. Lock in.
Okay.
I'm getting shot.
I haven't seen him.
I shot him first. He's up there. On the thing. Where I marked.
I haven't seen him yet.
Okay.
Oh.
You see him now?
Yep. Oh no.
Oh, his friends.
Oh, nice shot.
Oh my god, I hit that guy so many times, he's pissed.
Can't see him.
I'm gonna fucking blaze him there. Oh, he's healing up there. Do you have any grenades or anything? Fuck.
It's not gonna go in time. I got a med up.
Oh, I
Nice.
killed him!
Do you have another one? Where's the other one?
Up here somewhere. He's probably gonna shoot me from above.
Behind. I can't see him.
Above.
I hit him a couple times.
He's healing him.
I'm healing.
Bro, the Renegade's good. Okay, they're above us. I hear him. They're above us. They're moving around. Up above us.
Uh-oh.
Other one's gonna come from behind.
My shield's broken.
Great. Already? How? Fire.
My bad. I'm gonna die.
That was your fire!
Yeah, sorry. Thought it was a good move.
The thought was there.
Yeah. What should we do? I'm scared.
Don't get near me. We have to stay a little spread out just because we're in trouble otherwise.
Okay.
I see him.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Can't see him.
C.
They're in this building. They're back in there. Do you have a grenade? You can throw a grenade in there and fuck them up. I want to run out and then, nice! This fucking thing.
Oh, I don't think so. I can't see.
Yeah, I can't see either. I'm
Oh,
running.
wait, I see. Oh no.
I'm just kind of guessing.
Hit one.
Nice.
He's jumping out.
Can't tell if I'm hitting him. I see him. Bro, one of them's gonna move. I'm moving. I'm gonna move again. I'm gonna get hide on these fuckers.
Oh, I can't see him.
Yeah, we have to move. You're not gonna be never gonna be able to see him.
Okay. Oh my god.
Okay, here we go. In front of us. They might be moving down. Yeah, I don't think they're there anymore. Yo, Natty Ice with 1,000 bits.
Real.
Yep.
Thank you, Morgan. Sorry,
Thank you,
guys. I'm
guys.
so locked in. Thank you for that random ass hype train. I appreciate it.
What if they're gonna try sneaking up on us
That's
from
really
behind?
nice.
Where'd they go? That's a fun little fight, no?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up here and see if they go for me.
In there.
They might have left. Oh, they might have went this way.
I'm scared.
Might turn your light off. Just for a sec. They're so in there. Should we go in there? Do you want to fight or do you want to leave? What's your vibe? I feel like we're doing a good job, but also like, do you need more shield? Okay. Yes. Good work, soldier. What do you want to do?
I don't know where they are. I don't know. Whoa, how did you fix my shield? Thought I had a broken shield.
I gave it to you.
Oh.
I give you a little bit. They might be in this warehouse, or they might have just dipped and they've been like, these guys have good aim.
True, maybe we scared them.
Yeah, we were kind of fucking their shit up a little bit.
Real.
I saw a tumbleweed thing. Oh wait, there's dudes. People fighting over here.
Raiders, the launch pad.
Ooh, people dying.
Bro, shoot that from that far away.
Where is it?
They're super far. I've tagged them.
I
I'm
can't
literally
see
just
'em.
guessing.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you won't be able to. I honestly guessed. Let's go up here. I'm gonna just use a wolf pack over there. I wouldn't be surprised if those guys moved all the way to over there.
God, that was a fun fight though. I wish I could see them better. Bloody Night Red.
Night Raid and they were far. Oh, what is chat talking about?
Oh my God.
Yo, Coochie Queen 4, thank you for the 100 bits.
Hey, what are you doing your Thursday too?
Real or fake before?
Real.
Fake. I don't know yet.
Okay.
How about you?
Well, you're... Oh, someone's here. Never mind, it's a leg. A Bastion leg. You're...
Another person just died over there.
Okay. You're Wednesday.
I think we
and
go
your
towards
Thursday,
all
I'm on
this.
late. Oh, okay.
And we play a little sneaky, but see what the vibe is.
Okay.
I've seen a bunch of people dying, so they're all gonna be hurt or worse. Are you down for that?
Yeah.
You feeling a fight?
I'm feeling a fight.
Let's hear it. All right, that's awesome. Rocketeer, Leaper. This is not looking good, Carla. And you're a little bit behind me, so let's go.
I know my stamina, sorry, I'm coming.
Let's go in here.
By that tunnel entrance.
Because we're gonna get fucked on. We're gonna be down here. Bro, I feel like my stamina like depletes so fast.
I agree.
Let's go this way. A new ladder.
I want to find a bod.
I want to
In
kill
game.
a bot.
In game.
Hey, follow me. Turn your lights off. And
Yeah.
Just run. I don't know where that rocket is, but I don't want to know.
Remind me to piss after this game. I never say piss, but only when I'm playing with you guys, and it doesn't fit me. It doesn't suit me.
Want me to fucking piss while we're at it.
It
Dead body
doesn't
here, dead
suit
body
me. I always say whiz or tinkle.
Two dead bodies. Two dead bodies.
Oh, wait.
Free loadouts. Not jack shit on them.
Wait, let me touch the other one. So I feel something.
That's
Thank
that
you.
Raider.
You can have
Over
anything
here.
good there. Oh my God. Oh,
You're lying.
Chris.
You're lying. You're lying. Oh.
Sorry. But we will find something good.
Let's see. Yo, Fox and Pink Socks. Thanks for the 100 bits.
Fake.
Real and first time chat.
Aw. We love Fox. They're the goat.
You know Fox?
Yeah.
Oh.
They're goated in these parts.
go. I need to get some tick pods.
Thank you for reminding me. I too needed tick pods. That sounds like I said dick.
Oh.
Why does my vowels do that to me? It's like when I say clip as well.
Wait, hold on. My gun. Need to reload.
I'm going up. Fuck it.
Okay. I'm going up next. If there's guys up here, kill them. If there's not, no worries.
All right, watch this. Yoo-hoo! It's your boy, Skinny Penis. Smoke grenade.
You know that guy?
Barricade kit. Yeah, I know him. Ooh, Capit.
I can hear you twice.
Hi, sheep. How are you?
Not a big deal. Just not that flat.
My goat.
Yo, Nikki, thanks for the 69 bits.
Sorry. Oh, I was gonna say
Real or
real or
fake?
fake? Fake.
Real?
Oh, good. That's my goat supporting my goat.
Yo, Dustin with the 343 bits.
Fake.
Real.
Oh my God, Dustin, good job. Good job.
Mike with the 5,000 bits?
Fake. He's asleep.
Lied to you. Thanks, Mikey. Nah, I'm joking. That one's fake. Want to see your reaction though.
6969 bits.
Fake.
Yeah. Sarah, thank you for the singular bit.
Toilet cocaine with the gifted sub to poop from a butt. Body over here. Oh, ho, ho.
What?
A body has been discovered.
Thank you for the biddies, though. For real. Oh, there's a flare.
Oh, there's another person up here. Yes, dude.
Can I
this
see
place
one?
has been long fucking scooped.
Oh.
There's nothing. There's just dust on them.
There's more. Someone died northwest. We gotta go northwest. We have bodies. Gifted from poop to a butt. Really, a sheep? Thank you so much for 7 subs.
You're at the gym, okay?
Yeah, right.
I entered
know
the
you're
gym.
a sheep.
I forgot my water bottle.
420 bits from Abby. Thank you.
Okay, what?
Let's go, Abby. Which one?
I forgot my water bottle.
I forgot my water bottle.
I grab it and I walk out.
Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to Shut Up Chris.
Naughty boy.
Fake.
Anonymous
Real.
has gifted a sub to Shut You, Chris.
Mean. Abby, Sarah, Anonymous, thank you. That's funny.
Ow!
That's really nice. I appreciate it. It's your boy. Okay, we gotta go northwest. Even though there's a Rocketeer. Northwest, someone died.
Okay.
Did you?
There's a Rocketeer. We should just leave.
What the hell? How did it get all angry?
I hear people. Is that you?
No?
Tiptoeing around? Yeah, it is.
Hello.
Hold on.
Okay.
Are you bored though with the 96? Oh wait.
Let's head home at the central elevator.
We need to go to the elevator and just leave. I don't want to risk it.
Okay.
Some shit. Oh. I have these two. Where's the one? Oh, it's right here. Okay. Did you just shoot it? What are you shooting? What are you shooting?
The tick, the tick.
Well, now he knows about you, so you're gonna have to hide.
No, he doesn't.
The Rocketeer's on your ass.
Anonymous gifted
That
a
wasn't
sub
that
to
you?
Sorry Chris.
Thanks, Anonymous. No worries.
has gifted
Is
a
that
sub
real?
to Sorry, Chris.
No.
It's real.
Okay.
Thank you for the subs, guys.
Thanks.
I
Thanks,
really,
Anonymous.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh.
Rocketeer, my fucking cake as well. I'm calling this elevator. Carl, you coming over to the thing?
Yeah, when this guy leaves.
Oh, someone just died. What a shot that was. What a legendary shot that was. Holy shit. That guy is upset. Oh my fucking god. Carl, you in here?
I'm coming.
Okay.
Do you have another man on you?
No, but I'm getting shot.
Wait, someone's shooting you.
Shot.
Yeah, it's here. He's here.
Oh. I need help. I need help.
I shot him. I shot him.
Bro.
I'm gonna be shot by this guy though.
Killed him.
Okay, I'm gonna crawl in.
I need help. There's another
I'm gonna
fucking
crawl
guy.
in. I'm gonna crawl in. Just leave. Just leave. Just leave.
I can't. I got fucking dudes everywhere.
I'm coming in. Do you have a defib? Oh, Chris, just
Bro,
leave. Just leave. Just leave. I'm crawling in, but just leave if you need.
I had to.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
Are you in?
No, but it's okay.
Fuck, man.
That's right, I'm nearly there,
Yeah,
I'm
there was
nearly
another guy shooting me. You could. I'm sorry.
No,
dude.
no, no. Don't be sorry. I wanted you to go. Wait, Sheep gifted 6 bits and 7 bits, so 13 bits. Was that real or fake?
Maybe act like you were my teammate and be like, hey, can someone bring me back? I knocked that one guy that's there. That might be the team from before, bro. If it's the samurai guy, I think that's the team we were fighting before, straight up.
True.
We met at the end. It's kind of beautiful and poetic.
Yeah.
That was a wolf pack. Are they talking?
No.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Dude, I wonder if the other guy made it. I will never know, I guess. Look real fast.
What?
Ah.
I thought I had that.
Nah,
Alright.
you were falling down quick.
That's okay. That's alright.
Wait, let's see here.
Was it the same? I honestly
different
thought
team.
I had like plenty of health. I'm a sock.
No, you had like no health. That's why I was like, that's why I was telling you to talk, because at least you could have like maybe got something out of him.
Yeah, true.
If you had the Survivor MK thing, it's really good. Have you heard of this?
Yeah, the one that regens.
Yeah, it's so nice. All right, let me add some stuff.
Hold.
Bro, Saint, you know what? I might have that enabled from
Biddies?
a long time ago, I just realized.
Abby, thanks for
When
that.
we were getting
80
like harassed.
bits.
That's why no one ever gets to my games, maybe?
And sheep for 55. Wait, Chris. Abby's 80 bits and sheep's 55.
Oh, I have it off. Never mind, I have it off.
Which one's real? Which one's fake?
They're both real.
Yeah, I damn it.
Dustin22 just
Dustin for
subscribed.
7 months though?
Nah, that's not true.
That's real.
Nah, there's no way.
There's. Oh wait, I gotta pee. Shit.
Oh yeah, go pee. You
Thanks.
gotta pee and shit? Oh, great.
Oh, sorry. Give me 5.
5?
No, give me a couple.
Couple?
Thank you, guys. Honestly, like, I know
No, I'm joking.
I say this a lot, but genuinely, with like all the time I'm gonna have off in Feb, thank you so much. Because I know we're hee-heeing and we're ha-haing and it's like, ha-ha, like we're trying to get Chris, but like, yeah, this actually means a lot to me. Thank you so much.
Advanced mechanical
I gotta
components
quickly
and
pee.
So many things. Pharaoh will. Actually, kind of something. Voltage converter, can I recycle that? My stash is getting fucked. Ew.
For me? Well, I never.
Luminary, really? That mode was confusing, I feel like. Like, it was cool. Dude, it's going well. We had some fun fights. Medium or light? What do I need? Medium. Medium gun parts. Let me upgrade this. Saw that. Rank's a bit sweatier, but it's still goofy and faster. Oh, word. Yeah, I thought it was fun, but I didn't like how I wasn't on a team with my friends. I thought that was kind of annoying. Oh, by rarity is actually kind of a vibe. Like Toro. Is there a point to even repair this? Maybe I'll just sell it at some point. Yeah, I didn't even know this was like an option really. The rarity. This is kind of cool. I'm kind of fucking with this a little bit. I can make some bombs right now. Actually. Let's make some bombs. I don't actually do shit. Venator. Might need some more medium ammo. See what modes there is. Okay, we got 20 minutes until the night raid changes. Maybe we'll go do like a blue gate again vibe. Maybe I'll bring this in, this key. We could try doing like a fun little thing. I like that. Keegan, thanks again for the bits, by the way. Appreciate that, man. Oh, the alien's on the floor now, and then I got another guy in the bed. That's fun. I need to get rusted bolts in industrial mechanical. Maybe I'll try doing this with Carla. We can just try getting these random things. BRB.
Are we doing a free loadout or a paid? Oh, he's the BIB. Okay. Sheep, Fox, thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh my god. You guys really said, take the love, bitch. Leah, that's so funny. Okay. My bad. Chrissy, wake up. Okay. Guys, how are we?
All right, how's the poop? Good?
So good.
You want to do some quests?
We can do a quest. Bonkin. Oh yeah. Oh shit, I'm muted. Do you want to do a quest? Sorry, I thought I was unmuted.
Yeah, I want to do the one where we have to get stuff for the trophy thing.
Oh, how do we do that?
So if you click projects and then trophy display, we need rusted bolts, pop triggers,
industrial,
tick pods, and surveyor bolts.
All right, how do we do that? We just go industrial for rusted bolts.
Yeah. So we could do let's do blue gate. I'm bringing a key in, and we'll just do like all the industrial areas and stuff, like all the tunnels and shit.
Okay, wait. So let me get. Hold. Hannah, wait. Yes. I could sleep for a week. Real. You ever have those months or weeks sometimes where you've had a lot on? I feel like I've had a lot on since November. So I definitely feel the flatness.
Ever notice how humans sneeze? I've been practicing. How's the achoo?
That guy genuinely gives me the ick.
Better to buy now than regret later.
Genuinely.
Old school handling still does the job.
Genuinely, like... Come on, Lance. Dude fell, yeah. Get some bandages. Oh wait, can I make better ones?
How many more you got? 2 or 1? 3?
Maybe 3, depending.
All right.
How many do you have?
As many as you do.
All right. Well, tomorrow and the next day, I am like unlimited. So, if we want to like lock in together.
All right.
You again.
Lance really
Nice
annoys
doing
me.
business with you.
Yeah, we're I'll keep you posted because I have a meeting tomorrow.
Okay, fancy pants.
I was waiting for you to say something, man. Isn't that so funny? To be like, to say you're busy is one thing, but to be like, I have a meeting. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
sure. What are you wearing, a suit?
Like,
Just you
okay,
and your
suit
hair.
boy.
Okay, coffee guy, or okay before noon.
Real. Like, ooh.
Like, I have a meeting. Like, yeah, right.
I can't play, I have a meeting.
I can't hang out. I have a meeting, actually.
A meeting.
I'm actually circling back on that, so. Carl, I just got an interesting text.
Yeah?
Would you be down when Locked Gate opens up to maybe try going for damage to Rocketeers and flying arcs trials?
Yeah, of course.
Or is that crazy?
Well, when does it open up?
It opens up in like 15 minutes.
Okay. Because, like, I'm down to try them all again as well tomorrow as well. Like, when you're free.
Okay.
Like, either way. Both, maybe.
Because Saint and I did this thing the other day, and we fucking popped off and we killed like 4 or 5 Rocketeers, and it was sick, dude.
Oh, shit. Sick. Yeah.
Do you want to go to?
What's this one we're doing? Just a...
I was want to get like items for our quest, so let's just go into here.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Sick.
Lot of people around here.
Bing, bum, 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 bing. Oh.
That's me.
No, someone died. I didn't see the flare though.
Dude, people die every day, man.
Another one. Where is that?
Wait, where are they dying?
It sounds like it's over here.
Oh, that's a fight. Hold on, I gotta pause the music and lock the fuck in. Sorry, I was
Another
having
one.
a vibey moment when you were gone.
Unless it's fake.
Oh, you know what? Even if it is, good for them. They tricked us.
Oh, I'm going. Don't worry.
Nightbot wasn't correct? Yeah, they were. Fat Juicy and Wet, no?
Real. Oh, maybe we didn't hear it because they're in here. We didn't see it.
Oh, well, let's go down. Go in here. Go in here. Did you miss friend swap time? You absolutely did.
Hit him twice.
There's dead people everywhere. We had to do what we had to do. I'm sorry. There's death all over. It had to happen. I'm so sorry.
I swear they started it.
What did they say when they started it?
They said nothing and they just shot us. We were hiding from a hornet. We were going to Doom Tower to find a second floor for this fucker.
All right.
I believe
All right.
you. Don't forget this. Hey.
Don't forget.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and you guys have fun, all right? I'm out of here. I'm gonna walk away slowly and just do that, okay?
I'm walking away. I'm walking away.
Don't ever say people don't do nice things. All right.
All right,
We'll be seeing
Moose Daddy.
You just doing moose sound?
That was I don't know.
Call that guy Moose Daddy and do a sound.
Oh, shoot.
Well, you know what's crazy? The way we didn't even have to bother resing those guys, but it was kind of a cute.
No, we both had one.
I had
Dawn.
two.
Thank you.
You used your only one of that freak.
Igon 2738 has gifted 5 subs.
What if I die?
Naughty
Well, I'm
What
sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
Oh, we got weirdos. We got weirdos here. You guys don't have to do this, personally. Oh, I just fucking fucked that guy up. You're on fire. You're dead. You guys both died. That's crazy.
Did they both die?
I have no shield. I have no
Holy
shield.
shit. I'll get you one. Come to me. 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 Come to me.
No one knows what you're saying and no one cares, man. You are such a loot goblin these days. It's so funny. The way you're looting him before the other guy even falls.
Well, yeah.
You're so down to loot now.
Yeah, of course.
Anvil 1 with a silencer. I'll take that. I'm goofy. We should leave.
We should. Thank you, Dawn. Plus it doesn't. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me touch them first. I want to see the thing sparkle. I want to see it. Move. I want to see the animation, please. I want to see the animation where it goes. I want to see it. I want to believe it. Let me touch it first. I want a fresh one. I don't want an old one or a used one. I want the fresh body. What makes the sounds.
When you use that for my voice, it actually hurts my tummy. It's like my tummy hurts from laughing.
Sorry.
That's so good. I
We
want
fucked
a
those
fresh
guys up,
one.
by the way. Please bring me a fresh one. Oh, there's guys in there. Let me go talk to him. Yo, you guys chill? Hello? Okay, same. We just got ambushed before. They have some loot. They tried killing us. They weren't even saying anything. It was weird.
I don't trust him.
Sorry, man.
Let's see. You hide? He doesn't know that yet. If he shoots me, you get him. Okay?
Okay. Plus it doesn't.
Ah, it sucks. Do you guys need anything? Any like items? I got some extra guns and some grenades if you need anything.
Chris, do you know an Osprey blueprint?
No, I got a few of those. All right. You trust these guys?
I don't know.
Where's this kid at, huh? A mobile clip would go crazy. You don't trust them? Uh-oh. Oh wait, there's a security breach right here. Parlor. Where are my 6? None of them have it. They're all noobs.
Oh,
Give me a
yay.
goddamn fucking shield.
What?
Oh my god. Oh my god, all the sounds it just made.
Really?
Oh, you would have loved all those sounds. it
Show
just
me.
made.
Oh.
Oh my god, Carl, it was like.
Christine Gaming just resub for
Wait, show me.
13
Put some on the
months.
ground.
I'm just kidding, there was jack shit.
Oh, fuck.
It sucked. It sucked ass. I love how much you love the sounds though. Put some on the ground, please. Let me get a taste. Come on. Show us whatever's in there, please. Extended shotgun mag. Hold up. You want that?
Yeah.
Alright. Take it. It's right in there.
Weapon case.
I need to leave. I got jack shit and I'm sad.
Let's go.
Is that little creep lurking here or is he gone?
I don't know.
Go, let's follow me this way. don't know why I called it
Christine,
Death
thank
Beat.
you. How are you, Sweets? God, time flies
Place
so
is just fucking looted and
so quick when I play this game. Jesus.
Another security breach and some more weapon cases.
Oh my lord. Thank you.
Is that you walking?
Chris lying? Oh, fuck.
People walking above us, I think. You're muted.
Fuck, sorry.
That's my teammate. It's okay.
That's my teammate.
I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing.
Dawn?
Pussy tossing.
What the hell?
We'll miss these. Now,
Guys, what's going on today?
Get the other one.
Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Thanks, Christine. Thank you, John.
Idon 2738
You
has
might get
gifted
some sound from
5
Donna, I'm telling you
subs.
right now, you might get some
Naughty boy.
Let me
All right,
know.
ready? Ready?
Yeah.
Nothing. That's okay.
People coming, by the way. Be careful.
It's I.
People walking around.
Dawn.
Dude, I have no shield. I'm useless. Wait.
Sorry.
Can I heal? Can I heal my shield?
I Dawn. I don't care. No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Guys, I shorten short words. Someone could be called
what?
Billy, and I would say, hi,
Before it
bye.
was letting me- I was walking around with no shield because I thought it was broken, and it's
I
fine.
Dawn.
10 minutes to return to Speranza.
No, sorry.
I repeat, 10 minutes.
Bro, am I
Thank
noob,
you,
dude?
guys. I appreciate you. Thank you. If you were gifted a sub, please make sure you say thanks,
There's people around here.
because that's too nice.
How do we leave?
Thank you so much, though. Seriously, you didn't have to give 10 subs. That's really generous, and I really appreciate you. I done, you done, we all done. I bloody appreciate it. Oh shit. Is someone here? No. Okay.
There could be
Anna, thank you for thanking.
a spring. Let's go this fucking ladder. Bro, I can't believe we brought people back. We're such good guys.
We are good guys. We are, and we got rewarded handsomely.
Wait, how so?
I don't know. We've had good times, memories.
Memories that last.
Can we please play together tomorrow?
Oh my god.
Home at the warehouse air shack.
Come on, please. I don't have to end like now. We can just go into the night. Please, after your meeting, please.
Chat hates Ark.
Guys, yeah, you're right. Chat hates Ark with Chris and I.
They can't stand it.
Wait, Dink,
They're like,
hello?
oh great, another game.
Dink White, my goat.
Another game where you just run around and goof with people and shoot sometimes and talk all over a guy. That's funny 'cause you can call them weird names.
So you reckon like 9 p.m. Eastern tomorrow?
You know what? You're bold. I like that about you, Carla.
That's what you said when we first started texting and hanging out. You were like,
said
you
you're
know what I
bold?
like about you? You're like, no, you're like, you know what I like? You make a plan with me. You just ask. I'm like, yeah.
You don't give up.
No, you don't give up. Fuck.
You're persistent.
You don't give up. It's
West
so
Side,
funny.
let's not fucking let's not get crazy now. Let's not get crazy.
Guys, boot up the forest. No, but we should, yeah, I'm keen for tomorrow. We should just do like trials, goofs, PvPs, ducky.
I think the duck bingo would actually be really fun if
Yes.
we could do that.
No, I agree. And
I
also,
want to see all the different ducks that there are, and we could put it to, and like each
Yeah.
have a different board.
and I don't have to get off early. You don't have to get off early. We can just go into the night. I'll do some booker for it.
You're cutting out.
Oh, No,
You'll do Sambuca?
I'll do Sambuca. I'll get whatever you want. If we just have a long night of Ark, guys.
Wow, she really wants to play Ark, guys.
I really do. It's fun. I have to get off soon, and I'm shagged.
No,
I want all the
why
fun
we not?
noises.
I'm sad.
Her. Yippee!
Oh!
Remember when there was a leaper in here, and I was like, "Fuck off, cunt."
Yeah, I do remember that. You
Yeah.
said that with the tape.
Persistent.
I had 4 ducks and I can only fit one in my ass. I'm so sad. Oh, you lost all of them? No.
Advisor too. Oh, that's so nice.
You gotta
to
go
say.
with the one that has 3
Thank you.
slots. And you get them all up in there.
Wait, can I tell them what you said about Ark yesterday?
Put your
I
ass
don't know.
away,
With us
child.
playing?
What did I
and
say?
You were like,
Killer
I was like,
Konami
oh no,
just
like I feel
subscribed.
like we do really well when we play Ark together. And you were
Oh,
like,
yeah, wait, tell them.
can I say that? Yeah. And Chris was like, oh really? Like I thought my numbers were low every time we play Ark. I'm like, no, dude, people love to play. Like love watching you play. Like your numbers are really good. And Chris was
I
like,
never look at my
really?
numbers, so I have
I'm
no
like,
idea
yeah.
how many people are here.
Like late night, obviously, like numbers start to drop off.
Yeah.
Like my numbers have dropped off. That's normal. That's fine. But like peak us, if we start Ark like 8 p.m. Eastern, for example, and we're like doing our PvP, we're doing our like goofy shit, the numbers are great. Like people love to watch it.
I would have never known that. Isn't
Well,
that crazy?
I'm telling you
Because I
that.
don't ever look at my numbers, Jack, just because I feel like as a streamer, it's bad to
Yeah,
know.
it can
Like,
can get
well,
in
it's
your
not bad.
head.
It depends. Like,
Yeah.
it's good to know if like you're paying attention, but
Thank you, Killer.
it could also get in your head
Thank
and
you.
like mess with you and how you're performing.
Pussy dust.
You'll be like, oh,
Pussy
wait, I have
dust.
less
Wait,
now.
you're
Oh,
Cozy
that's weird.
Burrito
Oh,
One.
Who else is
True.
streaming? You start to overthink things.
Yeah.
So I just play it, and I feel like sometimes there's certain like there's a thing for streamers where a game that you genuinely want to play a lot, and chat also really likes to watch, is not rare, but it's uncommon. And when it works out, it's like a beautiful thing. Like that was Blueprints for me. Like Blueprints was like I couldn't stop thinking about it, and chat really liked it, and I was stoked that chat loved it.
Well, I think like
so it's always exciting.
yeah, no, and I think like anytime there'll be a, like I'll be playing something else and I'm playing Ark solo, and people will be like, "You gonna play with Chris? I love when you play Ark together." And I'm like, "Oh, cute." Like people actually like when we do like a whole plan. You know.
Yeah, no, I like it a lot.
But I also like time goes quick. I get into it. We can do so many things on this game. Like we can be loot goblins, PvP. We can improv. We can do trials.
Locked gate is open, but you have to go. You said.
I could do probably 1 or 2 more. Like if we don't stay like in Lockgate the whole time. Wait, I have some of those fucking things. Should I bring 3 of them?
Wolf packs?
Oh, sorry. You want to do that? Yeah, we can do that. Sorry, I meant like the Lockgate
Oh
keys.
no! We could do the actual key thing too. Wait, should we go in, try getting another key?
And then come back in.
Yeah. Sam,
We
I'm gonna invite you.
need.
Instead of trials, we're gonna try getting all the keys and getting in there.
We need the last one. I'm pretty sure we need pilgrims. Let me just double check.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's what happened last time. We tried doing pilgrims last time.
Yeah, and we got
and
those
we got
gourds.
fucked.
Yeah, let's do pilgrims. We got to get pilgrims.
Okay, so we'll go to pilgrims. Let me
I won't bring in the other keys, yeah, and then we'll come back in and go straight to
Yeah.
the thing. Perfect.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh wait. He goes, I can bring a pilgrim's key. I have 2.
You have a pilgrim's.
Wait!
Shut up. You have a pilgrim's security code.
Oh my god, wait, so we just go right to it?
Are you joking? You do?
No, I don't. Saint does, he says.
Oh yeah. Then I have the 3 keys. Let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna make a looting MK3, I think, so I can have a 3rd ass.
Yeah. Wait. Can I get that too? Hold.
Let's see.
I do. Oh, it's only 2. Oh, I have cautious.
Survivor is 3. Oh, I'm bringing that in for sure, Dave.
Oh, I have cautious
Your
already.
favorite show is on. Let's go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I can put a medium shield on too. Let's go.
Wait. No, that's fine. Survivor's 3. Damn it.
Send a stash. Okay.
That's right. That's 2 is fine. Yeah, and then we just go straight to Lockgate, and I go to the thing and we put in the keys. You stay
don't
at
bring
the
the whole
gate.
Schwans. Just bring the keys and then some PvP pilled brains just in case.
Yeah, just in case people are gorts. Pink medical.
Which I mean, hey, if we're bringing 3 things in, people are gonna want to be like, hey, what's up? How do I get involved?
Help me.
Help me. I'm ugly.
Oh, okay.
My next patient arrives.
Help me.
Nice. Numbers schmumbers, exactly right. But because we have been doing what we want, like the numbers haven't been dictating arc for us, which is a huge sign that we love the game, by the way. But the numbers are good during peak time, like during now. Like
I
people are going to
I
bed.
never pay attention. Like I could have
ugly
1,000, I could have
coming
500. I never know. At the end of the night, I always like check my when I raid. I'm like, all right, I guess that's where we are tonight. Like I never really pay attention, just because it could affect your mental.
Can hide it, equalizer. Oh yeah.
All right, I'm going in.
Okay.
I don't have any keys, so you guys gonna bring all of them.
Yeah, we have 3.
Champagne, I'm sorry that you're dealing with that. It probably brought a lot of new people to the game too, so you probably have to just wait for your matchmaking to like lock in as well, a little bit.
All right, let's go. Ugly coming through.
Yeah, what up? Oh, those John Cheetos. Not sponsored anymore, guys, but feel free to click that. Just for some extra juice. Yeah, I can't believe you guys get all those requests, Zane. I've never gotten them.
Yeah, I get the.
Bro, it's so annoying.
I get the same shit. I had like 30 the other day.
Bro, I don't get any. Why is that?
They're always the same people too, and I block them, and they come back somehow.
I wonder, is it console? It's not on console. Maybe it's just PC only, or what's the void?
Honestly, no clue.
Security office inside the locked gate on the left is where all the dip is. Okay. So we want to go to security office on the left side. I've never done this before, so I need you guys to show me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know where they're talking about.
I'll ping
Oh,
it.
nice. We're real close to the.
Oh, really? Perfect.
I'm following you.
Yeah.
I'm following you, Papa.
Let's go to the warehouse.
Oh my god, guys, we're really doing it.
Do any raiders have eyes on
I'm
the
so
gate?
excited.
I hope we can beat someone there and just like beep boop beep boop.
Find the key card to override the protocol so we can uncover
Wait, Kristen, you don't have any keys?
I have all 3.
No, I don't have any.
Go to the lock gate then,
Oh, that's
maybe.
Yeah, Loki, you could just like go to the gate.
Yeah, go to the gate and
Oh, where's the gate at?
right here, under here.
Yeah.
Oh, I just.
They're
But is it-
usually
but
unlocked,
apparently-
but they'll be locked this time. That's lock gate.
It'll be locked until we put in all 4 codes.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I kind of wanted to watch. Also,
And then
You can watch if you want.
Head start on the goop.
But if you want to head
I'll
start
get
on the
it
goopy goops, do you want me to give you a couple to put in, Chris, or are you gonna go to the gate?
Nah, it's fine. I'm gonna go let you know what the gate's looking like.
Yeah.
Because
do
I
that
also have
important.
3 slots, so if I get anything crazy, I could try to put everything in there.
Imagine a door blocker on here.
Somebody's already in here. Oh.
The zip line to go down when you go to the left side, there'll be a lot of balls.
Entering a code.
A lot of balls.
Oh, there's a zip line right here. Wait, I heard one open.
Yep.
Which some people will
Ow,
they
I'm
just queue in and just wait. You're getting killed.
Okay, ready's about to open, Chris.
By fireballs.
Now which way do I go?
Or just open.
Left. If the security would be like so go down the left, like
do I need
the
a
far.
key or is everything open once you get in?
It'll just open.
Yippee!
Why am I so fucking slow? It being open this early is so funny.
I know. I'm gonna go to the right.
Yeah. It's like that, oh my god, there's this thing. Like the Toys R Us thing when you would fucking grab whatever you could.
No, literally.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have the key
What key?
for this. Do I need,
Oh,
I need a key for this?
I think they just meant this section in general, like the whole area. is
Oh, dude, oh, up the stairs. Oh, I had that key.
Just, yeah.
Too. I wonder if it would have been even double crazy loot.
Yeah. Now go for this the breach door up to the right. Get up there.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. Because no one else can get in there.
Let's see how many blueprints we get.
Yeah, I'll take Lance's fucking mixtape. No worries. No worries. Let's get in here. We'll see what weapons in here.
Me trying to beat everyone
Arpeggio.
else.
Lance's songs are
Yippee! That's so funny. Who said that?
Loch Ness did. Unusual weapon? Sure. This is okay.
Yeah, low-key, kind of a bad room.
That's okay. More place to go over here? Yeah, that was more of a podcast than a movie.
I'm itching. I'm itching.
Yeah, she wants to find something.
Because usually you have like 10 people.
Chris, you know how this thing
doing
works? These
Yeah.
these things.
What is this?
Blue. No, that's the color for the.
What was that? Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay, Lance is mixed in.
Carry those to the red door. Okay.
Yeah, you need 3 of those things carried to where I am right here.
Wait, Lance is mixed in. Okay, let's bring those. Carl, we're about to do the red room.
Ooh, Bettina.
Ooh. Hardly know her.
Hey, yeah?
You want her? Extended shotgun.
Oh, I need that.
Wait, where are you guys?
I went
you
down
actually?
the other.
You're talking twice.
Oh, sorry. Oh, it's not me.
Saint, I have the thing. Where am I bringing it to?
Here.
Guys, I'm nervy.
But Carl, we need you for something.
I will be making my way downtown soon.
Making my way down to.
Stop my nose ring down this thing.
Oh, is that someone? Fuck. Don't be nervous, you're too sexy.
The last one. We're good.
Oh, okay. Nice. Xander, nice. Why'd your character walk in all weird?
Oh wait, I thought we still need one more.
No. Yeah, you have to get.
Sorry, I thought you carried. I thought you already had 2. Wait, Carly, do you actually need this?
Ooh. I don't know.
Whoa.
Do you have room to carry it for now?
Mamma mia.
Yeah.
I have some other blueprints.
What's in here?
That you might need.
You're talking in game again, by the way.
Fuck. Wait, me?
Yeah.
Is it bugged? Weird. Why is it open? Oh, Z. Hello? Hello?
Z.
Hello? Oh, I touched Z. Okay.
Zed.
Oh, so party chat, you can hear me anywhere.
You're about to miss out on this crazy loot area. You're far.
But where are you?
Don't worry. I'll let you know if there's anything good.
That's okay. You can get it, King.
Oh my god, what is all this?
Nice acting.
What? They have that?
Oh my god, they have that. It's so funny.
Hey, Raider.
Hello.
Wait, I want to show you the weapons case.
Here, yeah, you can. No, you can. I didn't see what's in there yet.
Wait, was there 2 on top of each other, or am I new? Oh, you know what? You stopped the animation. Oh, it's just a Berletta.
Oh my god.
Lockers to the left and right at the door. Oh, these 2?
Oh.
What'd you
Tempest 2, Renegade 1.
Oh my god.
You guys want any of this shit?
That's got a Toro. Why is this loot so mid for all that work? No, that's fine. Tempest is pretty good.
Tempest is good.
Bro, where are you? You're lost, man.
I'm lost.
Bro's lost with the sauce. I say she's lost with the sauce.
Oh, Volcano 2. I'm getting all the good stuff here. Here, you can take.
This guy's getting everything.
Oh my god, nice.
It's in there.
I don't even know how you even get there.
Whoa. Now that's what it's all about.
We're so
So
far
when you
out.
go into the gate, you go to the left, like follow the wall.
Oh, okay. I have balls on me. I have so many. I might go down these balls. These balls are on me.
Ow. On my way. On my way.
Just letting you know, dear.
Just call them pops.
Oh.
It's funny and fun.
Okay.
It's funny and
Oh
fun.
my god, there's so many pops. This is bad.
Oh my!
Well, I'm gonna lose it.
I have Overwatch on you. I got you.
Oh my god. Thank you.
Watch out for this bastion.
Wait, we might actually get a high score with the pops and stuff.
True.
We could.
Wait.
And the Bastion's one too.
Oh, there's guys right here.
Oh, I just
The
dove.
guy just jumped. Did we kill these guys or no?
You're alone right now.
There's guys over here.
I'm gonna go to Carla. Carla, I'm gonna lead you up to where we were.
Ooh. You guys can take the stuff though, it's okay. Oh, I'm gonna. Oh, fuck.
Missed the medical
We're
room.
at 8,000. We might actually do it.
Oh, nice. I don't even care at this point. I feel like the loot was fine. But I've heard better stories, man. Someone just died. Oh, someone just died right here.
Really?
Yeah. Did you give a fuck about this potential fight or what's up?
Do you think they're actually fighting?
Same.
We're kind of far away from it.
These guys are chasing me. I'm gonna need fucking help.
Okay.
Okay, wait.
They said they're friendly, but I don't know. They're probably friendly.
They're not. They're gonna get a taste of my bobcat face.
Oh, this is the medical room. Hold on. Let's see how the loot is here. Come on, change my game.
Oh, let me do this. Oriole.
Up here. Yeah, up the stairs and then around here.
Ooh, this is all fucking fresh. Some compounds.
Oh, there's suitcases. Oh, wait. Just in case. I hear the noise, you know?
Take a bobcat.
No, okay.
I got a bobcat.
Nice.
Here, Carla, do you have a safe pocket? Do you want this?
Ooh, do you have this? I don't know if you have this one. See if I have it.
Ooh, let's see.
I have this one as well, yeah. Do you
Okay.
have
Yeah, I actually have this
Joltmine?
one too. I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
You can keep
You sure?
Yeah.
We need to leave.
Okay.
I have too much shit on me right now. We need to
Okay.
get the fuck out of here. Seriously.
Alright.
Alright, let's go.
You
Hey,
wanna
Carlos,
go
good to
this
see you.
Head home at the
Oh,
warehouse
hey.
air shaft.
Yeah, the only way to leave
Yeah,
is throughout this way.
Let's go this way.
You can put these fucking sick items in my ass, man.
There should be a ladder right here. That should be chill.
Nice spot, nice spot.
Oh, there's people right up there. Are they weird?
Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, they're weirdos. Oh.
Sucked.
So what's happening?
They just dropped down. Chris, let them up. One's down. I
Talk
think.
your shit if you get them done.
Nice.
Another
The other
team?
one's around me over here.
Fuck me. Are they not?
Can you change the...
They're all dying.
One's
thing?
not.
That's fun.
That was me shooting the guys dead by.
Are they all dead?
I think there's still one. There's still one, I think, that's over in this direction.
Oh.
To the left. Yeah, he's jumping over.
Spot
Oh,
that.
there's a couple. There's a couple. Chris, I'm gonna need help down here. To the left. They're gonna be right there.
Another team? What's happening?
Might be.
Yeah, I think it's another team.
Give me grenades.
Yeah, just.
Oh, here,
Wait,
right.
they're
There's three.
Chris,
there's three.
behind you.
Got one.
Behind you. At the ladder. Behind
you.
Where are you going? Oh, he got me. Oh, they both got me.
There was
oh,
three
it's
of
not
them.
great.
There was three of them.
Oh, there's three, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, they're lit. One's knocked. The red's lit as well. Oh, red just died to someone else. Oh my god. There's a guy on the ladder. Guy going down the ladder. Going to go up the ladder. And they're shooting off fireworks.
Fuck. I want to try and save you, but.
Excuse me. Coming through. No worries. I'm crawling to you. Oh, never mind. I'm out.
Fuck.
Well, $150,000 down the drain.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to get out as soon as possible because I knew it was gonna be true. And then there you got it.
That was a. Oh, I guess it is trios, but damn.
A lot of fun fights though. Yeah, everyone just keeps dying. Oh, no. Those are the guys. The guys gonna be right below you. You kill them. Right below you.
Yeah,
Right below
yeah.
you. They're all there. Yeah, look at that. Don't.
Do you have a grenade?
No.
Yeah, a grenade would go crazy here.
I don't have any.
Everyone keeps dying, bro.
This is actually so silly and stupid.
This is so dumb. Dude, the amount of loot, by the way, that's gonna be down there once everyone's settled and done. Oh.
Wait, further with you, please, bro, please. I can make it worth your while.
They don't know about you.
They don't know.
I know.
Hey, one of you guys gets to live, one of you guys gets to die.
Oh shoot.
Go.
Oh my god! What the fuck is fucked up? No, I was fuck. That's terrible. I'm your homeboy. That's crazy.
This is insane.
Like if you're gonna kill me, it's fine. That's fucking ridiculous.
What is happening? Bro, they just punched the other guy. Are you gonna go get those last two, or are you gonna leave?
I don't know. Maybe should I just try and fight?
I feel like you could. They're gonna be straight ahead of you. Right there. Oh, they're standing.
Oh.
They have no idea where you're shooting from. You're different. One just died. Yeah, you're different, bro. Oh man, I wish we had 18,000 grenades.
I know. Ooh. Saucy. Saucy tossing.
On you.
I can't see down there. My vision
No,
sucks.
it's impossible. They're back up to where you just were. You can keep going back and forth too, or you just leave. I don't know how this fucking works. You need more shields?
No.
Jesus.
Oh wait, yes I do.
Go back up here. Just be quiet and back here and just. See, if they're all looting the group there.
Oh my god! Wait, I just heard he just hit my.
Oh, did he? You sure?
I think. I thought I heard the.
No, it wasn't. It was the other. It was go back to the other place. I can still hear this buzzing. They're gonna be looting and scooting over here. So I think
already.
one of them
Holy shit.
threw something. I think left us something.
Oh, 7.5 hours. Yippee!
Be careful. He could be waiting for you.
Ooh.
I almost wonder if you just wait. Close the door a little bit.
I feel like they're gonna try and come for me. I'll give it a couple more minutes, and if nothing happens, I'll just try and fucking get out of here.
I feel like they're gonna just loot and try to leave because there's so many bodies there. I think they're on edge because they think you're gonna come back for them. Because they have like they're surrounded by 8 bodies, and another one was fucking not.
Snail, I know. It's been a nuts game. We have to go soon, but at least tomorrow and the next day we can do long ones. Although today's pretty long, but I won't have to get off
you can see
tomorrow.
him right there.
Oh, you can?
Glowing
Wait, where?
eyes. That glowing red. You don't see that glowing red?
Is he alive or is he down?
He might be. He's alive, I think. Oh,
Oh.
there's his friend. Yep, they're just standing still.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's just chilling. I think looting.
Should I try and fight or get out?
I mean, if you can get out, I think at this point you might have to because these guys have your number. It's a 3v1.
I don't know if I'll be able to with them chilling up there.
Yeah, we can go for shooting. I just run. Oh, that's a sign. Sign.
Bye, Morgan. I'll go after this anyway. Thank you for hanging. Sorry I was so
Guys, they're
quiet.
straight ahead. You're
I was kind of just... So much happening.
Oh! And that's a stupid move. I mean, I was getting shot at. I had to do
No,
something.
I'm laughing at you saying that midair. not
And
not anything else.
Like, crawl into that car at least. Get out of here. Reboot back.
Yeah. Reboot.
Wait. And it's surrender in there. They're never gonna find you. Well, that's a stupid way to go. What'd you say?
Well, I'm embarrassed.
No, that was cool. Look how many fucking people were in here. Bro, those guys said they were friendly before. I fought them.
Mamma mia.
Wow. Well, at least I got a Lance's mixtape from that. Did you guys get anything in your safety
Oh, I
box?
should have put my Lance's mixtape in my pocket.
Yeah, I got a blue
Oh, I had the 3-star tick.
It's okay. We go again tomorrow. I still have some keys, like one more key. I can collect them.
Yeah, no, saying that was sick. You honestly were popping off as
You were.
much as
Yeah,
you could. Like,
I had a lot of
it was
kills and
3v1 the whole time. The silence gun was also fucking sick.
I got shot on the
Bobcat was-
staircase, on the ladder.
And let's be honest. If I didn't dive off that thing, I would have gotten killed by bullets anyway.
Nah.
You're like, right, guys? Like, the dive was
Right.
cooler, right, guys, than dying
Right.
to those dudes for sure.
Right?
Nah, that was regardless. Yeah, you were kind of in a pickle there.
Yeah.
But
Thank you
I
for
do have to say,
games.
GG's.
GG's.
Yeah, Carla, Saint, appreciate you guys.
Until
Yeah,
tomorrow.
Chill. Yeah. Yeah, I got more games tomorrow.
Yeah.
Bye.
All
Later.
right, bye.
All right, later.
Bye.
See ya.
Guys, stunning. Bloody stunning. Honestly, 7.5 hours, not bad. I love how I was like, I'll do a longer one tomorrow. Like, girl. I think because I'm going to trivia tonight. And I think if I didn't have trivia, I'd probably do 9. But you know what? I can do as long as I want tomorrow and as long as I want the next day. Honestly, I'm really excited. You're going to have 4 back-to-back long ones. That's crazy. That's a crazy sentence. Sorry, guys. My bad. But, guys, thank you for today. Thank you so much for all the surprise biddies and subs. Like, that was kind of nuts. Thank you so much. I didn't expect that. Evans, good morning and good night. I have to skedaddle. But I hope you slept well. I'll be here longer tomorrow. So if you're just coming in now, I'm so sorry. I'll be here this time tomorrow still. You're kind of nuts. Thank you for all the subbies, all the biddies, everything. I appreciate it so much. I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Probably, if I do the quick math, that's 8:30, that's 7:30. Oh. 5:30, 6 p.m.-ish start tomorrow. I'll be here early. I appreciate you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. You're amazing. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.